This is the story of a flawless Minda boy who found his perfect world and absolute power over it. In a room cluttered with arcane scrolls and strange clay figurines, a youth with hair like spun silver works with incredible concentration. In his eyes, a spark of deep understanding flashes. For him, this world is a place of magic where there are no boring distractions of televisions and smartphones, a true paradise of boundless possibilities. In his own words, this is his ideal world. But this was not his first rebirth. His story began in another world where cold, hard reality erases fairy tales. He was an ordinary schoolboy, and his father once told him he comes from a long line of magicians. Although it was only a story, the boy clung to it tightly. He devoted his youth to studying magic and the occult pursuit that set him apart from his peers. While others chased after illusory social connections, he sought to unravel the hidden truths of the universe, filling the room with books on black magic and ancient legends. On a rational level, he understood. Magic does not exist, but somewhere inside he was desperately drawn to the thought that it was not true. His sole-focused concentration on this esoteric knowledge made him an outcast. Classmates saw in him a strange, anxious presence. Social interactions were a code he was not interested in deciphering. One afternoon, a girl he barely knew moves away from him. Disturbed by his pressure, he watches her disappear from sight, until suddenly his gaze is filled by a sharp burst of movement. The truck rushes at him with impossible speed. There is no time to react, no moment to realize, only a blinding flash of impact. Darkness, his consciousness trembles and blurs, and he gropes and pieces together the lost moments. He is restless. Is this a hospital? Could it be that he was somehow saved? But everything around feels different, alien, extraterrestrial. When his senses slowly return, he realizes he is trapped, unable to move. Where is he? A small and clumsy hand appears in his field of vision. Then the world bursts in fragments. He is a baby just born in the arms of a man and a woman who look at him with love. He has been reborn. 2 years have passed. He is already a toddler named Abel, living in a small village belonging to the Marin clan. From this new perspective, he sorts everything out, analyzing every detail. His parents note his intelligence. They watch how quickly he learned to feed himself. And in the mind of this 2-year-old child, a much more complex analysis continues. He recalls his former name, a relic of a life that no longer exists, while carefully observing his new family. They have distinctive features: red eyes and white hair, the mark of the Marin clan. He studies the surrounding space closely. There are no electrical appliances here, and the map shows a continent he has not yet seen. Conclusion is inevitable. This is not his past world. 4 years old, his new life truly began. He spends time carving totems, strange wooden dolls that seem sacred to his clan. Once his mother cut her finger while cooking a small cut, she says, but his father immediately rushed to her. He places a ring on the wound and utters a single, impossible word: heal, and a soft light flares up. The cut disappears. Abel freezes, thoughts flutter. Healing magic is real. He begins to notice it everywhere. His parents use simple spells for daily tasks. They animate dolls, draw water from the well, and kindle fire. Magic here is not a myth. It is the foundation of life itself. At that moment, his past lonely, obsessive desire finds confirmation. All years of study were not in vain. His rebirth brings a world where he can finally use magic hand. He is overwhelmed by deep, poignant happiness. Younger sister Gizel tries to get his attention, but Abel is fully immersed in work carving another totem. His father, a man of simple strength, advises him to play outside, unable to understand how his son stubbornly and attentively concentrates. And for Abel's analytical mind, his father is a musclehead. He has great talent but lacks the intellect to truly understand it. After careful observation and reading, Abel begins to break down the system into parts. Magic in this world is not some abstract force. It is a science. It is the art of giving commands or spells to spirits that live in everything. To do this, one must draw magical circles and trace symbols in the air with a magical line, focusing on the spirit so that the spell gains power. Creating totems is perfect training because it requires incredible spatial orientation and complete concentration. The very tools he uses are imbued with power. The wood for the totems is taken from magical trees, and the clan's knives carve it effortlessly. He learns that the Marin clan was once feared as a secret weapon of warfare. Children had exceptional knowledge of magic. But that was long ago. Now his father interrupts training, trying to push him toward a more conventional path. When the war ended a century ago, the deep practice of magic vanished. His father hands him a bow and says, "Hunting is the way of a true man from the Marin clan." Abel looks with contempt at the crudely made weapon. To get such in a world where he can willfully reshape reality is an insult to his mind. By 7 years, the village already looked different. Abel's relentless search in magic earned him a reputation as obsessed with totems. His father is in despair. Carved dolls, increasingly added to their collection, crowd in piles just outside their house. Abel is not just a carving, it stands in the field, intently gazing and uttering words as if they were letters. In the air above him, a complex, glowing, magical circle suddenly appears. His sister Gizel, who has just turned 5 years old, freezes and watches with admiration. They train secretly, and now both can perform this fundamental magic. Abel swears her to silence, knowing that revealing their true potential too early would be a strategic mistake. He has long since outgrown everything his parents could have taught him. To move forward, he needs a true master. His logic leads to only one candidate, the village elder. If after the Great War there is still a living mage somewhere, it is him. The chief is a formidable figure, a man who claims to be 50 years old and maintains a youthful appearance through magic. Abel, with Gizlam and two, approaches the elder and asks to become his apprentice. The helmsman carefully examines the boy and warns, his teaching is strict. Abel's determination does not waver. The chief drives him away and orders him to come tomorrow when he is ready, a simple test to see if he is truly committed. When they leave, they are met by the chief's granddaughter, Firo. She confesses that her grandfather was glad of Abel's determination and thanks him for giving the old man a new purpose. She tries to suppress her gratitude with a contemptuous tone, but Abel does not yield. He clinically analyzes her behavior, recognizing in it a common character type, and so his official training begins. Under the chief's guidance, Abel's abilities grow exponentially. He finally masters the true structured art of magical circles, and his mind, created precisely for such complex systems, blossoms. Every sleepless moment he devotes to training, preparing to sleep, then testing theories and mastering new spells. For him, this is not work but the pinnacle of intellectual challenge. A storm of research and frantic creation rises in his room. His devoted sister brings him food. Her quiet shoulder is a constant presence. The floor and walls are covered with diagrams and magical formulas. He writes and writes, tirelessly, relentlessly pushing the boundaries of his own knowledge. Half a year later, the chief calls a demonstration. Abel stands opposite. Calm confidence flows through him, and it clearly does not match his age. He begins to hum bright characters. Not one but two complex magical circles appear. They flash and ignite, hovering on both sides of him as he prepares to animate two totems together. The chief is impressed. Keeping everything under control simultaneously is truly a remarkable feat. Abel has to place the magical circles on totems, a necessary step for manipulation. The chief nods approvingly. The boy's control is impressive, but Abel is just beginning. I really have nothing to start with yet, Grandpa. He says this with a barely noticeable smile on his lips. The air begins to whirl from it. A bloody, fierce ball is formed from the spinning, blade-like wind. He squeezes it, gathering energy into a dense flying sphere. Pressure rises to a critical limit. Then he does something that completely shatters the chief's notion of magic. When the sphere of destruction flies, two totems suddenly move to intercept it. Abel embedded in them an additional command that has priority over everything. These are not his puppets, autonomous agents. They take the hit of the wind sphere, and in a dazzling flash, the attack in the totems is destroyed by a controlled explosion that flawlessly covers the target. Abel turns back, a barely noticeable apology on his face. Sorry, I think I messed up the power settings. The leader is silent, stunned. It was not a mistake, it was a level of spell weaving he had never seen before. Where did you get this? He demands. Abel explains, he just experimented until it worked. The leader realizes the boy single-handedly reconstructed a self-correcting magic circle, a pure, unadulterated genius. The old man clutches his chest, choking with emotion. I have nothing more to teach you, he announces. You are the first to ever complete my training. I can die peacefully. Abel and his sister celebrate his success. He mastered not only the basics and already at 7 years old created advanced magic as well. But for Abel's mind, mastery is only the beginning. He tells the chieftain that he wants to learn much more refined magic from the books in his library. He will also need some of the chief's totems. In a moment, the old man froze in shock. His enchanted totems one by one leave the house, each carrying a huge stack of incredibly valuable magical tomes. How much are you borrowing? He exhales sharply, almost choking. Probably I will have to make about 3 trips back and forth for all this, Abel replies matter-of-factly, already with full hands. Next to his sister, his new magical servants follow him, and Abel strides away from his bewildered master. A broad, triumphant smile spreads across his face. From all sides, he is enveloped by a mountain of ancient knowledge, and before him an endless expanse of possibilities. He knows with absolute certainty this world is his territory to conquer. In the depths of his shop office, among piles of ancient folios, Abel raised an ordinary wooden wand, a magical tool he carefully crafted to shorten the time of spell incantations. With triumph, he abruptly pushed out of the room, holding high a strange metal device. "Giselle, it is ready." The eyes of Abel's younger sister flashed with excitement, opening wide. Abel, who was already 13, announced their next step with balanced authority like an experienced researcher. "Let's start collecting data immediately." Hidden behind the hedge, they watched a local farmer tending his crops. Abel aimed the device, a sharp reflection flashed in his eyes, and whispered the activation word, "Appear." A semi-transparent panel instantly appeared above the man. A series of symbols ran across it. Hands, magic, 21, strength, 34. The device worked. Success, the perfect tool to measure the invisible forces of this world. Returning to the shadow of a large tree, Abel checked the initial readings on the expanded projection display. The average magical power for an adult man is about 20. Giselle, peering into the complex interface, asked, "Brother, what kind of magic is this?" Abel allowed himself a barely noticeable satisfied smile. He embodied an idea from his old world logic and measurement, a system that would help him conquer this one. "I always dreamed of cutting this element into an RPG." He remembered everything in detail, the sudden end of one life and the stunning rebirth in a world ruled by magic. It was the highest dream, the grandest stage. He felt the thrill of a genius master arranging pieces for a game only he understood. It was the feeling of a main character, not from a pre-written story, but from a future he would forge himself. The voice of Giselle tore him from his thoughts. "Your magical power is higher than the average adult's. If you start training now, your future will be extremely promising." Yet Abel's thoughts were revolving around a completely different problem. His father began using magical circles only at the age of 20. The entire Marin clan had low magical ability. With this shared vulnerability, he saw both deep disappointment and, at the same time, a broad opportunity. Even the power of the village elder seemed pale compared to his might, but Abel did not lose focus. Neither small victories nor praise affected him. While Giselle stopped to admire a flower, suddenly a feeling of danger surged. A quick glance showed her strength stat was 4 times greater than his own. He watched as she approached, not him, but a small creature that looked like a demon hiding behind a tree. As soon as the creature appeared, Abel's tactical mind switched on. "Retreat," he commanded, and swiftly pulled the confused Giselle away from danger. For a few moments he hesitated over his former life. Even though he was a passionate fan of magic and inventions, he had few friends. He thought that in this new world nothing would change. Again, intellectual loneliness. His thoughts were sharply interrupted by a sharp voice calling out. A girl named Firo, flanked by a large dog, moved straight towards them with a reproachful look. "Rumors about you have spread, son of Balak. What are you planning, Toad maniac?" Abel, unfazed by the accusation, simply raised his device. "That's all. Want to see your status?" The result was stunning. Her physical strength was 10 times greater than his. A direct confrontation was unthinkable. Immediately his manner completely changed. He bowed his head with refined politeness. "Excuse me here. My father will be very worried if we don't go home quickly." Firo was completely stunned by this sudden humble retreat. As expected, his father was already waiting, a mask of fury on his face. "Why are you pulling out Giselle so late? It's dangerous." The lecture lasted. Abel was accused of neglecting his duties instead of playing with magic. He should finally help around the house. "You are always messing with magic and not helping with the household chores." His father's despair reached its limit. "By the way, you are the only one your age who has never hunted," the mother responded from the doorway. "If the brother goes hunting with this magic," then before she could finish speaking, the father made a decision. "I will go," Abel replied calmly and evenly. So it was decided. Today Abel would participate in the hunt. In the forest, they came across other hunters, a man named Galia and his son Shibai. Abel recognized them as an artistic family, but this was the first time he spoke with them, another reminder of his self-imposed isolation. In the morning, he recalled the terrible farewell of Giselle, her pleas for him to be safe, but it was a necessary step. When he calmed her, he knew there were other reasons why he wanted to go. He needed to test and strengthen his useless physical strength. He promised her that he would return soon and be safe. As he again remembered her deep admiration for him, he gathered his willpower. In this clan, adulthood came at 16 and marriage followed very quickly. Zappel had few friends. He always stayed close to him. He painfully realized with guilt that his obsession with magic had similarly trapped her, just as lonely as himself. He made the first move, reaching out his hand to the other boy. "Nice to meet you today." Shibai only snorted and turned away. Gallia quickly apologized for her son's rudeness, and Abel, with the understanding of an adult, simply withdrew his hand as if he did not care. His father then laid down the primary rule for the day. "Abel, you are banned from using magic tadetree using archery or your body." He did everything he could with whatever he could handle, but his body betrayed him. Just an hour of hunting had passed when he was completely exhausted, barely dragging himself. "Let's go home," he begged. He said it was impossible. His entire being was tuned to magic, not for this exhausting physical fatigue. She, secretly listening to his complaints, smirked mockingly. What a useless person he was, good for nothing. At that moment, Gallia saw a chick on a branch, a smooth shimu parrot. Such a bird is very tasty. Shibai drew the bowstring tight, and tension froze on his face. He released the arrow, but the bird flapped its wings and effortlessly dodged the projectile. The arrows whistled past and the birds sharply dived down, aggressively screaming at the boy who tried to kill it. While the men were gathering again to catch the bird with a knife, thoughts raced in Abel's mind. He recalled the previous experiment venture into biotype magic, where a rat was the test subject. While others were distracted, he swiftly stretched out his hand and silently cast a sleep spell. The bird instantly fainted and, falling from the air, spun into oblivion. Abel skillfully caught it and presented it to the stunned hunters. "A sleep spell, right?" She blinked confusedly. Abel pretended to be innocent. "Sorry, I want it as a pet." His father was not amused. "You heard me, I said you are forbidden to use magic today." He was jealous. "But I came today to train my physical strength," Abel weakly argued. Suddenly, a deep, steady rumble echoed through the forest, so strong that the very ground shook beneath their feet. The experienced hunters froze. "What is that?" someone croaked. Gallia's face turned pale. "Those footsteps, you run at full speed." He barked at his son. "We have to return and report this to the commander." "Idiot, hurry." In a moment, a gigantic body burst through the trees, a huge, terrifying beast with claws and cutting teeth, larger than a bear. Horror overwhelmed the hunters. Even Abel froze in shock before the wild, colossal power radiating from the monster. Gallia acted on pure instinct, releasing an arrow straight into the monster's eye. In the gruesome display of endurance, the bear simply blinked, the arrowhead slipping off, flew away powerless from the tough skin. "What strong fur," thought Abel, and his mind feverishly calculated options. He did not hesitate, sharply thrust his hand forward and released the only immortal, not that, but the only non-lethal spell he thought could work. Sleep. The spell took hold and the giant monster began to stagger, its eyes sluggishly closing. "It works." Abel, his father, rushed forward and shouted to pull him out from under the beast that was collapsing and falling. But even when she fell into a magical sleep, the instincts of the greater bear took the helm again. She madly lunged one last time, her huge claws sliced through the air. The blow struck Abel's father and he flew, taking one's breath away. "It was my fault, I was too careless," Abel whispered, frozen in horror. Gallia tried to distract the beast to gnaw them at least a few precious seconds. His father, bleeding from a gaping wound in his belly, stretched out his hand and placed it on Abel's head. "Abel, I leave you Giselle and your mother. I only know restorative magic." He looked at his son with pride. "You are a smart child. What you learned from me may not be much, but..." A delicate smile slid across his lips. "At least in the end, I was able to do something fatherly," and then he was gone. Gallia unleashed a stream of fire on the beast that awakens. Flame covered the greater bear, but he only shook his head and suffered no harm. A shadow covered Abel's eyes, all emotions vanished from his face, only a cold, eerie focus remained. He spoke 2 words, the activation key of the power he was hiding. A brilliant, intricate magical circle flared around him, pulsating with energy far beyond anything hunters had ever seen. At first, his brain calculated the situation with eerie clarity. "He has such thick fur, I don't think he ever took damage at all." The strategy formed in an instant, then the wind. He unfolded the blade edge of the spell, a whirlwind of cutting wind that stripped the bear's fur, causing it to twitch in pain, but there was no real harm. When the bear growled defiantly in anger, Abel began doing the impossible, rewriting the magic circle right before his eyes, restructuring its very framework. Then he declared, pouring every last drop of magical power into this new attack crafted for him. The beast finally sensed mortal danger and roared. Spells hit the target, a dense explosion of arcane power that tore a bloody wound in the thick hide of the creature. A terrifying predatory smile stretched across Abel's face, and his eyes flared with uncontrollable power. As his mana reserves melted away, Abel confronted the monster greater bear before him, swirled a vortex of magical energy. A burning madness echoed in his mind. How much power was needed, down to the milligram. If he could manage to wound it even slightly, there was a chance it would retreat, buying them precious time. But despair overwhelmed him completely. With a surge of will, he poured all his remaining strength into the spell, his voice a strained whisper, "Please." With a blinding flash, light burst from his hands and covered the clearing. Abel closed his eyes as the shockwave tore through the air and the world vanished into a white haze. When the dust settled, he lifted his head, his eyes widened in disbelief. A path of utter ruin had been carved through the forest. The trees were gone, only shattered stumps remained. This was far beyond his expectations. He had intended to cast a simple sleep spell, just enough to make the beast flee, but it turned out that a gigantic creature lay on the ground, motionless, completely neutralized. Then his gaze fell on two other figures caught within the radius of his spell. He screamed, and horror pierced him. He realized that his own spell had struck his companions as well. As he rushed to his father's side, the second boy, Theo, stepped closer, holding a slab of freshly carved meat from the defeated creature. "Mr. Abel," he said, his voice trembling as if a new respect had appeared within him. He felt how Glentz nervously sensed his own unconscious father. "Can you trim a bit so it's less?" he asked, completely overwhelmed by the situation. Quickly glanced at the man. "He will regain consciousness soon." I reassured Theo. "He has no external injuries, and I cast life-sustaining magic on him." But his own father is a completely different story. On his chest burned and flickered a complex magical circle, pulsing like the mark of a deadly internal wound. Without any hesitation, Abel pulled out a dark, pulsating piece of monster meat. Theo froze in horror. "Is it normal to use something like this?" A gloom settled on Abel's face. "Probably not," he admitted. "But I will have to work with it." He covered the grotesque material with his palms, began directing the mana, the adaptation, and commanded. This spell was a forbidden art created to make bare flesh serve as a substitute for human tissue. His father let out a painful groan. Life was fading. Abel knew what he was getting into. Mixing the flesh of a magical creature with a human's is essentially creating a chimera. In some cities, this was considered forbidden dark sorcery, while in others it was seen as a desperate but entirely legal medical procedure. This was his first attempt to apply biological magic on a human. The risks were astronomical. But there was no other choice. He took a deep, even breath, gathered his thoughts. "I must do this." He poured all his concentration into a delicate, life-changing operation. It seemed time stood still. Finally, the procedure was completed. His father was breathing evenly. The mortal wound was sealed. Abel collapsed to the ground, completely exhausted, and Theo froze, staring at the miracle he had just witnessed. "Let there be no consequences left," Abel muttered quietly, noting in his mind, "I need to talk about this unprecedented event with the clan leader." His strategic mind was already calling to the next problem. "Staying here too long is dangerous," he declared, remembering that even more powerful monsters lived in these forests. "We plan to carry our parents with the help of totems. Can you help me?" When they set off back on the road, dragging their parents on magically created sleds, Theo broke the silence. Abel glanced over his shoulder. His face revealed nothing. "Good," Abel replied coldly. "You helped a lot. If you weren't here, I wouldn't have had the strength to make so many talismans." Theo made an impressive confession. I thought of you as a rival in love." Abel slowed down and hung in genuine surprise. Rival in love. He mentally reviewed the short list of girls he knew. There was his younger sister, Giselle, and Theo misunderstood his silence. "If it's about Theo, I thought so." He called Giselle an unattainable flower. The boy explained, because there were very few families in the Marin clan, and because he constantly saw Abel and Giselle together, he simply assumed the worst. When little brother Abel said this, the correction sounded with sharp finality. Theo's jaw dropped in shock. The inner side of Abel, he was constantly irritated by how much energy it took to get through those simple social misunderstandings. Perhaps he thought he and his sister were too close, so others could not understand this. Theo, the eternal simpleton, immediately brightened up. "Then can I call you the brother of the man?" Abel's face instantly tightened with irritation. They finally reached the village under the cover of night. The village guards rushed towards them, on their faces mixed anxiety and relief. Abel nodded tightly, gave a sign that everything was under control. Suddenly, the echo of frantic footsteps rolled from the village gates. It was Giselle. She threw herself into his arms, tears streaming down her face. "Anasama, I am so glad you are safe." Abel pressed her closer. A rare warmth broke through his stone expression. "Sorry we returned late." Late that night, standing under the moon, Giselle asked what he was thinking about. "Nothing," he said, looking away, but his thoughts were clear. He actually loved the silence and solitude of his magical research much more than the chaos of the outside world. 2 years passed. Abel, who was already 15, walked through the village quietly and confidently, step by step. He calculated the time. In another 2 years, he would reach the same age he had when he died in his past life. Faint nostalgia rolled over him like a thin wave. I wonder what my friends from Black Magic Research Club are doing, he thought, staring into the sky. He hoped that his younger self was living well, free from guilt about the past. This time, the new life, as he vowed, would be right. "Inesama, I finally found you," the voice called. It was Gizel, now 13. She led him to a strange wooden structure in the yard. "Lately, I've been a bit involved in a gardening project." She explained that thanks to the magical additives provided by Abel, the plant grew to such colossal sizes in 1 week. "As expected from me," Abel replied with a mocking smile. He explained his goal. He wanted to smoke the leaves before the upcoming coming-of-age ceremony, so dictates the Marin tradition. Of course, he decided to grow some himself to gather the perfect taste. He raised the bowl with food to one of the totem-like plants. "All right, Mr. Mountain, time to eat." Gizel tilted her head. "Inesama, why do you call them Mr.?" Deep feeling flashed across Abel's face. "Because his slender and tall figure reminded me of Mr. Mountain." He said quietly, "That senpai who helped me create Black Magic Research Club." The memory of the one who once gave him the feeling that he had his place in a past life squeezed a tear from his eye. "Brother, what happened?" Gizel asked anxiously. He quickly wiped his eye. It's just dirt in the eye." Their conversation was interrupted by a superior voice. "Hey, can you?" The boy, with a superior grimace held by 2 others on the sides, decisively approached them. "Who are you?" Abel asked. The tone was even and without any excitement. The boy laughed as if the rumors about you, that you locked yourself at home and know nothing about the outside world, were actually true. He puffed out his chest with undeserved pride. "Haven't you heard of the great Noswell Karlko?" The name Karlko awakened a distant, seemingly accidental memory that triggered the mind's activity. He established contact. The face was a mask of calm, barely perceptible irritation. "What the hell? Maintaining relationships is pure trouble." A young nobleman approaches the place where Abel works. His retinue follows. He claims to have heard that the senior master's apprentice is growing a totem and with feigned generosity offers to give advice. Abel immediately sees through the transparent pretext. This visit is not for advice, but to confirm the rumors and stop them before they spread. To grasp the significance of this visit, one must understand the local economy. In the village of the Marin clan, currency does not exist. Barter is the norm here. Goods are exchanged and traded. And a special type of leaf, valued for its magical properties, became a convenient substitute for money. The cultivation and distribution of this leaf is completely monopolized by the House of Karlko. The family of the young nobleman, Abel, immediately understood. These were not official inspectors, but henchmen sent to investigate a potential competitor. Nobleman Noswell glanced at the one and only unremarkable totem. "So just one," he noted, feigning indifference. "I appreciate that you took the trouble to come." Abel replied calmly, "I just grow it out of curiosity." "Nothing special," Noswell smiled. "Understood. Then it seems there is nothing to worry about." And just as he returns, a predatory smile twists his lips. A thought races through his mind. He counts, estimates. This is not a threat. It could become a source of incredible profit. As everything standing nearby feels a chill run down her spine. Then Noswell shifts his gaze to her. "Hey, girl over there," he commands. "Be my wife." Abel froze, completely stunned by the sheer audacity of this demand. Noswell's prosthetics explode in panic, and not a single Noswell pleads desperately. "This is terrible." They grab their master. "If you anger this guy, we're done for. Quickly apologize." They try to get him to talk, hammering into him that terrible rumors are spreading through the village. "Haven't you heard? If you bring Abel's wrath upon yourself, he will turn you into a totem or a chimera." Noswell pushes them away, roaring a challenge in their faces. "Are you 2 idiots? These stories are complete nonsense." The rumors were indeed fantastic. They spoke of alarm clock talismans that hummed the time and recounted stories of how Abel killed a great bear with a single simple spell. These rumors are obviously exaggerated. Noswell proudly puffs out his chest. "Besides, I can easily kill a huge bear with my magic." Where Noswell saw sheer stupidity, Abel saw an opportunity. His eyes flashed with genuine excitement. This man with a short bowl cut has such power. Magic, he thought. "I thought I was the only one who understood magical arts. But I have found a new friend." Unaware of Abel's thoughts, Noswell stubbornly demonstrates his authority. "Hey, you, step forward." The eldest heir of the Karlka family is speaking. Gizel instinctively hides behind Abel to save himself. Abel ignores the order. His thoughts are already far away. "I'm not going to betray Gizel, but I finally found someone like me. Let's try to behave decently." He approaches the nobleman, his eyes burning with academic zeal. Your family has long cultivated leaves, so you are probably a master of totem making. I am working on arrangements based on the works of Calba Fuller, but his theory also seems interesting. By the way, what paints do you use? Nothing makes one recoil confusedly from a harsh and disturbing wonderful creation. Don't come near me, Noswell shouts and forcefully throws Abel to the ground. He brushes off the dust, snorts disdainfully. Just as I thought, the rumors lied, he's just a worthless recluse. Then he shifts his contempt to the totem itself. Hey, you're lifting the totem wrong, you know. Abel's friends are stunned, but NOSWA continues. I did everything exactly as I researched. Tell me what's wrong with this, I'll show you. He extends his hand above his palm, a triangular sign flashes, emerging from nothing. I call the blade of the wind. Sharp wind-like gust of air bursts from his hand. Cleanly and evenly slices through the wooden body of the totem. The upper part falls to the ground with a crash, ringing heavily. He understands well, and his people burst into mocking laughter. This is not. Abel is silent, his face reveals nothing. Giles abruptly runs up to him. Anasama, but Abel has already made up his mind. A cold flame ignited inside him. Very well then, he says, and there is not a trace of emotion in his voice. If that's how it will be, I will do it thoroughly. His new battlefield is the Eastern Forest. Later, Abel's friend Corget complains that he was dragged into one of their schemes again. You are so cruel, Abel. Gizel-chan has already gone home. Abel says, hang in there, look up and saw the log you are cutting. I am not going to force her to stay with us. And now silence, and to work. Gargot is confused. You are seriously trying to keep me outside. No, wait. Why are you even trying to drive Carl Co. House into bankruptcy? The main reason is to get revenge on Mr. Mountain. Apple stops working. Why do you think the leaves are so valuable? Kurgat answers simply, not because they are hard to grow. Abel reacts instantly, not so. Then he reveals the fundamental truth of the Carlco monopoly. It's all because Carlco House regulates how much they release to the market. Growing is not that difficult if you know how to stabilize the magical supply. Gurgat remembers how the village elder grumbled about this very fact. The Carlco family held their monopoly simply because no other faction had the sophisticated magical control needed for mass production. Abel continued the explanation, laying out a huge political chess game before their eyes. The chief promotes magic ore to make it the rural currency. This is a resource that does not disappear after use, but Carlco House will be in trouble if the value of the leaves they produce falls so naturally. They dislike this idea. The chief and the Carlco family are engaged in a cold war, and Carlco's influence is so great that the chief cannot strike them directly. Therefore, Abel declares with a chilling certainty, I will annul the political power of Carlco House so that it does not hit the chief. His plan is a masterclass in economic warfare. Using the highest quality wood to create an army of totems, he will establish mass production of high-quality leaves. Then he will flood the market, driving the price of Carlco leaves below the floor and breaking their monopoly overnight. When Kroggett asks what will happen if they fail, Abel delivers the final, deadly blow, the same devastating stake, and Gizel may be forced or not forced to marry into the Carlco house. The burden of the world falls on Krogt. This is not a game. This is a war for the future of his friend. His determination hardens. Let's go. When this plan reaches its conclusion, someone will go under. He grabs the carving knife and his voice sounds truly resolute for the first time. I will make as many totems as I can. Oswell and his men lie in wait at the edge of the eastern forest. They see a field of totems. Abel plowed it. I knew it. He is truly angry, one of the men whispers quietly. They notice one resembling the one Nuswell tore to pieces and burst out laughing. Oh no, he is about to attack us with totems. But no pause calms them down. Watch closely. He commands, you two are real idiots. This is a scarecrow. They are idols for gathering leaves. No one will attack anyone. His men realize their mistake. Looking back, he really is focused on trying to grow leaves, isn't he? They mock the scale of the operation and insist that one man cannot handle this alone. Nonsense. To raise a thing of this scale, you need 20 men each with a significant reserve of magical power. One of his men is worried. Don't ignore him. His magic is really too strong. Even the chief acknowledges his advantage. Nuswell considers this. There is a possibility that this is a coordinated scheme between teacher and student. He makes a move, a deadly miscalculation. You two keep the chief's house under surveillance. Don't let Abel call him for magical support, but Nuswell completely misread his opponent. He operated on false data, not knowing that 2 years ago Abel single-handedly defeated the king of the forest. He had no idea about the boy's relentless study of magic. Abel single-handedly had more than enough strength to continuously energize 50 growing totems. In 2 weeks, the results became undeniable. A whole field of mature leaf-bearing totems stood straight and tall. A light, devastating victory. Kurget is delighted. Abel, you are incredible. At first I even wondered if we could pull this off, but we really managed. I also expected Noswell to intervene, but nothing happened. Flexible gestures for his creations. It must be thanks to you too, huh, Mr. Mountain number 2 and number 3. When their culture fully grew and firmly took root, the time came the leaf harvest began. Meanwhile, Noswell's spies at the post near the chief's residence reported, "Strange, we are here every day, but neither the chief nor Abel came in or went out." Noswell is considering this. He has already admitted defeat, it seems. Another spy jumped forward. What is the report regarding Bellic House? His younger sister just left, but Abel was not there. Noswell decides to deal with himself and stops Giselle on the road. Her huge wolf Fiero emits a low growl. "What are you doing near my house?" she asks coolly. "We are nothing, absolutely nothing," he stammers. Noswell stutters. "I'm just looking for Abel." "Abe," she replies. "Abe hasn't visited for some time, you know." The fierce, increasingly loud howls of the wolf make the nobleman and his escort panic, recoil, and flee. While they retreat, Noswell puts everything together. But stupid Lupus, if what she says is true, then it turns out Abel is not conspiring with the chief. What a fool. Probably all the totems in that field have long smelled of wood, and he lowered his head, admitting defeat. A harsh, confident smile spreads across his face. No one can compare to Karlko when it comes to growing leaves. Isle watches as they disappear, and her face is thoughtful. What the hell did Abel do for the eldest son from Karlko house that he lingered near my house and wouldn't leave? Something was wrong. The coming-of-age ceremony was very close. Her brother's behavior became stranger than ever. She sighs and pushes that thought away. But it doesn't matter, it still has nothing to do with me. In Bellic House, Greget's father is burning one of the freshly gathered leaves. Today the leaves are simply wonderful. How exactly? Abel enters holding a full bag of his product. He's completely different. I've never tasted anything like what I used to smoke. In the forest, the final preparations are already finishing. The battlefield is set. The trading market has started. The date is set, Abel's own coming-of-age ceremony. The day arrives, Noswell stands in the market, and there is a predatory gleam in his eyes. Head of the square, Abel catches his gaze. The air crackles with tension. This is war. The ceremonial gathering has ended, and Abel is left alone with his affairs. He snatched a quiet moment for himself and watched the peasants from afar. Releasing a thin stream of smoke from a long pipe, he was already far ahead of himself in thoughts, calculating the next phase of his plan. The burden of the official meeting was exhausting. He let out a heavy sigh. The exhaustion from all those courtesies finally caught up with him. "You cursed boy!" shouted Garia's father, slapping him on the back. Abel flinched, trying to keep his balance in the heavy ceremonial robes. He continued with a smile, "That's right. When is the official ceremony?" Abel brushed off the joke. There were much more important matters on his mind. Guri's gaze fell on the pouch with carefully selected leaves. "Oh, what is this?" She looked around and suddenly realized her son had disappeared. Where could he have run off at such an important moment? But Abel was already at the city market, putting his real plan into action. Just as he was entering with the setup, Goria appeared behind him. "I knew you were snooping around somewhere and plotting something, but to go this far." Interested, he beckoned the goods with a gesture. "Hey, do you have samples? Want to try?" Garia took a drag from the pipe. His eyes widened in shock. "This is incredibly tasty," he exclaimed. Abel, on the other hand, remained unmoved. He only thought to himself that he didn't really like the smoke. Suddenly, the man burst through the slit in the tent and frantically called Abel's name. In the middle of the bustling market, the man was desperately apologizing. "I thought I found a great spot that no one had taken yet, so I started preparing," he explained, flustered and fussing. And just as I noticed it, some other place had already grabbed the pause. His voice broke off while he looked around among the crowd at the shops. Then he noticed where Abel had laid out their simple carpet right in the very knot of the market. "Hey, this is the best spot you could get for us." Abel's eyes flashed with strategic fire. "Well done, now sell, sell, sell until we are sold out." But the older man was filled with fear. He pointed at the luxurious stall directly opposite them. "Are you out of your mind?" His panic only grew. "Damn it, how will we cover this?" Selling the same type of product just next to them is like pouring oil on the fire. But Abel was completely calm, a barely noticeable smile on his face. "Come on, Shaibi. You have nerves of steel." "Friend, calm down," Abel said and placed a soothing hand on his shoulder. "Those who are looking for incense leaf are gathering here. If we're lucky to catch the moment, it will definitely be big." After 10 minutes, their optimism already seemed inappropriate. No customer approached their shop, while the Karolkov family's stand was swarmed with people. Without pause, Abel turned to his sister. "All right, Gizel, can you please bring the totems I made yesterday, the red and blue ones like these?" She nodded. "Understood, Nisama." His partner looked confused. "What are you going to use those totems for?" Abel's smile was mysterious. "It's just a little secret weapon I made." Just then, a smug guy rolled up to their empty shop. It was Noswell, heir of the Karolkov family. Well, just think that you might manage to set up mass production." He snorted disdainfully at their tiny pile of goods, but your help was useless. He thought he had to find out who was helping this upstart. "The leaves of our family incense are made from years of refined technique. This is a branded product line," he boasted, poking with a superior finger and belittling what some kid like you does. "Ours are on another level." Abel's calm expression did not flinch for a moment. He pours magic into the totems to forcibly grow leaves for incense, and by this he disgraces the family tradition. "You know, in your household they supply poor quality goods. And if your method is to season taste flaws with additives, then that's a brazen, cheap, and stupidly rigged trick." Having destroyed the entire business model of his rival with a few sharp words, Abel sat down. Hey, pick that up, I am a client." Nuswell snorted disdainfully and threw a bundle of leaves at his feet. "1 copper akali for 5 bundles, that's enough." Then with a sly smile, he lowered his boot and rubbed Abel's product into the dirt, crushing it to the ground. He turned to the crowd, his voice thundered authoritatively and sonorously. "All of you, if any of you buy from this guy, you understand what will happen then, right?" Abel's hand clenched into a fist, and a spark of rage flashed in his eyes. At that very moment, Giselle returned. "Naya-sama, sorry to have kept you waiting." She placed 2 roughly carved totems on the mat. "Wonderful timing, Abel," Abel exclaimed. Their companions stared at the objects. "What is this?" asked Aguizel. "The red totem has magic to make sales flourish. The blue totem attracts buyers." Abel pointed toward Karl Kostal. Their clients were already tired of waiting. Transactions were going slowly. "I believe in our taste, and our price is half of theirs," he continued. A plan crystallized in his eyes. "If we manage to attract a few clients, we will turn everything for the better." Then he revealed his masterstroke. The idols had no magic in them. He found an enchantment circle in the book, but it didn't work. It was pure psychology, a normal object with a calling cat that fueled curiosity. "Isn't it exciting?" he asked, smiling so brightly that he was practically glowing. His companion looked at him as if he were crazy. And just as they were about to question his sanity, Abel's father appeared with a large group of men. "Hey, Abel, that test product you gave me, I distributed it to a bunch of others, and everyone gave it an incredible rating. Dummy enough so I can build a strong stockpile." Men behind his back nodded in unison and eagerly. They all said the same thing: "Sell me a little more." Abel's plan has just received the catalyst it needed. The gang swooped down on the kiosk. "It's impressive. You won't find anything like this anymore," one of them shouted. As if what I smoked before was just moldy leaves, and someone even claimed it was pleasant and cheap. The noise and first-class aroma immediately started to attract attention. Even the clients standing in line at Karl Cole could not help but stop and notice the sweet aroma rising from Abel's shop. When people, hearing the price of Karl Co., completely dropped their lines and rushed there. "Is it really normal to sell so cheaply? I bought 50 bundles." All of this was enough. The dam broke. The entire crowd from the Karl Coast convention rushed at them. "Sell me at least a little." I was the first and saw how his bench turned pale with horror as his client base disappeared in seconds. Small kiosk was immediately covered by a wave. Abel shouted through the noise, "Gizel, please continue carrying everything from the storage." The situation was still chaotic. It seemed like a complete fuss here. A friend named Philo appeared, stepped forward to help. "I can help with the lines." Nuswell's subordinate got scared. Nuswell's son whispered, "Let's lower the price. If we don't lower it, will cause trouble." But Nuswell's own family pride clenched him. "Fools," said the father, "I can't do that. Keep that price no matter what happens." In a desperate attempt, he rushed forward and cut into Abel's stall queue. Abel calmly cut him off. "Excuse me, can I join at the end of the queue?" He met Nuswell's crazy look with a balanced smile. A deafening rumble sounded behind Noswell, and who could it be? Before him stood a stately, solidly built man in a fur coat radiating authority. It was Norman Karlko, the head of the family. Noswell froze, twitched, and began stammering, "Dad." Norman ignored him. His cold eyes stared at Abel. "Who are you, and who the hell put you in charge of the warehouse?" Abel just threw a big thumb over his shoulder. "My name is Abel, sir, and Noswell is over there." Norman Karlko looked from his son to his empty desk, then to the stream of clients flowing to the guy on the simple mat. His eyes narrowed, a flicker of recognition flashed in them. Abel, are you that crazy kid with the idol from the Blake family? A brief moment of silence flashed, then Norman Carlco straightened his head and laughed out loud. But he laughed so wildly that he stumbled and fell to the ground. Nuswell turned to stone with shame. Dad, pull yourself together. He sharply turned to Abel, his face twisted with rage. You know how delicate my dad is. How do you plan to pay for what you've done? He lunged forward, killing with his gaze. I will kill you. Everyone back, Abel commanded, rising to meet the threat. And the market square fell silent as the two engaged in a duel. Garia watched from the side, not worried at all. Oh, wonderful, the head of the Karoko family alongside his son. He calmed the worried Gizlu, although he should have known how to restrain himself, so probably everything was fine. Abel's mind raced like mad. I can easily kill a huge bear with my magic, but it has to be justified self-defense, so I can't attack first. Around him, they began to gather in chorus and chant the magic gathering spell. That was the successful discovery he had been waiting for. Here is the light, he solemnly said, and his own magical tool, materializing in his hand, sprang into action. As soon as the magical circle Noswell appeared, Abel analyzed it in a fraction of a second. The formula was crude. It was impossible to rewrite because it was broken from the very foundation. Han confirmed his thoughts from afar. Norman was undoubtedly a skilled magician, but his son was a failure who did not fit in. The spell was just a bluff, a fake. Noswell used a magical tool that only multiplied power, but could not compensate for his own clumsiness. If you play like that, Abel cut instantly in response. Fire, shape, sphere, a huge ball of swirling flame flared before him. It mercilessly blocked Noswell's pathetic attempt. Before the opponent could even scream, Abel cast another spell. O Earth, give form. A colossal stone wall broke through the ground, intercepted the fireball, and reshaped itself on the fly. He loomed over them, taking the form of a huge stone golem. The golem swung a gigantic stone fist, and Noswell could only stand and stare, frozen in place by sheer terror. He let out a pitiful scream as the fist crashed down on him. Izel looked with wide-open eyes. This could hardly be called restraint. Abel calmly stood amid the ruins and mocked the enemy. What happened? Attack from anywhere. He saw through Noswell's pathetic attempt to catch him off guard and break his defense. That would not happen. Finally, Noswell broke down. Tears streamed down his face as he shouted, "Tell me, save me, Noswell-san." Only then did he realize the truth. The entire attack, that magical bravado, an empty threat. He was just bluffing. 10 days later, the consequences of that clash reshaped the village economy. Rumors that Abel sold the best and most affordable incense from incense leaf spread like wildfire. Carlico family's monopoly cracked, their prices collapsed, and the people they exploited finally broke free from their claws. Noswell approached Abel trembling and extended a basket of goods. Abel looked at him without any pity. Don't maim my poor heart no more than you already have, Noswell begged. So far they had been making money dishonestly without any work at all. Abel said coldly, I hope from now on they will be able to work hard and properly. The frightened Noswell fled convulsively. Abel ran through his victory in his mind. He had already handed over control of the new unbearably hostile fields of the village's old age so that the profits would be shared among everyone. As for himself, he had already secured a personal fortune from the first sales. Fortune was needed to finance his next big project. He immediately set to research. He examined his new development, a large, box-like transport. It seemed everything was already assembled. Emic Door could not withstand the load. Too much magical power was needed to work for long. It still lacked improvements, but for some time it worked fine. His ultimate goal was ambitious: to revolutionize the village's agriculture. Products were expensive because cultivation was inefficient. He would build a tractor. In a broad sense, it was also a totem, he thought, looking at his prototype. The truck totem was the first step towards this. Izel watched him work, and a smile spread across her face. After all, the weather was wonderful, and it was really fun to watch. Abel lay on the flatbed of the truck. Is that so? Then maybe it's time for you to go play with your girlfriend sometimes. She just shook her head. If I have Nisama, then I am satisfied. Thought flashed through Abel's mind. Giselle was already 14 now. Almost all the time she was next to him, and she only got along with people when it was truly unavoidable. He understood it can't be like this. If she remains in this state until adulthood, there will be a problem. He needs to talk to his father. That night he found Garia relaxed. Father, what is this? Garia asked. Is it because of your letter of incense? No, it's about Giselle, Abel replied. I just hope you won't become part of Carl Cow's second family. His father changed the subject. Oh, now that you are an adult, do you want to discuss this? Yes, Giselle will also be an adult in 2 years. When will the ceremony be? Abel was confused. Garia looked at him as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. Of course, the ceremony of your and Gizel's wedding. The words hit Abel as if physically stunned. What? He began to stammer. Wait, why Gizel and I, we are brother and sister, related by blood, aren't we? Abel's father explained the terrible truth. In the Marin family, it is customary for brothers and sisters to marry as soon as the brother becomes an adult, and if they differ by less than 5 years, you have to know this. The world shattered as if torn in half. What the hell? The words struck Abel like lightning. His thoughts raced from the sheer absurdity of this statement. His brother stood before him, and his face revealed nothing. You don't want to? He asked a simple question, and it carried the weight of an entire culture. Abel was only now beginning to realize this. Abel's mind raced wildly, trying to digest the terrible revelation. He had always understood marriage as a political and social contract, as a sacred bond that unites two different families, forging alliances and the future. This was something completely different. What are you saying? Abel faltered with a tremble, his composure shattered, and his brother replied with such calmness that it sent chills down the spine. Even I married my younger sister. The confession hit like a physical blow. His brother explained, this is fundamental custom among the Marins, a tradition woven into magical theory. The stronger the bond between parents, the stronger the magical power of the offspring. He saw deep despair on Abel's face and misunderstood everything. Did you really hate him that much? Then I thought you always clung to Gizel. Abel tried to object, but his brother brushed off his feelings, saying it was nothing more than an older brother's concern. He patted him on the head condescendingly and curtly said, you are now an adult of the Marin family, use this and become one. Next morning, Abel woke up in a cold sweat. The terrible truth about his situation fell on him like a collapsing ceiling. He knew this village and his annoying father, they would undoubtedly start preparing a wedding for us. He had to prevent this at all costs. His first thought was about Gizel. He was so absorbed in magical experiments, rediscovering the science of his old world, that he neglected to study the basic customs of this one. If he, a reincarnator with adult consciousness, did not fully know, then Gizel almost certainly was also unaware. Abel recalled how another boy, Nuzvel, persistently tried to get close to Gizel and was completely ignored every time. And now Abel realized most likely Nuzvel did this to spite me. Nuzvel knew the customs, knew the prize. In his skillful strategic mind, a plan began to form. Brothers and sisters must never marry, he stated firmly. The solution was simple. He and Gizel would show a united front. No matter how much Gizel was attached to me, I am sure she would not like this. Together they would confront their father and force him to abandon this crazy idea. As soon as he finished his strategy, a gentle voice called, "Good morning, Nisama." Gizel froze in place. Before him, a vision of grace. Abel's carefully constructed plan stuck in his throat. She gently reproached him for late nights. You didn't sleep all night again. No matter how well the potions work, I forbid you to exhaust yourself with work. Grasping at fragile balance, Abel decided to change the subject. He showed off his latest work, a magically powered cart. I finished just a minute ago, he said, hoping to distract her. Gizel's eyes sparkled with delight. Wow. So you solved the problem. Then, when everything is ready, please let me be the first to write about it. He explained his improvement. He replaced the original magical ore from Emik with Letta so that it would last longer. Before she could celebrate again, he raised his hand. Stop, wait first. He needed to finish this as soon as possible. He and Halid gathered his strength. I need to talk to you, Gizel. You will probably be surprised. He laid out the facts and explained the talks about their quick wedding. Gizel's eyes widened in shock, but in a moment her face turned into pure, perfect happiness. Abel suddenly felt his mind go blank. Gizel beamed. Your coming-of-age ceremony just happened, so I decided that such speed was still far off and that you yourself would initiate it. Her eyes sparkled with tears of joy. I am so touched, she exclaimed. 10 years ago, my mother told me everything. Since then, I have dreamed of this moment to become Nisami's wife. Memory confirmed his worst fears. Their mother had trained Gizel for this fate since childhood. Near Abel, the world seemed to dissolve into static noise. His plan was not just unsuccessful, it was terribly wrong. Gizel, completely unaware of her inner storm, continued. I understand Asama is insanely drawn to magic, so I knew her passion would become even stronger for the sake of your future family. Intended to wait for you all this time. She looked at him with such admiration and hope that Abel felt the weight of a promise he did not know and that had lasted for a decade. Panic flared. He needed an escape along a pre-planned route. The book storeroom, it still needs a little adjustment and I still have to go to the chiefs. But he began to retreat, uttering some nonsense. We will also talk about matters related to incense leaves. Next time, definitely next time. He ran away, leaving behind a somewhat puzzled but still radiant Gizel. When he disappeared, she spoke to the empty air. Her voice sounded with calm determination. As I said, let's hold the wedding ceremony in 3 days. She clenched her hands, excitement flared within her. In 3 days and very soon. Nearby, another woman noticed that Abel seemed to show no interest in this at all. But his brother just shrugged. That's enough. He still easily goes with the general flow. As soon as the ceremony ends, he will settle. After that, the village elder quickly found Abel, hoping to talk with him about the fields with fragrant leaves. But each time Abel's thoughts rose in a whirlwind, tearing each other apart so he could only brush it off. Can this be postponed for a moment? He retreated to the book storage, leaning against the shelf and helplessly sliding to the ground, completely broken. This was the essence of his problem. Memories of a past life in a world with different values and ethics made him an anomaly. In this world, they believed, the souls of the dead reincarnate into spirits, a soothing cycle of existence. But he was living proof that this belief was false. He was a soul from another universe completely. For years, he avoided confrontation with these cultural dissonances, choosing the quiet life of a researcher. But procrastination threw him into an impossible situation. What troubled him most was not life itself. It was for Giselle. She had raised her whole life in the thought that this was her destiny. She was a polar introvert, a magical nerd, confined at home. If this marriage went further, she most likely would never be able to form truly meaningful relationships with anyone else. In the long run, it would be a terrible, painful isolation. The weight of her future pressed on him. Suddenly, a heavy scroll fell from the top shelf and hit him on the head with a dull thud. Unrolling the scroll, he sharply opened his eyes. It was a map of the lands beyond the village. At that moment, a new desperate attempt crystallized in his mind. His eyes, clouded with despair, now flashed with cold determination. That's right, I will leave the village. The logic was flawless. If he disappeared, his parents would have to break the marriage. His ailment in his absence would have no choice. It would have to interact with others. To find his own path, he began gathering the necessary books and totems and would escape tonight. The chief spotted him from the balcony. Return this to him. Abel, nervous but determined, quickly agreed and moved on. His escape was almost ruined when he ran into Philo. Abel, congratulations on your marriage. News was already spreading. Where did you hear that? A low sting. I saw Tichi's father walking around spreading the news to everyone. Of course, his father was tying him in a cage, driving him with social pressure like rods. He had to leave now. Body, you have covered me so many times. Thank you for that, he shouted and dashed away at full speed. Bilal watched him leave, completely puzzled. You don't need to say it as if this is our last farewell moment. He got home and launched the first phase of his plan into action. I was going to do some research, so please don't enter my room, he said to his brother, covering it with a scent of fragrances. His brother sighed, brushing him off like a petty punk, but allowed him to act on his own. From the shadows, Gizel watched him closely as he left, and her determination did not waver. If he was going to shut himself off, I will just go on preparing for the ceremony. In his room, Abel barricaded the door, blocking it with heavy stacks of books. The connection came through. It was Gizel. She offered to bring him something to eat. Well, all right, I already ate at the chief's house. He lied. His heart was pounding. Her voice trembled with concern. Please, don't faint from exhaustion halfway through the way. He forced himself to speak calmly. All right, sorry to bother you. When her footsteps faded, he pressed against the door and let out a trembling sigh. Under the dim candlelight, he wrote on a scrap of paper a simple note, the last message to sever ties. I will leave as soon as I hear that Gizel got married, or until I marry myself. Only then, goodbye. Having finished preparations, he activated his faithful totems filled with supplies. He quietly slipped out of the fortified room and walked through the dark, silent house. Standing outside, he looked at his home one last time. A strange nostalgia covered him. Once I ran away from home just like this, and I think this will be the last time. He reached the fence where he had hidden his new invention. The quiet command, start the launch totem truck, hummed and came to life. As the cart rolled into the darkness, he was suddenly pierced by guilt. Gizel. He knew the law. People of the Marin clan were forbidden to leave the village without the chief's permission. Punishment was unconditional. Those who break the rules have no right to return. It was exile. A single tear traced a path down his cheek as he imagined a future where he could only watch it from afar. After traveling all night, he opened his eyes and yawned as the sun began to rise. Glancing at the map, he charted his course. His goal, Lamarn, a bustling trading city, the perfect place to disappear, a hub of rumors and exotic magical instruments not found in his secluded village, Big City. The thought of new knowledge, new magic, and new life filled him with a wave of genuine excitement. Suddenly the carriage jerked and he hit a sudden stop, throwing him forward. Ouch. Returning to the village, he heard the roar of his father's anger. It rolled through their house, so Abel. He stood in the boy's empty room, the thrown letters as evidence of his son's betrayal, and thought that he would just run away. His brother suggested that it might just be a test of the new totem. Isel Kalman cautiously but firmly opposed the idea of raising an alarm. "I think everything will be fine," she said, and calm confidence sounded in her voice. Her hand clenched, and the letter she held crumbled from the force. A cold, calm smile touched her lips, and her eyes flashed with a creepy glow. "I believe in Nisamu." Miles away, Abel stared in shock at the cause of his sudden breaking. He was politely allowed to ride in the luggage compartment, a small fee for guaranteed rescue. The carriage rumbles along the road, taking him away from the village he so desperately wanted to leave. The people he just met come to mind, those eyes and hair recognizable features. The young man James explains his situation. "What are you doing all the way out here so far? We couldn't understand each other, so I ran away from home." Abel notices details that reveal you as part of the Marin clan. Girl Maya intervenes, and then just like me. Surprise from Abel Fane. "Really? I thought you were a traveling couple." Maya explains, James arrived in her village to trade and eventually took her with him. James clarifies, "You met only a week ago just like me." Abel murmurs, "They say they allowed it. Your reasoning is also due to customs you cannot get used to." James reveals the truth about his companion. Maya is from the Doom clan, and it seems that the fact that there is no magical crystal on her forehead is a problem. Maya touches her head and explains what makes her people unique: 2 horns and a crystal embedded in the forehead. Her crystal disappeared. Her mother fell during pregnancy. She says that the crystal can be removed like a splinter that peels off with a scab, but once you take it away, it will never grow back again. Contempt came not only from strangers, even her own mother, ashamed of having given birth to her, met her with indifference. Maya pulls out a jangling pouch of coins. Maya went and brought it with her, her mother's secret savings. James is shocked, but Abel understands immediately. They were not stolen, they were taken as compensation for a lifetime of abuse. Maya proclaims with confident optimism, from now on she will joyfully go towards the wide, wide world together with James San. While they travel, Abel notices something in the forest ahead. Through the air tears a guttural growl, and from the trees emerge 3 monstrous crystal-spined wolves. Garm, a variant of hounds, makes Mia shudder in frenzy and scream in horror. Abel recalled a passage from a book about magical creatures. It is a type of beast that appears due to the convergence of magical power. They arise suddenly, becoming a natural disaster that is almost impossible to predict. The leading Garm lets out a terrifying growl while Maes yells at his driver. "James San, increase speed, please." Abel knows near his village the most dangerous beast one can encounter is a bear. These were D-rank or higher dangers. James shouts, "Enough, we need to run away from them. Throw all the luggage off the cart. If we're lucky, it will catch their interest." But the monsters are already creeping closer. James returns to Abel, despair in his eyes. "Yes, Abel-san, you are from the Marin clan, right? Can you do magic?" Abel replies calmly and confidently, "To a small extent. Enough to scare Themen, that will be enough. Put as many as possible. They will become a problem for other travelers if we do not exterminate or capture them." "No." Abel raises his wand. His face reveals nothing. "All right, hurry," James urges, casting a simple spell. Earth takes shape and form. Abel unleashes his power. The earth itself shudders. A colossal fist of soil, tens of feet high, strikes the line of shells flying forward and tears them apart in an instant into dust. Shockwave from his hit rolls through the air in waves. James and Maya freeze in shocked silence, staring at the golem that Abel created. Turning back to Theme amid the ruins after his show of force, Abel asks, "Do you think this is enough?" James can only quietly whisper one word: crazy. That same evening, the group sets up camp by the river, and the golem silently stands nearby as a guard. Abel's spell not only protected them but also provided fresh fish for dinner. Next day, their journey continues, the mood noticeably lighter. When they crest the hill, James points forward. Now he is visible. "Oh, this is Lamarn." Near the carriage, they approach the gates of the sprawling walled city. Suddenly, James declares that they need to part ways right here. This shocks Maya. Abel calmly lays out the logic step by step. "Well, what can you do, right? I also doubt that any of us can be useful to the affairs of some clown." James thanks Abel for the help and admits, without him he would have been in serious trouble. Maya, still embarrassed, suddenly pushes her coin pouch to James and declares that she will buy all his wheat so that he has nothing left to do. His impulsive outburst leaves James completely speechless. Maya sharply turns to Abel and grabs his hand. Abel won't leave Maya, right? Her eyes flash with academic curiosity. "Wait, you haven't yet taught me advanced methods of carving on totems." Maya really wants to hear more about magical things. Abel simply agrees it would be more useful with someone else, but he doesn't know anyone here. She leans closer and whispers conspiratorially, raising her savings. So, you have to keep it, turn it on. If there is something you need, Maya will buy it. The city was a whole world away from the silence of the village he left behind, a sprawling metropolis full of life and noise. As they made their way through the bustling streets, Maya's eyes widened as soon as she saw the merchant's kiosk piled high with bright red apples. Abel's gaze was fixed on a more specific target, a pretty establishment called Chimera's Tale, a shop trading magical and alchemical instruments. His gaze immediately slid past shelves of enchanted trinkets and rare reagents, stopping at a large, unremarkable block of wood in the corner. The saleswoman, a woman with a distinct witch's aura, noticed his keen interest. "Wow, a customer with a discerning eye," she said. "I've had this there for a long time, but you're the first to be interested in it before anything else." "What is this?" Abel looked at the tree trunk. He was already trembling from the immense power hidden within it. The witch smiled. "This is not a trunk, it's a branch." She told the origin, a legendary tree in the heart of a forest full of such powerful magic that many fierce monsters grew from it. Once, a famous company of 4 heroes ventured into that forest to summon the monsters. Only one returned. This lone survivor, having lost all legendary equipment, still escaped with just this one branch, which he later sold for an astonishing sum. Abel felt a whole stream of magical energy breaking from the barrier that tightly held it so wide that it literally overflowed. Variants flickered in his mind, one after another. With this, he could create a totem of incredible power. "So these are the magical instruments you have in your homeland?" the witch asked with interest. "In that case," she said, pulling out a small sealed vial. "Like this, for example, unicorn's blood." She explained that it was a byproduct of monster panic, a catastrophic event when swarms of unicorns appeared. Their origin is a complete mystery. The gears in Abel's head spun at lightning speed. The branch and the blood combined would provide the perfect environment for his craft, so he could create a masterpiece without any flaws. The tavern keeper named the price. 2,100,000 gold. The number was a shock. In Lamarn, the valuable cents left by Abel from his homeland were considered worthless here. He was, essentially, completely penniless. Just as the weight of his financial situation began to press down, a heavy pouch thudded onto the counter. Maya looked determined and offered to pay the entire amount. "With such a quantity, you will have to change everything to leave some mercy," she announced. "And how about exchanging all this here?" Abel froze in stupor, trying to refuse her this incredible generosity, but Maya was unyielding. The witch felt that this was a truly grand sale and immediately closed the deal. "All right, for you I'll do it for 2,050,000. Maya rationalized the purchase. An opportunity to acquire a piece of the world tree appeared instantly, once in a lifetime. She was already celebrating, dreaming of the favorable conditions that the rest of the money would give them. Returning to his room, Abel sat before the branch of the world tree and was already calculating the next move. The witch's farewell words echoed in his thoughts. She bet that he was capable of exponentially increasing the value of the branch and promised to buy back the finished product for twice or even thrice the price. It was more than a purchase, it was a contract. With this single act, he would create the largest totem in the world, repay Maya's trust, and secure his future. He had a debt that needed to be repaid. After a night of focused, intense work, everything was completed. Abel lifted the finished totem creation, a masterpiece of the craft of curses, pulsating with raw power. With it, he could achieve almost anything. But the monumental work took its toll. He collapsed from exhaustion. To stay conscious, he needed a potion. Maya rushed to him when he lost consciousness and sobbed, calling out his name. His consciousness drifted away, and suddenly he found himself not in the roadside yard but within the familiar walls of his old storeroom, surrounded by his previous creations. Memories of the escape washed over him like a wave, a broken-down truck on the road to Lamarn, and suddenly a sharp jerk, as if he was squeezed and held back. He woke up in bed, seeing Gizel. She apologized for restraining him and said it was done so he wouldn't do anything reckless again. "Please don't behave so dangerously anymore," she said, and her smile was calm. With growing horror, he realized she misunderstood his escape, taking it for one of his more explosive experiments. But that couldn't be right. She offered him a bowl of stew, explaining that it was a tradition of the Marin clan. He remembered the letter he left behind and the chilling fact: Gizel was the only other person capable of stopping his truck. The terrible truth clicked into place. It was a trap. To eat meant to surrender his freedom forever. In the haze of his feverish dream, he apologized for leaving without saying a word. He tried to explain to her so she would understand. His way of thinking was fundamentally different from theirs. To his shock, he saw that she seemed to accept his words. "I understand, Nia-sama." He pushed the food aside but made him drink some water. He seemed to understand, so he obeyed. His sweet smile returned, and Asama herself was in complete stupor from everything happening now, right? And then the final betrayal, a flash of steel and a sharp, burning pain when she plunged the knife into his chest. He choked on agony, and she calmly whispered a sealing spell healed the wound and locked the trouble inside. He screamed not from pain, but from the dreadful realization that followed. His tongue goes numb, the water was poisoned. "It's okay, Nisama," she whispered, a voice without any reproach. "Even if you can no longer walk, I will always be near to take care of you." When the paralysis crawled up his leg, he desperately tried to summon magic to resist this terrible fate, and a familiar voice called his name. Abel's eyes snapped open. He was again in the inn courtyard, and Maya looked down at him with concern. But the whole room, walls, floor, and ceiling were entirely covered with an extensive, unimaginably complex magical circle. Pulsed with a threatening light. He was still lying in bed, soaked with cold sweat. And he stared at those glowing runes. "I did this." The scale of his own power was terrible. This subconscious creature was a doomsday weapon, a curse theoretically capable of destroying anything. "My own talent frightens me," he muttered in horror. "What dream did you have?" Maya asked, and he spoke the truth before he could stop himself. "I had a truly terrible dream. It seems I created it unconsciously and almost wiped out this entire region." He quickly backed off, insisting that he did not remember the details. Maya, sighing with relief, simply said that his fever had finally gone down. He overslept for a day and a half. He thanked her for taking care of him, and she lit up. Abel glanced at the totem. His thoughts were already focused on a new plan. Its sale would bring them a whole fortune. But at the very thought, Maya blushed. "You don't want to sell it, do you?" Abel asked. She admitted no and reminded him it is a gift. He reconsidered, but the expenses still had to be covered. Maya suggested another option: Adventurer Support Center. It was an organization where you could exchange killed magical beasts for currency, and with Abel's power, it would fit perfectly. He agreed that it was a sound strategy. Turning back to Marin Village, the consequences of Abel's departure were already unfolding here. The search party sent by the chief found his abandoned truck. Seeing the engraving, they realized it was his and ended the search. Sure that he just ran away, Giselle locked herself in her room and sank into deep despair. Her family watched with concern, whispering about her depressed mood. She froze by the window as if consumed by one question: why didn't he return? In a fit of despair, she struck the table with her fist. That night, a strange, shadowy object floated to her window and brought a message: "I found a way. So that you get that guy." In the shadow, a figure with a remarkably familiar silhouette offered her a way to return what she had lost. At the Traveler's Support Center, amid the hustle, Abel shifts his gaze to his partner Maya. He asks in a steady voice, "Can you use magic or something like that?" Maya hesitates for a moment. If it's about fighting magical beasts." Abel notices her discomfort as she looks away. It seems any talk about her clan is a painful topic. He guesses correctly. She had previously tried to use her abilities around them but faced judgment. Not wanting to escalate, he shifts attention further. "Next in line, please." At the counter, Abel addresses the receptionist politely and clearly. "Thank you. We came from the village. Please explain where to start. What does this organization do?" He already understands the basics. But for a true master, no detail is superfluous. No information is trivial. He will start from the very beginning. The process goes quickly, and soon he holds a freshly engraved card with an adventure or ID. The name on the registration is not his own, but the pseudonym M. Mountain. Maya looks at him confused. "Why did you register under that name?" Abel just shrugs indifferently. "It was an impulse. Seems like there won't be any problems." Orientation continues, outlining the main principles of the Adventurer Support Center: magic beast extermination, general support for adventurers, and the search for new talents. The traveler's value is measured by a simple ranking, a merit pyramid from F to A. You can only rise higher through incredible deeds, and for that, special privileges, up to privileges from the royal person themselves. Abel looks down at the lowest rank, F. He is not inclined to climb this ladder. Reputation and responsibility have chained him, and this is a cage he did not intend to enter. Maya stares at the name on the card, her eyes widen with recognition. "Benefactor, the name of my benefactor is Mr. Mountain." Her voice trembles with excitement and reverence as she tells that story. "He saved me when magical beasts swarmed at me earlier. If everything had gone as it was, I would have died. In a moment, he turned all the magical beasts around me to ashes, and then fully healed me when I was already on the brink of death." Abel's face does not flinch, but a memory from the past world flashes through his mind. He is sitting at a computer, and his character Emp Mountain effortlessly clears a crowd of monsters around another player. He was then talking about an online game, but Maya, unaware of this truth, sees only a legend. Woo, everyone in the Marin clan is so strong, she exclaims, clutching the card like a holy relic. Her joy quickly interrupts the conversation. Now we have already finished registration, so maybe we can make plans after this. Before they could make a decision, a loud voice cuts through the hall. Huh, I thought so long before this. Maine, you and I disagree. The calm traveler with blonde hair sharply turns around, apologizes. No, I also went too far. Forgive me. And his party members are determined. I just apologized, let's make peace, he pleads. But the woman named Tio declares, if Tio goes, then I will go too. The argument suddenly shifts in another direction. Two former party members, Lisa and Tio, confess their feelings to each other and decide to set out together. Maya watches this dramatic scene unfold and cannot look away. Ebel glanced at her. This is where you need to pay attention. He quietly exhales to himself. Don't look like that, Maya. Better not get involved. The abandoned party leader Maizen now notices them. You there, he croaks and quickly approaches. Earlier, you two were thinking about where to go hunting, so you are mages? Damn it, I really need magical companions. I am the party leader, why don't you join my party? Abel answers simply with one word, we are good. I was stopped by mines and I slightly leaned back as if an accomplice, and I still have a very valuable hunting spot. Stay close, I'll even pay for the travel. That offer, though dubious, was still too intriguing. Very soon they find themselves in a covered cart and rush through the dense forest. Finally, Abel bursts out with a question, where is your extremely valuable hunting spot? Maizen explains, the ruins of Zesham. Hunting in the forest becomes more effective. Lately, it seems that a whole series of barriers have been removed. An investigation started in those ruins, but he was detained after the barriers opened. Magical beasts entered there. He continues the history lesson as the ancient structure becomes visible, and here we skillfully immerse ourselves in the ruins and claim its treasures. The ruins were once a fortress of the Norks clan, a people without any defining magical traits, who were expelled from the sky country of Alfheim by elves a century ago. Abel, having taken a map from historical documents, immediately gets to the point. The treasure is the legendary secret gold of the elves. The arrow of God, right? But it is much more likely that there should be. The girl raises her head and nods energetically. Add this to a light step in the realm of magical beasts in the ruins that will go hunting. 2 birds with 1 stone, and those magical stones that hold the barriers protecting the ruins must have considerable value, right? Great, Maya, it seems that listening to the plan, you consider it flawless, so there is nothing to worry about. Maizen puffs out his chest and displays false confidence. I am almost an E-rank adventurer and the leader of this squad. Isn't that beautiful? He is spending money now. Abel sits opposite and watches with complete indifference. They arrive only to see the path is blocked for them. He lied and looked, and even with distrust, although the ruins were right before his eyes. Late that evening, by the campfire, he growls, damn investigative team. Just because some lord twisted your back doesn't give you the right to be so arrogant. The guard stood firm, strangers are not allowed here, get out of here. But Abel saw the truth about the situation with perfect clarity. It must be that the information hasn't reached the support center yet. A lord who has the power to keep a secret stash to himself will never hand it over to another. However, we went this far, so let's wait until the sun rises. If the ruins are visible from afar, everyone will probably feel calm. They are sinking and splashing. Do you intend to give up? I think that's impossible. Everything there is guarded so securely. But his determination returns instantly. Adventures and trouble go hand in hand. If we wait with fierce patience, they will open the passage themselves for. A piercing, shrill scream cuts him off mid-word. Is that a magical creature? Mi asks fearfully. Maizen instantly jumps to his feet. Perfect moment. He draws his sword with a spectacular swinging gesture. I was already starting to feel pressured by being forced to sit and wait. I'll show what the sword skills of an almost E-rank adventurer can do. Draw however you want. Ebel warns him, oh, calm down, there's no point in revealing our position. But it's already too late. Suddenly, a huge creature bursts out from under the bushes, white, covered in fur. He gasped in fear. Maizen rushed forward, meeting the creature's claws with his blade. He parries the strike and lands his own sharp lunge, laughing, haha, well, that's elementary. The struck animal staggers back and lets out a deafening, piercing scream. It was not a cry of pain, a signal. From the shadows emerge 3 more identical beasts. Their eyes burn in the firelight. Brover Maizen melts away. Damn. Petrified with fear, he drops his sword. An instinct takes the helm while I distract them. You run. He shouts, turns, and flees, saving his own life. As the beasts approach the frightened traveler, Abel calmly steps forward and raises his wand. Yes, good that you are so motivated, but… Quietly, almost indifferently, he utters a spell. Oh fire, burn to ashes. From his place bursts a wave of flame. It covers the monsters rushing forward, and… The shockwave knocks the mice off their feet and throws them to the ground, tumbling as they fall. He sharply rises to his feet, not averting his gaze and looking at what he sees with complete incredulity. The fire disappears as quickly as it appeared, leaving behind only smoldering, decapitated bodies of magical beasts. Abel lowers his wand, his face unchanged. Mizan trembles and kneels before him. Thanks. Humiliated and stunned, he makes a desperate offer. Well. Position Lilith Bleeder, the first time, and Abel did not even cast a single glance his way. But no, if you like it so much, keep it. Three stand in the silence of the now safe glade. But they were not alone in the deep forest shadows. Someone was watching them. An elf with a stern face is closely observing them. As soon as his gaze stops on the young mage, his eyes narrow, snow-white hair and red eyes. Nearby strange magical circles. Moment by moment he recognizes the signs. A conclusion forms in his mind with chilling certainty. That boy is definitely Marin. The stern elf fixed his gaze on the young mage before him, and his eyes were sharp, attentive, like an investigator. The boy's companions froze in amazement. One of them whispered, "Elf they." However, the elf's gaze was not fixed on the boy's face, but on the simple wooden staff in his hand. This staff is made to enhance control over magic and attract spirits. The elf's voice trembled with disbelief. How is this possible? What he says goes beyond ordinary theory. Where does he get such confidence? Cyrus himself was stunned. This stranger discerned the hidden properties of the staff at a glance. I am using it exactly as an experiment, replied Cyrus. His voice was steady, showing no fear at all. I had no need to add the effect of magical amplification. The elf's face sharpened slightly. Oh, you are quite confident. Just then, a group of armed men burst out of the trees like a whirlwind, and relief washed over their faces as soon as they saw the elf. Abel hates Sam, we humbly ask. Return with us. The elf turned to them. His authority was obvious. I am able to hide because I am of the elf race. To investigate the history of my people, I am exploring these ruins. After that, he again turned his attention to Kira's party. If you help me with my research, if you bring results, I will allow you to accompany me. I will make sure to negotiate a reward with the Lord. The guards murmured among themselves, and one of them looked at Cairo with new respect. Abel hides Sama. This mage seems to be more useful than that Wagner. The next day, the party stopped in front of an ancient building. Abelhide looked at Cyrus, a direct question in her eyes. The one who broke the barrier, was it you, right? He did not wait for an answer. That's correct. After many long years of investigations, I finally managed to remove the external barrier. That's why I turned to cooperate with the regional lord. Cyrus processed this new information instantly, so Abelhide worked independently, involving the local lord only when encountering an obstacle he could not overcome alone. A calculated political move. These ruins, Abelhide continued, are made from strange ore. I believe it is a product of alchemy, not something that fell from the sky or grew on the land of this country. Cyrus's mind darted with thoughts. Is this orb a clue on how to spread light on the seals here? Abelhide's gaze narrowed, sharp as a blade. I have no intention of playing to any of your independent interests. Cyrus felt a chill. The elf saw through his attempts to extract more information. Don't forget who hired you. Not at all. I had no such intentions. Cyrus replied quickly. Abelhide only muttered and said, your guard is vigilant, boy. One of the other travelers whispered to Kairos, this is the first time I've seen Abelhide Sama make such a face. He's quite grim. He won't even give us a minute. Cyrus could think of only one thing. My God. In the ruins, the confident mage in luxurious robes sharply complained. I can't grasp the ideas of the great elf Sama. He just wanders back and forth, not even touching the magical formulas. Now he brought some snotty kid from who knows where, and he himself is forced to keep up with him. It's already exhausting me. The man puffed out his chest. To dissolve such a seal, you have to check many times and persistently, step by step, building progress. He glanced at the group with a condescending sneer. There's no reason to check the magical formulas on the walls, right? A large magical formula is needed, which lies somewhere as a foundation. Cyrus replied firmly, cutting off the man's lecture. Because of this, analysis will not help solve any obstacles. The plump mage groaned and was overcome by a cough. His cheeks and face instantly flushed red. How can you just make this up and assume it? From what I have already managed to see, the barrier seals are the same as in the Pig clan's barrier. Cyrus did not lose his academic tone, only the surface looks different. Abel hid and nodded in approval. Well, good job you noticed. Another mage could not utter a word. He could only clench his fist in silent rage and think that this upstart was simply a worthless mage who could not catch up. It seems I did the right thing bringing you here, Abelhade said to Cyrus with a slight smile. Cyrus felt the man's angry gaze burning his back. Soon they found themselves in a luxurious hall dominated by a huge stone monumental bust. I think the purpose of this stone statue is to amplify the core of the seal, said Cyrus. Abelhade nodded. Then this is the heart of the magical formula. Cyrus approached the radiant barrier blocking the way further and ran his hand over its intricate patterns. This is a multi-layered barrier, a puzzle made of several barriers, stacked into partially overlapping objects of different natures. The guard asked, is it 4-layered? They say 2-layered almost never occurs. Cyrus shook his head. No, it's a fake. For one of them, I can't find how it interacts with the others. Abelhide exhaled in amazement and pulled out a tablet. Here are my notes from all the investigations. Cyrus's eyes sharply widened when he saw the complex, abbreviated formulas. Now a high-level conversation of pure magical theory was unfolding between them. The others could only watch completely bewildered. A frontal attack to remove this seems excessive. Kairos pondered, his hand hovering over the flickering energy glow. This is very troublesome. It's better not to destroy it with magic, right? Abelhade asked wryly. What a banal joke. Magic that could directly break this statue would require a colossal amount of magical power. But Kairos nodded, closing his eyes and thinking. It should be obvious if you mindlessly destroy these ruins, the reward will decrease. I intend to keep these ruins completely intact. He looked up at the majestic coat of arms, and this intricate coat of arms, I wonder what's behind it. There must be some incredible treasury. Suddenly behind them there was a rumble, like grinding stones. The large stone doors they had just entered through were opening, and a pack of monsters appeared, snarling hobgoblins. A whole army of them burst into the chamber, crude weapons raised high. What's up with these guys? One of the guards shouted. Probably they hid in the forest and waited for the right moment to attack us. The portly mage began to panic. Damn it, we need to clear a path. Use this opening to look around. He pointed at the guards. But you're telling me to run away alone? One of them growled back with disgust. The timid mage then sharply turned to Cyrus. Oh, and who will be my escort then? How did this old man manage to become the Lord's mage? But between them and the crowd a figure calmly stepped forward. It was Abelhade. Move, he ordered, and a magical circle already flared around his hand. I will make you regret coming to this place. A blazing burst of energy shot forward, slicing the goblin in half. Take my example, Abelhade growled at the guards. If we cut their number in half, they will run. His strength was colossal, his leadership unquestionable. In the whirl of chaos, Cyrus watched the battle with cold calculation. He suddenly shouted to the travelers, excuse me, could you catch 3 goblins for me, alive? Abelhade glanced over his shoulder, surprised. Only 3, a spark of genius flashed in Cyrus's eyes. I might be able to use them to dissolve the seal. The elf instantly understood the plan was so daring, so brilliant, that only he could make it work. Nothing complicated, he declared, and on his fingers another powerful magic was already forming. After 20 minutes, the battle ended. Guards were breathing hoarsely from exhaustion, surrounded by those who had fallen. Before Kier lay 3 hobgoblins bound and unconscious. I immobilized them with a spell, he explained to the worried Maya. They won't move for about 92 days. Then he laid out his stunning hypothesis. To break this seal, magical power of a specific magical beast is needed. First, one must accurately determine which one, and that will take time, especially if the seal is already 2,000 years old. It is even possible that this beast no longer exists. He paused for effect. Though he declared, I thought I could transform their magical power as a substitute. He began explaining the principles of biomagic. By the mage's power, he rewrote the biology of the creature, turning the goblin's own organs that produce magic into a source of power that generates the exact magical frequency needed by the griffin statue. Abelhide was caught completely stunned. I realized, I had come to the thought that the magic of a magical creature is needed, but I did not suppose that it could be your idea. This is my idea, all thanks to your notes, Abelhide-san, said Cyrus humbly, but added, it is not a fact that this will work. First, we need to change the organic structure of the hobgoblin. For this, we need to get several magic stones. I have a part of the highest quality, declared Abelhade, and gave a sign to the guards to move forward. The man handed over a heavy bag and Kier brought it in a breath. Inside lay magic stones of king grade level. Half of this was given by the Lord, however, Abelhade clarified. Kairos held a huge stone that shone brightly, and a wildly passionate, almost insane smile spread across his face. And from all this, it seems to me that we can no longer be stopped. Maya looked anxiously. You are not doing anything like that, right? If you can't handle the bloody one, better look away. The ritual began. The goblin women started convulsing and began to mutate, their bodies twisted into unnatural shapes. The process was extremely disturbing. The guards froze in horror. Poor goblins, mages are dangerous. This is a demon, someone whispered, turning pale, and before they just cut them down. Finally, the monstrous transformation subsided. This is enough, announced Cyrus, and his voice echoed in the silence of the corridor. He turned to Abelhade. The rest is on you. The elf nodded. Indeed, Kirisus stretched out his hand forward, and a new powerful magical circle appeared. Assimilate. The circle enveloped the three transformed goblins, connecting their new magical signatures with the ancient statue. It worked. The creatures began to tremble wildly as energy was drawn from them and a strange mist swirled around them. Looks great, it's reacting, Cyrus exclaimed. He began shouting encouragement to the goblins, calling them by new names he had given them. You can do it, don't die on me. With a final deafening groan, the massive stone doors in front of the statue slid open and the barrier vanished. Guards burst into applause. We did it. This is a historic moment. Finally, we can delve deeper. But it seemed that a tremor was felt. A tiny pebble rolled across the floor. Something rattled, shook. Abelheight's gaze sharply darted to the griffin statue. Now it was covered with cracks. The statue shattered completely in an explosion of dark energy, and from the dust rose the shadow of a monster. An ancient voice soaked with evil poison echoed through the chamber. Cursed elves. The creature fully broke free. Its power is suffocating. You did well to seal a king like me for 2,000 years. It spread its claws, its eyes flared with predatory hunger. Each of you will become a victim for me. The ancient king lunged forward. The great griffin, a creature of myth and legend, spoke with the voice of a fallen monarch. You did well to seal a king like me for 2,000 years. Its form was twisted, a grotesque mockery of former nobility. Its eyes burned with ancient hatred. Each of you, every single one, will become my victim. Abel's eyes widened sharply, not from fear, but from tactical reassessment. The power raging from this monster was beyond any mere beast. While his companion lamented the lost chance to tame the goblins, Alakhet, the unshakable elf, identified the true threat. With the calm of an experienced commander, Alhaid gave the order, everyone use our forces and surround it. He raised his hand and uttered a simple binding spell, O light, bind. Chains of pure energy wrapped around the griffin's leg, but the creature shattered them with a single contemptuous stomp. Shockwave scattered the other travelers in all directions. Alhaid's gaze fell on Abel. Abel, attack its wings, he commanded. The boy's jaw clenched, fury flared. How dare you give me orders after what you did to the Gabu brothers? But understanding that the Guardian was the main threat, he began the spell. A complex magical circle flared and spun with living radiance around his hand. O wind, surrender the blade. Griffin fixed its ancient intelligent eyes on him. Abel froze. The creature spoke in spirits, in spirit-nese, the language of the spirits themselves. The Guardian mocked him. You think using wind magic against me will have any effect? Terrible realization overwhelmed Abel. He had still broken the spell. He knew only chosen magical beasts and high-class demons could understand spirit-nese. For a creature to gain this ability, it had to undergo deep influence from the spirits, a process that granted it colossal resistance to the corresponding magical element. Griffins were organically connected to the wind spirits, so they were almost completely protected from attacks based on wind. Abel watched as his carefully forged wind blades scattered and powerless extinguished against the creature's feathers. Griffin let out a triumphant cry. But the victory was cut short halfway. A giant spike burst from the ground, piercing the beast from below. Abel froze in place, stunned by the sudden turn of events. It was Alhaid who seized the initiative. Now he roared. Encouraged, the travelers recovered, and with fierce courage rushed at the wounded Guardian. Watching the swift conclusion, Mayer noted, Abel's power made the legendary beast much less formidable. But Abel did not look at the fallen griffin, he looked at Alhaid. His cold, thoughtful gaze met Abel's gaze, silently challenging him. Later, before the sealed stone wall, Abel simply uttered the word, open. He pressed his palm against the rock, and on its surface a bright curse flared up, spreading in a circle. The passage flickered out of oblivion, where a solid stone had stood a moment before. It seemed the ruins awoke. The closed window opened. Alhaid said this, and his voice sounded with sharp force for the first time. He watched Abel intently with sharp analytical eyes, probing the depths of the boy's power. Other travelers, blinded by greed, rushed to the new passage, eager to grab the treasures inside. Their advance was stopped by a sharp, sudden noise. The corridor was flooded with a sea of monsters, rat-like creatures called suifes, drawn by the scent of magic. The party's fencer grinned in a smile, savoring the challenge as he drew his blade towards the swarm. After 30 minutes the fight ended, but the party was left powerless, exhausted, and worn out. When one of them suggested returning in a day, Alhaid's response was icy weakness. Only when Abel's companion calmly suggested securing the territory to rest did the elf finally give in. Abel also felt the tension. His endurance was almost exhausted, even though his magical reserves were still deep. I will hide the statement that says they will set up camp. Tomorrow we resume the investigation. That night by the campfire, Alhaid saw Abel intently flipping through ancient texts. "Are you okay not sleeping?" he asked. Abel explained that he had rested earlier and was now using a homemade potion to maintain concentration. Hyde's eyes narrowed as he examined the vial. It would be better not to show this publicly. The elf's tone became stern. Swallowing healing herbs is usually forbidden in any country. Moreover, the biomagic you use to dissolve the barrier. Abel froze. It seems your homeland required quite a rarity to allow its use. Abel had never thought about the laws of the outside world. Alhaid offered to take responsibility for him, a gesture that was both a shield and shackles. "I am grateful for your kindness," Abel said cautiously. When the appearance of camaraderie was established, Alhaid revealed part of his story. "I have been searching the ruins of Zesham for 300 years, but I missed one thing in the analysis. I dragged this on for many years. I have no descendants to whom I could pass my life's purpose." And a sharp question was asked, "What made you join such a company?" He dismissed Abel's companions as a nuisance, a burden, and a risk. Abel gave a measured answer, revealing the basis of his reliance on them for travel and supplies: simple, mutual give-take relations. Alhaid accepted the answer, and they said goodnight to each other. When the old elf left, Abel's face hardened. He knew he was being tested, evaluated for some higher purpose. "I expect great deeds from you, Abel," the elf said. Abel thought, feeling the weight of those words. The next day they entered a chamber full of treasures. The whole team froze in awe, seeing king-grade magic stones, artifacts of incredible power and immense value. Even Abel was impressed by the wealth of the ancient elves. But Alhaid passed by the mountain of riches without casting a single glance. Abel watched him, enchanted, and saw how he completely did not react to such a spectacle, as if there was not mere greed, but a hidden purpose. He finally reached another sealed door, opened it with a single word. Behind it stood a silent army of stone golems, guardians frozen in time. Alhaid strode through their ranks as if they were not there. A slightly embarrassed, triumphant smile trembles on his lips. He finally stopped at the threshold of a huge dark chamber. "Finally, I have reached this place," he whispered. Now he began the spell Fire Form Sphere. Instantly, Abel was on guard. He recognized the high-level spell and rushed to stop it, but was too late. Such a force of explosion burst outward, and the unprepared adventurers were thrown back by the shockwave. He raised his gaze. His eyes flashed with power. A magical circle spun on his palm. "As expected, you are something exceptional. You can cancel my magical formula. Even among the high elves, there is no one who could do that." Around them, the eyes of the stone golems began to glow ominously. The true nature of Alhaid was finally revealed. "The arrow of God is too strong for the hands of Norks," he proclaimed, and his voice rang with ancient power. "This belongs to me." He stared directly at Abel, and the plan was finally revealed. Temeth, descendant of Zesham. Abel frozeth. Fragments of forgotten history clicked into place with eerie clarity. Descendant of Zesham. Before him stood Alhaid, an ancient elf, and on the side a silent, majestic clay golems. And indeed, Alhaid confirmed it with a voice heavy with the weight of millennia. "We, the Zesham, lost our crusade and were driven from our home in Sky Country." He gestured to touch his own weathered face. "Here below, the magical powers of the moon barely reach the surface. Our bond to it weakens, physical forms fade, and our people are no longer able to continue the line." Abel instantly realized accelerated aging despair. "And I could not renounce my ancestors," declared Alhaid. His eyes burned with a cold fire. "So they built this fortification, a fortress from which the Norks will be oppressed from the land." He spread his arms, encompassing the grand, terrible scale of his plan. "All this is a weapon created so that the country in the sky would fall, so that we, Zesham, could once again claim our rightful throne." Mizan rasped in disbelief, "But history says elves were persecuted by the Norks." Maya corrected him. Her voice trembled slightly. "This is completely opposite to the legend we know." But Abel still saw the truth. Zesham, probably elves who were forced to descend to the earth 2,000 years ago after a religious conflict. That king at that time made a fatal mistake. Alhaid laughed. The memory was still fresh, like poison. He fell in love with the daughter of the Norks. That king united with a lower being spread a barrier over this entire stronghold, sealing our ambitions and our heritage. His face twisted into a mask of pure hatred. Quarrels, filth that mixes our noble blood with foolish and short-lived norks. This is absolutely unforgivable. That king killed my ancestors and then shamefully buried our true history under a mountain of lies. He swallowed saliva and said heavily. There was so much poisonous rage in his voice that a chill ran down her spine. These golems, Abelhade continued, were created by the highest techniques of Zesham, and his composure returned once again. The powerless soldiers of the Lord shouted, "You bastard, you conspired against the Lord from the very beginning." Abelhade ignored them. Attention was focused on the true purpose of the ruins. Now you see, this entire structure was built to hide the most precious treasure in the world, a weapon designed to pierce the country in the sky, which we call Arrow of God. He revealed the essence of his power. To release it, a huge amount of magic stones is needed, but from the remains of the barrier I just dissolved, there is enough material for 3 shots. Spreading his arms in triumph, he roared about his last desire. "I will conquer the land and then gather all the magic stones. Heaven and earth, I will take everything to the last one." Abel's consciousness was wildly restless. He was gathering this colossal power for a single purpose, so why reveal his entire strategy now? 2 sides stood in silent confrontation. And then Abel finally understood. Abelhite turned his gaze directly to the young mage. "You are the mage I recognize. Abel, if you cooperate with me, I will give you half the world." Abel is silent and his face reveals nothing. Maya froze and watched, not taking her eyes off him, whispering his name with care and tension in her chest. Finally, Abel spoke, his voice even and clear. "I will pretend I did not hear what you just said." The face of Abelhite twisted into an angry grimace. "But in the end, you are just a child. What a pity." He sighed as if he was tired of this whole story. "Bringing you to the forefront is a troublesome matter." He raised his hand. Dark energy swirled around a complex magical circle. "Oh, my asthma from the forest of dreams." Abel's eyes suddenly widened. Alarm flared up. Poisonous magical smoke filled the chamber. Abel reacted without any pause. "Pass my puppeteer, pull and transfer," he commanded, sharply pressing his wooden idol, Maizen, forward. The ghost puppet flew through the air and absorbed the poisonous madness to the last drop into the wooden head. The super-powerful absorption struck with such force that a shockwave rolled through the entire room, throwing Abel and Maya backward. Abelhite silently watched, somewhat impressed. "So you survived this." As expected from Marin, the user of wooden puppets, he raised his hand. "Surrender, Abel-san." Burr responded with that gesture with eerie confidence. "It will be hard to hold on. In this position, I do not lose, so please, surrender." The ancient elf snorted with laughter. "Of course, if we were not in this room, I would definitely lose." But he pulled out a radiant command stone. "O Hoglam, O.B." The nearest white giant rumbled to life. His huge fist flared with destructive energy. "Watch, Abel." Abelhade gave the order. "I will remember your name as the greatest contribution to the revival of Zesham. Accept this honor and perish." This is a Zesham soldier, a white giant of destruction. The clenched fist of the golem struck with incredible thunder. Everyone was scattered by the blow. "Too fast," shouted Maizen. Abel had already managed to see everything he needed. Without unnecessary movements, he raised the magic wand to the giant automaton. "O golem, obey." Abelhite petrified and his face became a mask of complete disbelief. "What?" His mind twitched convulsively, unable to digest what he saw. "Incredible. How do you know the activation formula of the Zesham golem? You deciphered the encryption at a glance, but without the colossal power of the huge magic stone. Golem will not activate." A bright circle flared on the golem's chest, exactly the same as on Abel's wand. The giant froze, perfectly motionless. Abelhite desperately tried to regain control, squeezing his own command stone. "But you do not carry elf blood. You cannot suppress my command. Move, O white giant, move." The golem froze in place. Abel only gave one more command. "O golem, obey." In response, 2 new golems turned to Abelhade. Their loyalty was completely rewritten. The elf's confidence finally crumbled. Under Abel's command, the 2 newly acquired golems moved against the last soldier in Abelhade. He delivered a series of devastating blows, and the white giant shattered into a cloud of stone fragments. Abelhite froze, staring at the ruins. His plan crumbled right before his eyes. Could it be true? Could it all be lost by mere human magical power? He desperately tried to give one last command to rush forward, "O white giants," but the rest of the golems froze silently. Now their passive army belonged to his enemy. Abel dealt the final devastating blow. "I took control of all the homunculi in this room. The approach of the feudal lords is to try to bypass or cancel my barriers on them. The weight of his complete defeat fell on Abelhade. He fell to his knees. A guttural scream, full of pure rage and humiliation, burst from his throat and echoed through the ancient chamber. But as soon as the victory seemed indisputable, Abel's eyes suddenly widened. Aha, wait. He froze in shock, unable to recover. Abelhade disappeared, already a distant figure rushing down a long corridor that had been forgotten. The voice of the elven lord cracked with panic. Wait, Abelhade, I don't know exactly what weapon arrow of God, but I still can't let him take the shot. From his position, Abel stood firm like a silent guardian against the approaching storm, and his gaze was completely focused. He turned to his little companion. It will probably be dangerous. Maya, wait here, you will help if you carry the world tree totem. Maya shuddered as she realized her combat skills are not suitable for this fight. Tears welled up in her eyes. So please, don't leave me behind. Abel barely softened. All right, stay alert while you follow me. Mother of God, things have gone too far, haven't they? If necessary, I'll just use teleportation magic and transfer her to a horse-drawn carriage. Just then Mason called out, a confident smile on his face. I'll come too, so I am capable. Honestly, I was already about to run away, but the role of a leader is to stay behind and cover your subordinates. When determination only strengthened, a small group rushed forward into the depths of the ruins. All right, let's go. Their desperate dash was cut short halfway. Mason suddenly collapsed. His body couldn't take it. No, I can't anymore. I can't go further. I can't go further. Mason gasped for air. Sweat streamed down his face like a river. I gave up. My strength was exhausted. The accumulated fatigue from analyzing everything in the ruins finally caught up with me, and I have no more potions. No. If you don't go, there's no way to stop him. Abel and Maze froze over their fallen leader. No, seriously, I can't, Maze whispered. His legs were trembling. My body is throbbing. Abel looked down. His face revealed nothing. You just need someone to do all the dirty work, right? In a moment, he effortlessly hoisted the bigger man onto his back. You can't sway that much. I'm feeling bad, Mason whispered weakly, and Abel simply asked, why did you become a traveler? Mason's voice was quiet. I just needed a quick way to earn money. He recalled an old story. When I was little, I alone ventured into the lair of a magical creature, and just as I was about to be torn apart, a traveler passed by. He rushed to my rescue. His voice regained a shred of its usual strength. With my current abilities, I don't believe I can stop Abelhade. He stubbornly looked at Abel's nape, but as our current leader, I will do everything in my power to help you, Mason. Carrying their leader on their shoulders, they pressed further forward. Soon they reached the entrance to a huge, lofty chamber. We have already climbed quite high, haven't we? Just beyond this place Abelhade might be. We step over the threshold and enter a gigantic portico. Ahead stretched an abyss of darkness. The darkness was such that I could not see through it. Mason whispered quietly. A figure began to emerge from the darkness. A massive wolf-like automaton made of stone and metal stood before them, its eyes flickering with dormant power. A model beast golem, Abel said calmly while Maya screamed frantically. It seems Abel had just activated it. From behind Abel, Mason asked, Abel, can you take control of this? When we fought other golems in that large area, Abel replied grimly, no. I was able to deploy a barrier along with those humanoids, but here, probably it will be impossible. He had plenty of time to activate it. Mason's gaze sharpened. Abel's mind was already racing, forming a new strategy, but we were lucky. This room is so large. Just as he failed to finish speaking, Mason suddenly jumped off his back, drew a sword, and regardless of anyone, rushed forward alone. Oh, it's all right. You don't need to risk your life, Abel shouted, but Mason was already engaged in battle. While I keep him in mind, you run past. Swordsman swiftly dashed past the gigantic construct. Golem roared, focusing its attention on the lone warrior. Mason-san could scream in fear. You all stop, Abelhade, Mason shouted over his shoulder. His face was a mask of desperate courage. He was shouting, tears streaming from his eyes. Tell my story. Make them consider me a hero, please. I'm counting on you. But he looks at the scoreboard. A calm scream doesn't work. He doesn't hear me in that tone. We're in a hurry, so I'll pull that golem out. He raised his wand and the very air thickened and twisted before him. A force strike Raffin spun like a whirlwind of raw power. He was drawing spirits and extracting magical energy from the air. In seconds it compressed into a dense, shimmering black sphere, pure magical alloy. Hydeem Magi Metal, Abel announced, a metal obtained by combining the power of magic, spirits, and other components right in the air. Its quality depends on who made it. Then he raised his voice, mocking the mechanical beast. Hey, scrap dog, over here. The golem sharply turned its head, and its glowing eyes fixed on the new threat. As the energy began to build, Mason shouted, Mason, step away from the golem. With a single simple wave of his wand, Abel launched the sphere. It shot forward like a cannonball, a silent black veil of destruction. Projectile struck the golem from the side with incredible force. There was no explosion, only a devastating blow that sliced and shattered its armored hull. The punch bullet tore through it, erasing the head and core of the golems in a cascade of shattered stone and metal. The momentum of the movement rammed it forward several steps until, headless, the body crashed into the ground and completely disintegrated. It slid and froze a pile of inert scrap. Mason stared in despairing disbelief. Good, it seems it finally stopped working. But the projectile's journey was not over yet. The bullet, made of magical metal, barely managing to slow down, crashed into one of the colossal supporting columns of the hall, deeply embedding itself into the ancient stone. Cracks like cobwebs spread across the surface of the column. Abel twitched and clicked his tongue in annoyance. And now, it turns out, the regional lord won't make me compensate for this damage, right? I'll shift everything onto Abel Hyde. He smiled wryly right at him. At least that's enough to forgive it, although I think they should be grateful that we caused only this much damage. Suddenly, the entire chamber started shaking violently, shaking madly. The damaged column groaned, threatening to collapse any moment. Mason looked up in horror as the ceiling began to crumble. This is really bad. Shouldn't we be running away from here in a situation like this? A memory surfaced in Abel's consciousness, his own internal reflections. If we do nothing, Abel will hide, but losing a person as knowledgeable as him would be a pity, because due to one mistake I have no descendants to pass on my life's purpose to. His past had already justified everything. I expect great achievements from you, Abel. But Abel Hyde won't be able to just walk back into the city after what he has done. He will surely be sentenced to execution. The decision was made. He returned to Mason, leaving behind the investigative team, which was already put to sleep. He knelt down. Let's run away. Get on my back. Mason was confused. He probably would have preferred to die in these ruins, which he had protected for years, rather than be executed in that city. Abel calmly pointed to his former enemy. If I fix the beast model golem, I can make it work. We will escape by riding it. He raised his wand again. Oh, Heidi Maggie metal changed shape. The black sphere instantly tore off from the pylon, melted, and flowed back into the golem, patching the damage with a flash of light. The golem fully recovered in a moment. When they climbed aboard Abel, a technical explanation began, and I would rather not fix or simplify the control device. Also, the magical energy consumption of this golem was not very good from the start. Is it because of the gap in capabilities between generations? Maybe because of the elven temperament. His companions cut him off from the conversation. All right, understood, we will listen later. Mounting the new steed, they rushed out of the crumbling ruins in a whirlwind at the very last moment, so Abel Hyde was left to the mercy, and Mason sighed with relief. How glad I am that we made it. After all, what was that? The arrow of God. As they crossed the devastated landscape, Maya noticed something in Abel's hand. Abel, what is that? He raised a small crystalline shard. It's a piece of the wall from inside the ruins. I picked it up before we escaped. He examined it carefully. Strange ore. I bet the elves produced it through alchemy, but... He poured just a little magic into the shard, and to everyone's surprise, it rose from his palm and began to hover. It seems it has the property of changing its buoyancy if you put the right wavelength of magic into it. The fragments came together in his mind with eerie clarity. Abel Hyde said that 2,000 years ago, the elves who descended to Earth built this fortress to reclaim the Sky Country. Then why would the elves place it so far from Sky Country and in a place that is hard to reach? His eyes widened as he stared closely at the stone hanging in the air. An impossible, world-turning answer illuminated him. No, it can't be. You could suddenly shudder and scream loudly, wildly pointing behind them. Abel, look. Abel turned sharply, and his face instantly twisted in pure shock as soon as he saw what jumped into his eyes. The golem pulled the cart. A rumble rolled across the cut plains, and Abel and his companions relentlessly rode on. Far away in the very heart of the flying fortress, the elf lord Abel Hyde smiled with icy delight. Finally, he whispered to the wind, the time of Zesham's resurrection has come. His gaze slid toward the distant battlefield where Abel had just fought. It seemed he could not defeat the beast model golem without a great cost. He imagined a young mage, exhausted and powerless, who still continues to fight and cast magic after commanding so many golems. This is definitely impossible. I'm sure it drained him to the last. Abiela clenched his fist. A dark sigil flared on the back of it. In the end, he just laughed. No one who is not an elf can defeat the weapon of Zesham. He approached the edge of the huge balcony, and the world spread out in space beneath him. I will start by releasing God's arrow into the city of Lamarn. He imagined the destruction. The city turned into a burning field from a single divine shot. It is extremely important for me to show a grand performance to demonstrate the power I hold in my hands. His voice dripped with poison. Just wait, Sky Country Alpha. This time I will crush you into the ground. Suddenly, the very foundations of his fortress trembled with a thunderclap. He cried out, grasping at the air and gasping backward as a giant crack appeared on the fortress's defensive barrier. Has the crossbeam already been smashed? Where could an attack with such force have come from? Many miles away, Abel's company froze, looking in surprise at the distant, wounded heavenly fortress. How did you manage to launch that piece of metal so far? Asked one of his companions, and Abel remained silent, his eyes aimed at the target. To their shock, the shimmering crack in the barrier began to heal itself. The crack in the barrier was repaired. Abel had let out a quiet, triumphant chuckle, watching them through a cunning device for foresight. Capabilities of the auto-service, he boasted. This barrier cannot be broken without interrupting its magical supply if all barrier nodes around the fortress are destroyed. Maya clenched her teeth in anger, even when the blow hit. Then attacking is pointless. This barrier is exactly the type that automatically regenerates, right? Another companion concluded. Abel's focus did not waver for a moment. He simply directed the wand, and the thought cut like a blade, like a precise calculator. All right, he said calmly. From what I just observed, full barrier regeneration takes about 15 seconds. Abel Hyde looked disdainfully as the guys wasted futile efforts and even decided that they could hold me off that long. Well, good that they are finally retreating. He only snorted contemptuously. The food is still fighting, and he cannot retreat relying solely on brute force. His arrogance was cut off by a sharp, deafening blow. Another one, what is this? A hail of shells struck his shield faster than it could even slightly heal. Abel's strategy was brutally simple and brilliantly accurate. If one strike doesn't work, then keep attacking so frequently that the repair ability can't keep up. Abahites watched in fear as the guy personally tore open the fortress and brought it to ruin. Damn you, Abel. I raised him hoping he would become a useful assistant, but he turned out to be a plague for my goals. A terrible realization overwhelmed him. This is the power of the war clan, those called gods of death on the battlefield. His face twisted with rage. I will forgive none of them. With a roar, he slammed his palm on the control panel with force, condemning the armament. Dozens of huge cannons burst out from hidden ports all over the fortress. Panicking, the cards shin tears templates, but it seems a bunch of cannons popped out of it. So what do we do, huh? Abel simply raised his wand, Hydeem Magi Metal. A new series of dense metal balls materialized and sharply shot forward, intercepting the fortress's cannonballs and shattered them with impact force. Whoa, but the magic metal of my magical power which created Magi Metal does not lose to those stone weapons. It is still incredible, but he always solves it with brute force. Does he have any other ways to solve problems? Abel's reasoning reached a higher dimension. It would be a disaster if he fired it toward the city. Soon I will be able to demand an answer from him. The last deafening rumble, the sky fortress barrier completely crumbled. And Alan, not a step faltered. Eb limped with words, watching his impenetrable defense crumble. The stronghold, which had not received a single scratch in 2,000 years, my life's work and the hope of Zesham. Anger and despair burned him from within. Just think, I was forced to use a weapon created to bring Sky Country down to the ground right here. He poured all his strength into the fortress to the last drop, roaring a single commandero of God. At the top of the fortress, a colossal crystal began to shine. It cracked, absorbing an impossibly large amount of energy. The very air seemed to scream. Maya's voice trembled. It seemed like the sound of the spirit's energy being spent. Usually it is so quiet that people cannot catch it, but now they are drawing out so many heavenly spirits. Turns out this weapon requires colossal amounts of magical power. She froze in horror, but judging by that pile of magical power coming from the crystal, it would probably release a laser. Maya, fleeing would be the better decision, huh? Yeah, Abel replied, and his voice was strangely calm. I'll try. He extended his staff to the stunned Maya. Hold it, you're not using your staff, are you? The staff is only needed to make it easier for me to cast spells. It doesn't matter for my power output. He raised his bare hands to the sky. The swirling magical circles were more complex than anything they had ever seen. They blossomed in the air. Oh, fire, he sang, sphere in shape. From his crumbling fortress, Abel laughed like a madman. Cuckoo, is this your end? A mage from Marin, disappear. Abel ignored him and focused on the spell growing between his palms, compressing a ball of flame, layering it, compressing again. A miniature blue of pure, condensed energy beat in his hands. Theoretically, it should be able to destroy anything. I called it a capable ball. He recalled the moment of his discovery, a random theory he stumbled upon while restoring his strength. He had no idea that the chance to test it would come so soon. His gaze was fixed dead on the target. Here I go, Ablaint. He sharply thrust his hands forward, releasing a blinding beam of pure annihilation. The attack struck Abel Hade so hard that he didn't even have time to scream. The capable ball flew right through Elf Lord, tore apart the fortress itself, and hit directly into the fully charged arrow of God. For a moment, the two most powerful weapons clashed in a battle for supremacy. Abel Hade's face froze in agony. He watched as his most powerful weapon was pushed back and defeated. The great crystal of the arrow of God cracked, then exploded under the relentless power of Abel's spell. The sky itself was consumed by a quiet, dazzling white glow. In the heart of the bustling city, Abel and Lilith savored a rare moment of peace on the cafe balcony. Lilith, taking a big sip from her dish, looked at Abel with concern. "Are you really okay with this?" she asked. Her words were slightly muffled by the food. Leaving a report on the extermination of the magic beast for Maizen-san. Abel leaned back, the very picture of calm, although he said indifferently, "It's not like I did anything remarkable during the goblin hunt. Since both the griffin and the ruin itself disappeared, there's almost nothing to report. I'll focus on leveling up as soon as I set a proper goal for myself." Lilith recalled the true chaotic events that happened, and that incredible, maddening power when the arrow of God descended upon them. She remembered Abel's desperate scream when he unleashed his own power to repel the divine attack. In one word, wind, he raised a whirlwind of power. Not to destroy, but to carefully divert the elf who was wildly rushing forward, Abel Hade, and save him from inevitable death. She recalled how Abel stood over the fallen elf and his face showed nothing. "Why did you do that?" asked Abel Hade, stunned by the very act of mercy. "I leave it to the city to decide what to do next," Abel declared, closing the case about Abel Hade's desire to conquer the world, a desire that would henceforth remain a secret. And when Lilith tried to explain this to the guildmaster, her words came out as a continuous set of excited sounds. Ruin, rustle, and bang, then Abel boom and takes control of the golem, and he even thunders with a bang, blinding with a flash, and also bam. Guild officials stared at her, completely confused. One begged anyone to translate her extremely agitated testimony. The guildmaster pinched the bridge of his nose, almost in anger. "Ha." Then he glanced at Abel, "But no lone mage is capable of all this. You just crave recognition. That's why I can't stand dealing with rural ignoramuses." Returning to the cafe, Abel quietly from the side. He knew, even if he told them everything, the truth would only bring new problems. From a strategic point of view, it was much more effective to let them believe their own version, and in the end, it worked as it should. At that very moment, he overheard a conversation at the neighboring table. "Hey, did you hear about this? About that ruin beyond the barrier? I heard it exploded. They say one of the elves working for the landowner tried to seize it and everything turned against him." Lilith's eyes suddenly widened in shock. "That guy escaped a death sentence, huh? And the elf is now in prison." The adventure continued. "Anyway, now that the ruins are gone, there's nothing we can do." Abel was silent, remembering his last conversation with Abel Hade. The elf admitted Abel was the first person who ever taught him magic, a memory he cherished from the moment he left his village. "Abel is not someone I would want to finish with my own hands," Abel Hade confessed. "I wish you the best of luck, Abel Hade." "That elf was a fool," another man at the table mockingly intervened. "They followed their desire and ended up destroying the ruins. What irresponsibility. And here I thought elves were a smarter people." Lilith touched her chin with a finger pie. "Death, the official narrative has now been sealed, and this whole event was the responsibility of one crazy elf girl who was rushing like mad." This version of events completely exonerated Abel, shifting all the blame directly onto Abel Hade. Suddenly, a familiar voice shouted, "Ah, guys, over here." It was Maizen, energetically waving his hand. He sat down at their table looking absolutely terrible. "My body hurts. I couldn't get out of bed for 2 days. If only I had a potion," he groaned. "Is the body okay?" asked Abel. "That's right," added Lilith. Maizen quickly revived. "I received information about the one being sought," he said. "Although I cannot go with you, I have other matters, but I am sure you will manage anyway." He explained, "Do you see those two from that evening? They were asking specifically for me then." He told how on the way back after submitting the report, former party members ambushed him. "Maizen," they shouted, "we heard you rose to E rank. Congratulations." Maizen was stunned to see them. "Could it really be you two?" They looked humiliated. "To be frank, we were looking for you. With the magical beast's destruction, we are not doing well. You are not nearby. So please join our party again. Come back, leader." Under the blows of their desperate pleas, Maizen's resolve gave way. Well then, nothing to be done, he replied, and suddenly blossomed from being called again. But I simply cannot say no, you understand. Maizen finished his story with an indifferent shrug. So who is this desired one sought by rumors? He pointed with his hand to the edge of the city. Late that night in the modest reception house of the Marin clan, a strict meeting continued. The chief leader sat at the head of the table, face stern. Everyone, thank you for coming. We have problems, but first I must apologize for my mistake. He gestured to a detailed document on the table. Abel had indeed left notes on how to grow leaves for fragrances, but reproducing them is impossible. The effect only Abel could create such. Abel's father Zelret struck the table with his fist. Mumu, the very same Abel. His face twisted in agony, and I already thought that finally I could stand on equal footing in the village thanks to my right to the incense picked from incense leaves. Suddenly a sharp loud laugh cut through the tension. It was Norman Carlo, head of the rival Carlo family. Is it really impossible to reproduce this? He stood up, shining with triumph. In that case, I need nothing more here. If Abel no longer has incense from the leaves, I have nothing to worry about. The Carlo family's incense leaves will rise again. He threw a pouch of magical gold coins on the floor disdainfully. Those who dare look at me will pay dearly for it, he growled before storming off. The chief leader watched him go and sighed wearily. What a misfortune. What a petty man. Doesn't he realize that for people who have already felt Abel's incense, it won't be so simple? He faltered, his gaze grew harder, but still this is truly beneficial for the Carlo family. He turned back to the rest of the clan members, speaking quietly and calculatedly. For now, we'll slowly catch up with the stock. Add a few leaves of Abel's incense to the other products before distributing them. He leaned forward and the full weight of their situation became finally clear. When we managed to launch the magic ore coin system, Abel's incense leaves worked conscientiously. Thanks to this, we will be able to emerge from the decline of incense leaves, but although it is not enough to disrupt the user's daily life, it is a good chance to let it disappear. His eyes narrowed. If this leaks out, a rebellion might break out. We will continue our real topic secretly. Leaving the hut, the chief stopped and listened. The pulse of magic was barely felt in the air. He glanced around but saw nothing. In this shack right now, all the skilled sorcerers from the village should be here, except Abel, he thought. It seems it was just my imagination, right? In the distance, invisible to everyone, a lonely ceramic mug quietly floated through the night sky. Jug stopped softly against the window glass, lightly tapping. A small hand opened the window and took the mug. In the room, surrounded on all sides by stacks of books reaching the ceiling, Abel's sister listened intently as the mug recounted the clan's secret strategy. Come back, she whispered. For now, mix some of Abel's fragrant leaves with other ingredients before distributing. Mumu, you are Abel and I. She looked out the window into the darkness. I wonder why the village elder and father no longer worry about Nisama. Her voice sounded genuinely concerned. I am sure that Nisama is now scared and alone in an unknown place. A spark flashed in her eyes, the idea bright and sharply cut through her anxiety. His innocent worry grew into something much more intense, a look of deep determination. Just wait, Nisama. I am sure the village elder will also begin a serious search for Nisama. Confident, almost predatory smile spread across her face. Your little sister will definitely come for you. She pressed the radiant tome to her chest, a quiet promise of the power she will use to find her brother. On the southern outskirts of the kingdom of Dinlart, the ancient stones of the main temple Kudal rise from the scream, while the Ordi monastery explodes in a fierce, deadly blast. A dark figure stands among the ruins, his silhouette cuts through the approaching twilight, and in his hands he holds a staff emitting scorched energy. A voice praises him for breaking the seal. In the enclosed halls now a tomb. Former inhabitants lie motionless on the cold stone floor. From the shattered sanctuary emerges a mighty presence, a tall demon. Her figure is enveloped by shadow and ancient power. Several hundred years have passed since I last saw the outside world, she reflects, and her voice echoes with the weight of centuries. The man in the cloak bows his head, acknowledging her freedom. You are the great demon of knowledge and destruction, Zalman Sama, he proclaims with reverence. Zalman's watchful gaze slides toward the horizon. It seems the spirit is near, she notes, and a faint predatory smile appears on her lips. The last time I saw him, he was only a mid-rank spirit. He has grown. She turns to her subordinate. The order is unquestionable. Very well then, Magus, head south from here to Lamarn. After a long journey, Abel and Maya rest by a quiet stream. The water cools their tired feet. Their travels finally bring them to the territory of Dinlor. They arrive at the western branch of Lamar and the Adventurer Support Center. Abel approaches the counter and places his proof of conquest on it. The guild receptionist's eyes widen in shock. This is. Her exclamation ripples through the crowded guild hall with disbelief. The demon man-eater's head seriously has received whispers about the victorious adventurer, struck with horror. A demon with skin so tough it broke so many adventurers' swords. Someone else adds, no way, did that guy really do it? Abel and Maya find themselves at the center of dozens of watchful eyes. Maya, however, seems to enjoy the attention. She whispers to Abel with a muffled giggle, as if we're famous for some reason, but secret whispers are laced with skepticism. I am sure it's an exaggeration. An experienced traveler snorts. Maybe it's the ear of another creature and he just dyed the skin to make it look plausible. Abel feels the weight of others' gazes upon him and immediately recognizes envy and suspicion. It was neither admiration nor respect. The flustered secretary leans forward. Sorry, but the morning inspection will take some time. After all, this is the first time we have to deal with material of such rarity. Could you please speak more quietly? Abel sighs internally. This is exactly the result he was trying to avoid. Could it be that he will really stand out in a bad light as if he himself did not know? He heard that once you reach rank C, there is a high chance that some nobleman will try to track you down. And this will become a serious complication. While ordinary adventurers aimed for higher ranks to make a name for themselves, Abel's goals were different. He just wanted to collect money without the chains of fame or rank. Suddenly, a deafening voice cuts through the noise. You said that guy defeated the demon head eater. A mountain of a man in heavy armor looms over them. You silly little liar, lying is bad, you know that. Crowd recognizes him immediately. Gaston Garin. An official guild representative steps forward, face tired. Stop. We are already getting a bunch of complaints about your bad behavior. You know, if you keep causing problems for travelers, I will just deal with the bad travelers, okay? Abel meets the brute's gaze without flinching. You are right. Sometimes bad adventurers try to cheat to raise their rank. Shut up, Gaston bellows. Because of people like you, those with real skill cannot take their place. It is our duty to evaluate, not yours. He points at Abel with a finger, as if accusing. This shows flaws in your ability to evaluate. If the danger of the head-eating demon is considered higher than rank C, then this weak-looking kid should not have defeated it. By the way, what is your rank? Gaston's conspirators puff out their chests. Hear this and be amazed. This big Gaston-san is a D-rank adventurer. He is, after all, a veteran among veterans, and has held the status of D-rank adventurer for 10 years. Abel's mind processes the information instantly. A plan is already forming. So he is just an ordinary mercenary with a trained body, but without enough skill to be hired by nobles. I will use him. He raises his gaze to the man. Gaston-san, was that again? It would be bad if we caused a commotion, so shall we agree on a private conversation? In the back alley, Maya throws him a surprised look. Abel, he responds to her with a calming look. Everything is fine, just wait here a bit. In a secluded alley, Gaston crosses his arms. You have more courage than I thought. Well, I admit it. He cracks his fingers and a beastly smile spreads across his face. I understand you're ready to do it, will you talk? Abel remains completely calm. His thoughts are several steps ahead. The truth is, I wasn't hunting that demon. If I smash him here into a bloody pulp, I'll only stir envy among other hunters, and I don't want to deal with the problems afterward. He begins his carefully constructed story. You'll admit, right? Actually, I'm just exchanging him for money because I was asked to buy a certain one, the one who lost the adventure or status, you understand. He leans closer and his voice becomes a quiet, conspiratorial whisper. I can't say his name, but he's an extremely dangerous person, so if you tell anyone about him wrong, he'll kill you too. Abel scrutinizes Gaston's face for a reaction, thinking to himself, probably the lie is too obvious, Gaston bursts out laughing. Phew, I knew that right away myself, you know. Abel hides his relief. So what do you say? Gaston demands money. Abel just shakes his head. I also need money to live, so I can't give you any. But he has a proposal. He lays out his proposal. And next time that guy asks me to exchange material again, how about you take that job for me? Gaston's latter was stunned. What, you say I can take the credit? You laid it all out at first. I even liked how it raised my rank, but it's strange that someone as weak as me is capable of this. All right, I'll still take the money you exchange, but it will be very easy for me if you do it for me. So I think, if someone who looks strong and cool like you does it, it definitely won't look strange. They will show him a bright, innocent smile. I don't think it's a bad idea for both of us, right? Yes. Returning to the guild hall, Gaston's friends whisper and laugh among themselves. Cuckoo, place your bet this guy is about to get beaten so badly he won't even hold together as meat anymore. One of them sneaks up to the worried Maya. Missy, you're actually quite capable. Strong, he is truly strong, but no one in this town would come back unscathed after a fight with Gaston, you understand? I don't mind helping you if you ask. Suddenly the door bursts open and Gaston enters the room. Oh, big brother, his men shout and cheer joyfully. Have you finished with that insolent one yet? Without any warning, Gaston's fist hits his subordinate's jaw and he flies into the air. A big guy, brother, why did you do that? Another man stammers in shock. Gaston growls, his voice full of righteous anger. Picking on a traveler's companion is a disgrace. Abel appears behind him, sorry for the wait. Now Gaston's men get a reprimand. Aren't you ashamed to keep mumbling about others' achievements? Gestures that Maya must repeat. Let's go, I'll tell you later. When they leave, he looks back at the thugs. You managed to rot, he says quietly, but since you started this, I'll have to deal with you myself. Later in the tavern, Maya listens as Abel explains what happened. He counts a heavy pouch of coins. With this, we can continue hunting monsters and not worry about anything. Let's use this money to buy equipment for our next outing. Maya glanced at the amount. Abel, why do you need so much money? Why are you asking? Abel answers matter-of-factly. Of course, it's for my daily expenses. I still have to return the money I borrowed from you. Maya's face falls. Hey Dai, do you really want to leave Maya so badly? She begins to panic. Is it really because Maya is useless? Maya will do her best to carry the luggage too. Abel raises his hands, trying to calm her down. Why calm down? I didn't say anything like that. He looks at her and on his face is a thoughtful expression. What exactly happened to her in her hometown that made her so afraid, as if she would be abandoned? I'm not so shameless as to not repay debts, he gently clarifies, and there are a bunch of other things I want to do, so first I need to gather everything necessary. He leans forward and ambition burns in his eyes. I want to create magical tools, chimeras, and golems. More precisely, I want to try to make a hand phone. He explains the essence, recalling information from a past life. Once I read about a type of monsters that can use magic to communicate with each other over a distance. In short, they use magic like electromagnetic waves. He imagines the revolution this will cause. If I can create a hand phone in this world, it will definitely become popular. Maya still looks confused, and Abel dissolves in a daydream about the future. A sharp knock on the door interrupts his thoughts. It's Maizen smiling from the doorway. Hello there, yo Maizen, you guys seem to be doing pretty well, Abel greets him. So thank you for telling us about this, says Maizen, and his face becomes serious. I heard you defeated the demon head-eater. By the way, Abel, did you notice anything strange in the forest? Maya interrupts, probably it's a demon that devours them, like those fish we found in the river Headless, scattered along the current, but I didn't notice anything strange except for that. Did something happen? Asks Abel. Maizen's voice quiets down. We really went in the opposite direction from you. When the order came, it said, recall all adventurers below BRANK, understand? I'm sure the order will soon reach the support center as well. Abel's senses sharpened. The reason for the order was bloody. It seems the squad sent by the Lord fell into an ambush. In the dark depths of the forest, an ominous wind rustles among the trees. A large twisted tree stands as a silent monument to a brutal battle. The ground around the roots is mangled and stained, a trace of a bloody fight that ended in silence. In the depths of the shadowed forest, Maya's voice cuts through the stifling silence. Abel, are you really okay? Abel grits his teeth, thoughts rush chaotically. He recalls Maizen's stern warning. This forest is forbidden to everyone below rank B. That griffin they defeated was rank B, a formidable enemy, but here a much stronger fear is felt. They said the expedition team was attacked by a living tree, Maya added, and her gaze slid over the endless canopy. If that's true, then it's somewhere among all these trees, right? Abel pulls on a confident smile and waves away her anxiety, so everything will be fine. But in a moment, a cold realization overwhelms him. His bravado crumbles. As he suspected, it was too dangerous to enter here without outside help. He suddenly stops as if rooted to the spot. Maya shudders at his sharp pause and exclaims, Hey, what happened, Abel? Deciding to take advantage of the pause and rethink his strategy, Abel feigns convincing pain grabbing his leg. He deliberately forced a tactical stop, gaining valuable seconds to think. Stopping near a small hidden waterfall, Maya looks worried. Are you really okay? She asks. Abel exhales quietly, finally allowing himself to rest and calmly assess the situation. Suddenly his eyes flash with inspiration. Ah, exactly. He raises the wand. My wand reacts if it senses some strange magical power nearby, but I can't keep my hand raised while walking. A brilliantly simple solution emerged by itself. He raised the magic wand to his bag and uttered a single command. Before them materializes the talismanic totem of the world tree. Maya asks about the magical cost to keep it active, but Abel brushes off her worries. Don't worry, I have never truly run out of magic, at least until now. Indeed, it should have been done earlier. Totem hanging ahead like a magical early warning system theme. Move on. Abel alone runs through the principles of his own abilities in his mind. Teleportation is a high-level art, but it has its limits. He could not transfer the world tree totem over long distances due to the colossal amount of magical power contained within it. His own magic circle simply did not reach that far. This very limitation forced him to personally prepare a teleportation circle when he fled from his father. Maya panics at the very thought. Please don't. At least I can teleport back to the hotel, but then I will leave you here. Abel calmly assures her that he has no idea about doing anything like that. A confident smile touched his lips. In fact, he sought to find that legendary monster tree. There is a good chance that it holds the power of magic. I want to make a totem from this tree. Maya looks alarmed. The totem made of wood attacks people, but Abel's thoughts are already switching to schemes. I assembled a universal totem from the world tree, he explained, his eyes shining with a thirst for victory, so I want to try to make the next one a battle totem. While they walk, Maya notices a wonderful flower by the side of the path. How beautiful it is. Abel recognizes it instantly. If I'm not mistaken, this is a papalga flower. Usually it has red petals. He leans in with his analytical gaze, sharply focusing. I once read that its color can change depending on the magical power surrounding it, so that means. Before he can finish speaking, his totem begins to tremble wildly. Before them unfolds a swirling vortex of pure energy, and a terrible voice echoes not in their ears but directly in their heads. Bow to me as a god, or you will die. Maya shudders with fear while Abel remains calm, dissecting this phenomenon thoroughly. Such a voice was not normal. It was as if it was thrown directly into our heads. In the blurred whirl of movement, a thick whip-like lash cuts through the air exactly where they stood a moment ago. A massive vine crashes into the world tree. The pillar totem shudders and flies into the thicket. The source appears. It is here. This is not some magical beast, rather a tree possessed by a demon. Twisted, mangled face emerges through the bark of the old tree, and the eyes blaze with anger. Demon is a dangerous assembly of spirits, a conglomerate merging into one whole. Looks like a sinister idol, Maya whispers in horror. The creature roars, its voice shakes the forest. How dare you compare me to a mere statue? The roots snap back with a strike, and Abel manages to push me forward just in time. He turns to the monster, a defiant smile on his face. Like a statue, bold words, I will show you the power of my masterpiece. His totem tears back into the clearing, re-engaging in battle with the enemy. The possessed tree covers its roots with a gale, but the totem dodges every strike lightly, smoothly, impossibly gracefully. Abel watches the pattern in his head. A cold calculator plans to throw a weak. Really, but... And the tree lunges forward, and as expected, the totem moves under the blow, crashing with all its weight directly into the monster's trunk. Unfortunately, Abel explains aloud, I implanted only a simple fight protocol into my world tree totem, so psychological warfare against it won't work. The tree howls madly with rage and pain, while the totem relentlessly and soullessly continues its merciless attack. He was systematically dismantled into parts, and all this was done by a single statue. Hey, what are you talking about? Me asks, confused by his calm behavior. My world tree totem is a generalist, so it doesn't have any special firepower. He clarifies, in short, we can't win, only dodge, right? Let his eyes widen sharply. No, I just think this will work best against it. Abel's analysis was already complete, but these roots move too slowly for a tree with such magical power. He has already dissected her entire strategy in detail, so she divides her magical power among each root, several roots. That's even cool if I want to imitate it. So what should I do to optimize this? Game over. The demon tree unleashes all its power. You are blown away by the explosion. Shockwave of energy bursts out with a roar, lifting the totem and hurling it into flight. Falls to the ground and shatters into pieces with a crash. The tree is arrogant and its voice drips with self-satisfaction. Did you see that? My power is an order of magnitude higher than that pathetic idol prop. Abel's face is in shadow, his expression unreadable. He has already learned everything that was needed. I had no idea he could use a different type of attack besides physical. I can still make a few improvements to my world tree totem. He raises his wand. Call my totem here. To the demon's surprise, the broken fragments float into the air and fly back to Abel, assembling perfectly in his hand. Now he had a complete blueprint for victory. Now that I have a plan with the totem, he says, looking up with cold determination, I think this is where I stop playing. The tree bellows. How dare you? I am a god. Abel points, this is wand wind. Focused magic cyclotron strikes the tree. Demon, rest in peace. Spell intensifies, a cleansing whirlwind tears the clumped souls apart. When the magic fades, the demonic presence disappears, leaving only a withered, powerless tree. What have you done, Abel? Asks Maya, awestruck. I just scattered the spirits and returned them to their original form, he says matter-of-factly. My clan knows about these things, you see. Then he gestures to the base of the tree. There its roots now pulse with soft, magical light. This is where it matters. The true value of this tree is in the roots filled with magical power. Abel's consciousness immediately begins to store thoughts about materials. First, his decay must be slowed down, and his magical conductivity is quite high. I can even use this for the piano. Adjust the pitch, cut the root, and channel it into something else. Next, for the ball joint. It seems we will stay here for a long time, so I will set up camp here. After a period of intense work, Abel triumphantly shows his newest work. I did it. Can I take a look? Battle totem. I will name it Ashura 5000. He suddenly freezes in a dramatic pose, commanding the Tatum dance. The new Totema complex structure with several limbs moves with astonishing precision. Look at this craftsmanship, isn't it impressive? Maya marvels at her considerable size. The most important thing is that he confirms, just like the World Tree Totem, with this boy I can teleport. The work is completed. He buried the last remains of the tree possessed by the demon. The request is fulfilled. So let's just go back to the tavern and have a proper rest. I'm hungry, he says, and his thoughts are already jumping to the next phase of his grand plan. He needs to collect the handphone, and for that, he needs to gather even more money. Far under the starry sky, a woman with dark wings and a piercing gaze sharply raises her head. What happened, master? A man asks beside her. I thought my old friend had teleported somewhere because suddenly I stopped feeling his presence, but... In her gaze flickers confusion. I strangely enough still feel that magical power. Probably my mistake, huh? The man directs her attention. Are we now going to Lammer? A cruel smile spreads across her face. Of course I expect this. What we brought to this sleepy world, they fade away, leaving behind a chilling aura. In the nearest village, a man freezes, feeling the inevitable trouble approaching him. In a moment, the city explodes with screams. The winged woman and her master fly over the chaos they unleashed. Their dark figures cover the moon. Evil creeps closer and closer. The group was making its way through the city streets. Their goal is the western branch of the Lammer and Adventure Support Center. Inside reigned a gloomy silence. The traveler exhaled with exhaustion, and the burden of his situation settled on his shoulders. His companion was twice as depressed. Even if so, that's your plan, as if we have any other skills and no connections to use. The man next to him just slumped his shoulders and wilted from defeat. I think I'll take this chance and give up the dream of being a traveler. A heavy, oppressive hopelessness hung over the guild. After Abel dealt with the threat in the forest, the city banned entry into the thicket, cutting off the main source of income for the lower-rank adventurers who relied on it for their livelihood. The man was tapping his fingers on his head, counting how the money was melting away. But we still have loans to pay off and for weapons. Forget about the housing budget. I don't think I'll have enough money to eat properly tomorrow. Suddenly, through this oppressive silence, a clear voice cut through. Everyone rejoice, Abel announced, standing next to Maya and Mason. In fact, Gaston-san has already cleared the monster's lair in the northern forest, so I am sure the ban will be lifted soon. One of the desperate travelers jerked to his feet. He got angry. Ha, see, I'm tired of gasping. Stop this nonsense. Don't babble like that when we're already running with our pants down due to lack of money. You're a hooligan, I'm telling the truth. But before the argument could flare up into a fight, something formidable burst into the room. Another adventurer moved toward the entrance. Look there. The doors flew wide open and Gaston confidently entered the hall with a grim and composed face. On his back lay a huge tangle of thick, dark roots. The skeptical traveler squinted. Could it be that he meant that tangle of roots? Gaston simply went to the counter and slammed down the evidence, so the whole hall froze. The guild representative stared at the reward, his eyes widened in disbelief. This is... He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Are you serious? No options here. This is the telepathic black root that can summon mighty winds from creation, for which we sent the team of hunters. A whisper ran through the crowd of adventurers. Gaston really did it, although he had been stuck at D rank for years. Someone else added, I told you, I always thought he was one of those who would eventually break through. The official guild representative gathered his thoughts and addressed the new hero. Gaston Dono, sorry to keep you waiting. This requires a special investigation. Gaston played the role Abel prepared for him perfectly. He boldly waved his hand as if brushing off the unnecessary. Well, I don't remember the details about those petty monsters I defeated. The crowd erupted with admiration. Incredible, that already sounds like a real professional. Gaston, you're our hero, shouted one traveler. With this, we can go back to the forest again. The official quickly intervened. All right, just make it brief. Follow me to the special counter. When Gaston was led away, the guild hall thundered his name. Adventurers chanted in unison. Gaston, Gaston. Holding his breath in a quiet corner, Abel barely smiled. So much noise they made. Good thing he took my place there. Thanks to that, I didn't attract people's attention and the matter was settled without me. Maya nodded but looked less confident. Just hope nothing troublesome comes up next. Suddenly Abel's head jerked up. What is that? There's noise outside. Almost again the guild doors burst off their hinges, but this time a frightened citizen flew inside. Someone help us. The man stumbled hastily into the door. His face was pale with fear. Something terrible is attacking us. Panic began to spread through the crowd. Ah, good people, do something. You are adventurers, right? Suddenly all eyes turned to their newly crowned champion. Just as I thought we had killed that forest monster, another immediately took its place. Exactly. Gaston, you can do something, right? Since you defeated a B-rank monster, you should handle this one too. The color vanished from Gaston's face. The monstrous weight of others' expectations fell upon him. Everyone is counting on me. A fire flared in his eyes. I wanted to be a hero. He clenched his fists and turned to the other travelers. Yes, leave this to me. Let's go for Gaston's sand. Let's show them the power of travelers. With a roar, he led the attack out of the guild. Abel watched as they disappeared and his face filled with pure shock. Ah, so it's him. What about the reward? Before he could recover from the disruption of his plan, Mason broke through the crowd. There you are. Come with me, Abel, Mason, Tio, and Lisa. Then he grabbed Abel's hand and pulled him into the very heart of the chaos. Tio and Lisa turned to Thys, the urinary petrificator. Outside stood two perfect gray mat statues where his friends had been just a moment ago. Abel's consciousness raced instantly, processing new information. Petrification spell. So the one causing havoc in the city now is not a beast but a mage, right? He turned to Mason and his voice became sharp and focused. Run. He will turn you to stone. Mason grabbed Abel's hand again. His voice trembled with despair. Come on, Abel. Seath villain is somewhere out there. I trust no one on magic more than you. They dashed through the panicked streets. They crashed into a turn and, skidding, stopped sharply. A terrible, desperate scene stood before them. The entire street was a gallery of stone figures, townspeople frozen in poses of horror, and among them a heroic traveler. Ah, Gaston had also already turned to stone, like the other travelers from the support center. On the neighboring roof, a mage in a dark cloak chuckled. Cuckoo, cuckoo, what foolish idiots. He looked down at Abel's party right there. He sneered contemptuously, holding a staff with such an angry look. How dare they come here themselves, only to be petrified? Curse them. A beam of dark energy burst from the tip of the staff. Abel reacted instantly, threw his hand forward. Dark Mage's gaze sharply widened in surprise. So you're a mage, huh? His surprise quickly turned into sadistic joy. Coo, looks like I can enjoy this. I'll let you feel the power of the great high demon Zalamania Sama. Abel's eyes narrowed. The mage uttered another spell. Fire, he thundered, releasing a blazing projectile. Maya, Mason, come here. Mason acted on pure instinct, pushing the frozen statue of Gaston forward to intercept the fireball. The spell exploded against the stone figure. Maya froze in horror. Wait, this stone was once a person. Are you sure it can be used as a shield? Mason, drenched in sweat, replied. There won't be problems as long as he's in stone petrification. But he grimaced. If this thing loses its form, then after it returns, it will become something terrible. I don't even want to imagine. Abel ignored their quarrels. His mind was already breaking down the enemy into details. That man's staff can shoot dangerous magic, and he also said something about demons. He continued the analysis, kept calm on his face, and looked at the curse of petrification magic that had been cast earlier. It seems this is not such a complicated spell after all. He looked at his companions. I think the stone curse will be lifted if we do enough damage to its sorcerer. Mason's hope flared up again. Then everything will return to normal if we hit that guy, right? If possible, I want to take that staff too. Abel added coolly. It seems this is not some ordinary magical tool. All right, then I understand. Mason and Maya immediately stepped forward. I will be the bait and distract him. You won't let us down even once. Maya added, Maya too, at least I will run back and forth and cause confusion. Abel nodded once. You're right. This will be the safest way to resolve this. When the plans were ready, the two imposter players took off into the sky. Let's go. The mage watched their run. On his face was a cruel smile. Coo, are you already too scared to move? When Mason and Maya were running away, he laughed contemptuously. Phew, do you really think you can escape from me? He raised his staff to strike them down. Idiot, after you, Magus. The mage froze in place. Abel was already their hand outstretched. Wind. Round the dark mage, a bloody whirlwind of errors flared up and he was completely trapped. He screamed as the storm tore into him, and he was thrown upward, knocked off his feet. A mighty wind ripped the demonic staff from his grip. The artifact clanged dully and fell uselessly onto the cobblestones below. Then the mage was pushed by the tornado so hard that he was torn apart. He spun in the air and crashed loudly onto the street. Abel was caught over the fallen enemy and his face did not change. So that's it. If he is completely dependent on that staff, then now he will be powerless. The master wizard lunged upward, groaning in pain. God damn you, Abel said this with detached curiosity. Wow, I didn't expect you to survive that fall. Your body is too strong, you know. The mage barely glanced with pure hatred. You, as a mage, should understand what I feel, right? He began to rant madly, his voice dripping with poison. The current era is so rotten, and those people in that village drove me out just because I continued to study magic. His face twisted into a mask of madness. Don't you see it the same way? This peacefully drunken era that looks down on magic was a mistake. He spread his arms like a prophet of chaos. I want the whole world to know this. The power of magic and the boundless might of demons. That's why I broke the seal that imprisoned Sama Zalamania. Abel listened and understanding flickered in his eyes. He did not know why himself, but he felt he had heard something similar very recently. He remembered the elven princess, one who knows how to hide, and that boy. Their habits were distorted because no one understood them. He considered himself lucky, but it was truly sad that he was reborn in a world where magic is not respected. But unlike them, he had a tribal chief master in Yamasen from his past world, and if it weren't for those wonderful people nearby, everything would have been different. Mason shouted from the sidelines, Abel, don't listen to that boy. Abel refocused on the present. I know. The fallen mage seized his chance. While Abel was distracted, he lunged for his fallen staff. Fool, Abel noticed. I think I'll check this staff before I remove the petrification magic. But as soon as the mage's fingers touched the orb, it exploded with a dazzling, ominous light. A winged creature burst from the artifact. Its power was colossal and terrible. The ancient demon Zalamania finally appeared before Abel. From there, from the towering ledge hanging over the chaos, the winged demon watched the slaughter below. She turned to another mage and her voice dripped with superiority. Zalamonia-sama, why are you taking so long to deal with this trifle? Abel's eyes narrowed, his gaze fixed on the newcomer. The magical pressure rising in waves from her was unbearable, 10 times stronger than that of the mage on the ground. Abel immediately understood who was the master of this game. He was the one pulling the strings. The demon Zalamonia descended into the street gracefully. Although, that wasn't so important, she thought, and a cruel smile flashed on her lips. I have nothing better to do anyway, so I'll play with you a little. The voices of Maya, Mason, and Abel cut through the air, sharp and commanding. Is there someone in the sky you're talking to? Mason asked anxiously. Keep your eyes on this staff. Don't let her touch it, Abel ordered sharply. But Zalamonia was already moving, releasing a stream of dark energy without a word, silent magic, just as he suspected. Abel reacted with inhuman speed. He threw his hand forward and shouted, light wall. A semi-transparent barrier of pure energy flared up before him, absorbing the demon's attack. Zalamania laughed and her laughter echoed in the alley. It had been quite some time since she last used magic, but nothing bad, not bad at all. Her companions could only freeze in shock, staring at the bluish skin that stood out brightly. In a moment she vanished and appeared right before Abel with blinding speed. I wonder how long you can keep this up, she hissed mockingly, and her claws continuously scraped against his barrier. The force of her attack scattered shockwaves through the street, nearly hitting Maya. Next to him, another dark mage laughed with joy and urged his master to tear them to pieces. Abel clenched his teeth. I would do that if I could, flashed through his thoughts, and he dreamed of unleashing a powerful explosion to stop everything instantly. But he couldn't risk it, not here, among innocent peasants turned to stone. An indiscriminate strike would cause irreparable damage. The only way out was to act precisely. Her speed, Maya whispered. Her face turned pale. What should we do? But Abel's thoughts were already 10 steps ahead of hers. It only remained to manage to seal her movement, and he saw the path to victory. What happened? Zalamonia mocked, pressing her in an attack. How much longer will you last like this? Come on, cheer up. Call my totem here, Abel ordered, extending his hand. In a flash of light, the totem appeared. It struck at Zalamonia's path, intercepting her attack. She was thrown back, her eyes wide with shock. What totem? She exclaimed, recognizing the origin, and that echo from the Marin clan's totem. Totem was torn into flight, but it fully absorbed the blow. If I have to guess, Zulemonia voiced the analysis. It's a tree filled with magical power, so it's made from the bark of the world tree, huh? Abel didn't let her finish. He fired a concentrated beam of magic from his staff. Totem surged forward, caught another of her attacks, and a gigantic explosion of power shook the very foundations of the city. When the dust settled, Zulemonia saw a chance and rushed forward for the final strike. "I covered you," she shouted triumphantly. Suddenly, the idol began to change. Dozens of wooden hands grew from its body, a sight that made the demon freeze in midair. Before she could recover, the hands suddenly shot forward, grabbed her, and tightly bound her completely. She was trapped, held by a force she recognized. "Maya, hold the staff up." He aimed his own club at the gem lying on the summit above hers. "Seal that thing here." A mighty vortex of sealing magic burst from the rod. The totem, with Salamania still trapped inside, was irreversibly pulled toward the light. "Wait, stop," she screamed, but it was already too late. With the last flash, everything ended. "Lord, how exhausting this is," Abel, breathing heavily, said. Inside the headquarters, the astral figure of Salamania was frantically pacing, looking around. "What kind of attack is this? Why is someone from the Marin clan here?" She saw the totem hanging in the air, creepily floating right in front of her. The totem spoke. Its voice was ancient and calm. "That taste of the ancient for my old friend. They suddenly disappeared even before we decided to come here, so I thought they decided to move somewhere else." Abel smiled. His plan worked perfectly. "But who the hell are you?" Salamania stumbled over the words. "Don't tell me you know I am from the Marin clan, but it's so easy to defeat your old friend, turn him into a totem, and then lock me up like this myself." Abel simply replied, "So what am I supposed to do with you?" He raised the staff, and it now pulsed with colossal magical power of the demon. A staff with magic fused inside. "I can think of a bunch of ways to use it." Zalamonia could only freeze in absolute horror. At that moment, a woman nearby stirred. Her stony skin cracked, it crumbled, and it became clear that she was becoming normal again. Ah, peasants who had turned to stone are returning to their normal appearance. Soon everyone was supposed to wake up, and the fact that someone was found with the staff of the very mage who attacked the city meant something terrible. The burden was incredibly heavy, unbearable, so much that he could not carry it. "I really don't want to let go, but let's just bury it somewhere." He changed his mind and decided not to do that. There was a better way. He threw the pole across the square with a run-up. The night escape and consciousness slowly faded. Aha, where is the enemy? At that very moment, spears poured from the sky and struck the cobblestones right in front of him. Around them, the curse receded. People shouted with joy, finding their relatives safe and sound. Then their eyes fell on Gaston. He stood heroically before the staff of the fallen mage. The conclusion was instant and unanimous. Gaston had won. A marvelous miracle, but isn't it expected from a hero? The square exploded with thunderous salvation. "Thank you, you are our savior, Gaston." Gaston was in complete stupor. "What is happening? I don't remember anything from the moment I found myself in the square." Then a dangerous ego-directed thought took root in his head. Could it be that the superpower inside me has awakened? The crowd's applause grew louder and louder, and his delirium only strengthened. "Can I watch this scene with a feeling of awe and disbelief? They are already forming a cult. Are you sure you're okay?" she asked Abel. Mazen was also frozen with surprise. "Abel-kun, what did you do? How is this?" Abel just smiled, and to everyone's surprise raised his fist up, joining the chorus of praise. "Hooray, hooray, Gaston." And so the legend of Gaston was born, the hero of the kingdom of Dinrat. The fame spread far and wide, growing from pure chance without any skill to support it. And also such a reputation would later drag him into all sorts of troubles. That, of course, is a story for another time. In the sun-baked canyons of the kingdom of Dinrat, in the city of Asim, stood a majestic library connected with the faith of Kudal. Suddenly May froze with fear, eyes wide open, panic overwhelming the thought that he was trying to resurrect that terrifying monster whose appearance could never be forgotten. But I already knew, from the very beginning, he was a bad person. She stared at the framed image of a horrible, otherworldly creature of incredible power. Her hands involuntarily flew to her face in shock, and she, stumbling, rolled back along with the whole stack of books she was holding. Abel, however, she remained completely calm. "The people here believers of Yumal. This is a new religion, so their thinking is different." Maya, embarrassed, could only apologize and admit that she did not know. He waved his hand at the library around. "This place is connected with the faith of Kudal, unlike most other religions in the Dinrad kingdom. Here, other faiths are neither humiliated nor restricted." Then the conversation touched on the man whose fame was now sweeping the entire country. Gaston, he was greeted as a hero, the one who resurrected the ancient demon Zalaman and saved entire villages from petrification. Gaston's fame did not remain in Lamar, it spread like wildfire. His name eventually reached the king himself. His meteoric rise reached its climax when Queen Charlotte, the fourth ruler of the Kingdom of Dinrad, personally appointed him as commander of the personal guard of her wife. Abel revealed the cold and precise truth behind the legend. Of course, Gaston is just a name, an unlucky man I used to cover my own achievements, but now that it has come to this, I can no longer make excuses for him. Fortunately, I saved a lot of money, so I decided to get out of Lamarn before I get dragged into any troublesome story. He heavily dropped a stack of books onto the research table with a dull thud. Abel thought aloud, I wonder what happened to him after that. I am sure people will quickly realize that he has no soldier's experience, and I only hope that the Queen's anger over this humiliation will not reach me when it happens. He froze for a moment, and something like a thought about what would happen to Gaston flashed across his face. To be honest, Gaston is quite resilient, but I just hope he won't give up. That situation was much more complicated than even Abel could have predicted. In fact, Queen Charlotte desperately sought to secure Gaston's fame as a political trophy, as a tool to strengthen her claims to the throne against her own brothers and sisters. So even if Gaston did not have the power for his station, she could not simply cast him away. And so Gaston, completely unaware of the great political game he had now entered, simply seized the opportunity, enduring the time and maintaining confidence. Thus his false image as a hero was firmly established. At that time, however, Abel knew nothing about these royal intrigues. By the way, Maya broke the silence. What exactly are we researching? Abel looks up from his notes. I am looking for some magical device that I can use to spread Magical signals to expand the use of the Magiphone. Maya's eyes flashed with understanding. Ah, so it's the Magiphone. It's that long-range magical handphone that works on magic. You already told me about it before, didn't you? 3 hours passed in focused silence. All right, Abel, he said, stretching. For now, I'm just randomly flipping through books here wherever I come across them. You can keep reading the ones that interest you. He returned to work and methodically copied ancient manuscripts. The task was grueling. Different alphabets and symbols from various regions and eras made the text incredibly difficult to decipher. He was especially struck by one book written by an alchemist named Altamia, who died 80 years ago. The content was fascinating, but the style was deliberately confusing, as if it was written to mock its own readers. This alchemist is really interesting, someone capable of thinking. If possible, I want to talk about this with someone else of the same age. But when I look for someone who can easily live beyond 80 years, I have to ask either elves or wise dragons, right? Yoruba, suddenly Maya appeared nearby. Look, she exclaimed, handing over a book. It was titled Wigner Journey Diary about the Yoruba people, author Urker Wigner. The name was instantly recognized. Wigner, Maya beamed. Remember that old man from the research team when we went to explore Zessim Ruin, right? Her excitement was palpable. Apparently that guy fought a dragon for 3 nights and 3 days. And look, this book is so popular that they are already writing. The next volume will be released soon. Later, outside near the library, the Maya side says it's a real hassle. They don't allow us to borrow books. Today I got a bunch of useful information. I think I'll come here again tomorrow. Then she turned to Abel and, as I suspected, said it wouldn't hurt to stop fussing and make an effort to raise her adventurer rank. If you have a high adventurer rank, then you can get the right to use certain conveniences, right? Abel shook his head, but you understand, if I become too famous, there will be too much trouble and I will lose my freedom, you see. While he was speaking, a familiar voice called out, Hey, Abel-chan. It was Sheem, an F-rank traveler who helped them find housing, and the first time they arrived in Assam, led them to the library. Maya excitedly told her about Wigner's diary, which they had found. Sheem smiled. This place is full of complicated books from which I can't understand anything, but there are also adventure books for ordinary people, you see. Shim's tone suddenly changed. By the way, have you heard that some strange organization has been emerging in Lamarn lately? Do you know anything about them, Maya-chan? Abel and Maya looked at her puzzled. Shim continued, I heard they have 2 horns and some kind of gem on their head, but Maya-chan, you don't have any gems on your head, right? Abel's blood ran cold. On their head 2 horns and a gem. It was an unmistakable description of a doomed race. Why did they end up in Lamar? Maya stammered, denying it, but her face paled with fear. Of course not, they even got here to find me. This thought was too heavy for her to bear. Her body suddenly froze. Watch out, Maya, Abel shouted as she suddenly lunged forward. He reached out to her, but it was already too late. Maya fell to the ground, unconscious. Far from here in Marin village, another crisis was unfolding. An angry crowd surrounded the house of the village leader, their voices rising in a furious chant. Bring out the leader, they said that Abel can no longer produce these leaves. What does that mean? In the neighboring house, Giselle was desperately calling for her brother. A huge, loyal animal was preventing her from breaking free. In the chief's house, the village elders gathered. A heated meeting thundered throughout the room. How did the details get out? The chief demanded. The elder slammed his fist on the table. It's all clear, nothing more foolish. I knew inviting Norman to that meeting was a mistake. If he does that, the people who tasted Abel's leaves won't be satisfied with their own leaves. Village head, what should we do? The chief ran his hand over his beard. His face was gloomy. If this is left to chance, the unrest will never subside. His eyes flashed with determination. We have no other choice. Watching the chaotic scene from a hiding place in the forest, Giselle barely smiled. Wonderful, she whispered to herself. She pressed a thick, luxuriously decorated book to her chest. It really is, as Shimshin said. A dark, calculating gaze ran over her face. They will quickly send a few people to soon find Nisama. She turned and went deeper into the forest, leaving all that turmoil behind. A small boy from the village to catch up with her lunged forward. Yeah, Gizel-chan, just as I thought, something evil is here from this magical book, you understand. So who is this Shim you kept talking about? Giselle just smiled, gave no answer, and continued on her way. Terrible promise born in her thoughts, a message for her distant brother. Just wait, Nisama. I know Abel stays with me only because he owes me money, she admitted in a quiet voice. But I don't care about that money. I only hope you will let me go with you. She tightly gripped the sheets, her resolve hardened. I don't want to go back home. Abel said nothing, absorbing the weight of her past. He recalled his own parents, from the previous world and from this one. They were completely different, yet none of them tried to stop him when he went his own way. He looked Mia straight in the eye, a face without hesitation. If you hate your hometown so much, he cut in, piercing her confusion with cold logic, then go to hell. Her eyes widened sharply. She listened to his simple and brilliant solution. If you are being pursued, we can just run away and continue traveling together. For Mia, who was drowning in fear and despair, his words became a lifeline. Leela, having overheard, intervened. Mia has suffered so much, she said, exhaling with a sigh. If that's the case, then I will help too. She pointed out an obvious flaw in their plan. Mia and Abel stood out, so it would be easy to target them for those who would chase and gather eyewitness testimony in Lamarn. Sorry for causing trouble, Mia said quietly. Ebel, practical Abel replied as always. Now we need to get out of here as quickly as possible and find a place to wait it out. Still, I want to review the collection in the library. Leela pondered this. There's a place to hide while Ebel continues his magic research. Her thoughts began to seek a way out. Far from here, at the Marin clan settlement in the border forest, a squad was being assembled for the search. Their goal was to get Abel. The entire settlement was in a silence, cracking with panic. Abel was the only one who could grow their precious grow tobacco, the foundation of their economy. To take him back, they would have to break the oldest and most sacred rule: leaving the settlement is forbidden, and whoever does will regret it. Abel's father bit his daughter hard and let her go. Take care of our home, Gina. The young woman, holding a heavy grimoire, promised her mother, don't worry, we will definitely bring Nisama back. A young man named Fala looked at her, worried. Giselle, he began, don't you think she is acting strangely? He never quite understood how exactly, but her aura had completely changed. She never parted with that strange grimoire. After Abel left, Giselle threw herself into magical studies with feverish persistency, as if she could catch up with him at any cost. The grimoire was a relic from her grandfather's library. She stared into the distance. The disappearance of her fiancé was still a painful wound that had not healed. Damn it, Abel, she whispered, clenching her fist after turning the whole village upside down just because he vanished without a single word. The next time I see you, I'll tell you exactly what I think. The chiefs of the Marin clan, look how the feast is ending. Chief, is this really normal? His advisor asked. The tribal chief fell silent for a moment, recalling an ancient law: those who leave the village will later regret it. They were breaking a sacred tradition to bring Abel back. Since I have no evidence, the old leader pondered, keeping his gaze sharp with cunning. It seems to me this means. His voice faded, leaving in the air a hint of a deeper hidden truth. Meanwhile, at the western gates, Lamarna Mia's pursuers received new information. Chief, we received eyewitness testimony, the subordinate reported. He saw them on a horse-drawn wagon heading towards Sima about 2 days from here. The subordinate swallowed and added, it seems she is traveling with a blonde young man. His hair and clothes suggest he is from the Marin clan. The chief's eyes narrowed. They say the Marins never leave their remote lands. The appearance of a Marin clansman was an unexpected variable in his equation. In any case, he ordered us to set out for Assam. His troops accepted the order and moved out. The path was immediately blocked by a line of soldiers. Halt. The kingdom guard stepped forward to explain. What is happening here? Demanded the chief. The guard replied, yesterday a magical creature attacked here and now the rocks are starting to crumble. Clearing and opening the path for travel will take about a week. You will have to go around. The chief did not even slow down. We are not bound by the laws of Dinroth. The guard raised his spear, stunned. Hey, go further and you will be arrested for treason. The chief just rushed forward while the guards moved out to intercept him. With a contemptuous movement, he shattered their crossed spears to the forest, scattered with cracks like twigs. Suddenly, a deafening rumble shook the canyon. A whole giant section of rock broke off and fell right on them. Guardians of the kingdom screamed in pure horror. The leader Father of Maya simply raised his eyes to the stone mountain descending from above, and his face expressed complete contempt. He pulled back, his fist power crackled around him. And he punched not the rock but just the very air. A sharp blow of force tore from the fists. It dully hit a boulder with unimaginable power. A massive rock was instantly wiped off the face of the earth. It shattered into a rain of dust and pebbles that safely fell down. The kingdom's guards could only freeze and watch. Their minds were unable to comprehend the catastrophic power they had just witnessed. In the whirl of falling debris, the leader uttered a single word. His voice was a low growl. He clenches his fist, and in his eyes burns an undeniable, truly terrible conviction. I will return you. A strong, long wall snakes across the rolling hills, marking the boundary of a distant territory. On this land, Abel and Mia observe the local vegetation while nearby the market buzzes with life. A voice calls his name and Abel restrains his face, calm and analytical. The Lord's butler Urivis asks why he ended up on the farmland. Abel picks up a clod of earth and explains he heard about trouble with the magical herb and came to check the soil quality himself. Butler expresses his surprise, noting that Sir Abel is not only a master of exterminating magical beasts but also deeply knowledgeable in botany. Abel modestly replies that it was a subject he studied in his hometown. Then the butler asks if Abel is really satisfied with his reward. For defeating the A-class magical beast, the payment and promotion were supposed to be orders of magnitude higher, but Abel just smiles and reassures him. Everything is fine. He begins to explain the true purpose of his mission. His only request is a roof over his head and a place to rest in Farge, a rural area on the western edge of the country. For half a month, this territory was completely cut off. The trade routes were severed by a powerful magical creature that even experienced adventurers dared not engage with. It was on Shime's advice that they came here. The beast was a terrible three-headed dragon, a hydra of incredible strength that struck fear throughout the entire region. But against Abel's unquestionable power, it had no chance at all. The creature was destroyed by a flash of dazzling force. For this incredible feat, the local lord welcomed them as heroes. They refused the colossal reward, asking only for permission to hide on this land, a strategic move that stunned the locals. Abel explains a masterful trick to his butler. For his service, he secured a promise of a research laboratory and stable supplies of materials. Everything must be prepared by tonight. In this remote land where trade is almost non-existent, he found the perfect place to conduct his work in solitude. May looks at him worried, as if to say, you have worked so hard because of me, but Abel dispels her worries with a confident smile. He says he does not believe it. They will be taken all the way to the very edge of the Dinlat kingdom. Now the foundation of their new life is securely laid. And what do you even mean after all this? Mia asks. Abel continues, explaining that staying here is convenient for her too. He will be able to conduct his research without interference, and they will provide everything necessary in the laboratory, which is also protected thanks to the support of the local lord. Mia noticed that the soil here is amazingly high quality, nothing like in her hometown. Perhaps that is why magical power affects it, resulting in poor harvests. Abel revealed his interest in agronomy. He recalled an old experiment where he tried to mass-produce grass by embedding magic into its foundation. Mia smiles, simply happy that he found a new project to immerse himself in. Yeah, Abel confirms this decisively. I will manage. Raising his hand in triumph, he proclaims his grand dream. I will start a new miracle in the magical world from here, from a remote village. Vigilant local guards watch him from afar, completely bewildered by the traveling mage who defeated a three-headed dragon. They whisper among themselves, amazed at how strange he is. Far beyond the walls of Lomiron, a great trading city in the kingdom of Dinlat, a group of nobles is shocked. The news was true, and it was confirmed. They bitterly lament their misfortune. They had just escaped from a pack of magical beasts and suddenly found themselves in a strange city. Leaving the settlement is forbidden, they were warned, and whoever disobeys will regret it. The leader of the group tries to gather the confused comrades together, but they whine, saying they want to go home. Two younger members of the group, a boy and a girl, watched this pitiful spectacle with contempt. The girl noted that Giselle, Abel's sister, handled the magical beasts that were chasing them very impressively. They talked about the search for Abel. Witnesses were found, but no trace of him in the town. The locals were hostile, so they caught them with the fact that all the investigative work fell on them. In the silence of the deep forest, Gazelle leans over a huge ancient tome. She lifts her gaze from the book. Her face is clouded. Here the trail of the big brother ends and the mood has completely fallen. She thinks to herself, if this continues, sooner or later I will return to the settlement. Clinging to hope, she decides that they need to wait for a favorable sign, certain that they are getting closer to the place where Abel is, under the radiant light of the full moon. Returning to the farmland in Farge, he sees the sky split open and a furious, relentless downpour begins. Abel looks up at the rain and on his face panic eye. The rural hired hands see him standing in the storm and shout for him to come back inside before he catches a cold. But Abel is in panic, shouting that the sprouts of the totem pumpkin seedlings he planted will be washed away by the rain. He summons a tower in the structure Ashura 5000 and it emerges from underground. While the golem prepares its weapon, Abel declares that he intends to smash even the rain clouds to pieces. Pointing the golem's weapon-like hand upward, he unleashes a powerful spell and shouts, "O wind's terror." A magic circle flashes and enormous energy gathers in an instant, cutting the air with a strike. The spell tears the sky apart, physically layers the clouds, and reveals the clear sky behind them. The rain stopped instantly. The peasants' gaze and distrust provoke triumphant laughter, with a shout, "Nothing is impossible for me." However, the next day in Lord Abel's estate, he lies bedridden, exhausted to the limit and feverish. Mia rushes to him when he mumbles that his life might end here from what feels like more than an ordinary cold. But the doctor assures frightened Mia that by tomorrow he will be fine, reproaches Abel for rushing into the fields, and orders him to rest. That evening, Mia sits by his bed and vows to stay close. She heard from the locals the world tree's totem watches over his pumpkins. While Abel sleeps peacefully, Mia lays her head nearby and keeps a faithful watch. On Mia's forehead, a barely noticeable shining point of light flickers. The light detaches and slowly floats toward Abel, and his mind suddenly clears as the fever subsides. From Mia to Abel flows a stream of shimmering particles, then he arches and flies out through the window. A trail of light glides over the estate and goes out into the night sky. It continues to rise, drawing a bright streak through space. Above the mountains, the light gathers together and appears as a radiant cross-shaped sign that illuminates the heavens. Faisal and her hooded companions witnessed the celestial event. This is the omen she had been waiting for. And she and the chief mage raise their eyes and freeze in amazement. They understand that this divine sign points the way. Back to the manor, the next morning day comes without pause. Abel shudders and wakes up. He sits up and feels completely restored. Suddenly he is struck by an epiphania, memory of a dream. There is no time to sit idly by, he exclaims, and jumping out of bed springs into action. He rushes out of the room and excitedly tells the astonished Mia that he must test the magical circle he saw in the dream. On the hill behind Lord's Manor, Abel unleashes a destructive burst of power, tearing a huge trench into the ground. Maya can only freeze in utter shock and horror, watching the unrestrained display of power. Could it really have worked? Exclaims Abel, thrilled by the result of his newfound inspiration. He hums aloud that maybe these incredible ideas come to him every time he gets sick. Mia still shudders and is afraid. What if the Lord himself scolds them for damaging his property? Abel ignores her, already focused on the next step. First, he needs a good reason for destruction, but before acting, he must name this powerful new technique. When he thoughtfully listens to someone landing on the ridge above them, a sharp sound cuts through the air. A pack of cloaked figures froze as a silhouette against the sky. Their leader, a stern man with protruding horns, looks down and says, cutting everything off with cold finality, "I found you." As a leader and as a father, he stood unyielding. A storm of duty gathered in his eyes. Quiet morning calm in the neighboring town was shattered by a terrifying sight. Two travelers on the road pointed towards Lord's mansion. A column of smoke rose from the mountain behind it. They quicken their pace, their movements convey urgency. Their path suddenly encountered an obstacle. Nearby stood a squad of majestic figures in white, hooded robes. Their leaders looked as if their gaze radiated an aura of complete power. Meanwhile, completely unaware, Abel called Mia. He stretched, feeling the long rest taking effect. "Let's go have breakfast," he announced. "I lay bedridden for some time, so I am terribly hungry." Mia pointed to the shattered landscape around them, the result of his previous battle. "If they find this, won't the Lord be terribly angry?" she asked. Abel just smiled. "Oh yes, I will set up a construction tote-man settle this a little later." While they were walking to the town, he noticed the bustle. In the town, it buzzed as if it was already up and about and it was still early. "Hey," someone shouted with a voice. It was one of the travelers who managed to bypass the figures in robes. "Ah, right, maybe it's about this young lady," he said, pointing at Mia. "Sir, you have a visitor." Figures in white robes emerged from the trees. Their presence chilled the air. Mia froze, her face pale with pure horror. Her eyes widened as soon as she saw their leader, a man with familiar horns and a gloomy expression. It was her father. "Father," she whispered, and did not believe her own words. The man's gaze did not leave her, his voice low and firm. "Mia." The order left no room for objections, but Mia could only stare blankly, confused and frightened. Before she could respond, Abel squeezed between them, shielding her. "Mia said she does not want to return to you," he declared, and his voice was sharp. "If you do not care about her, just leave her alone." He finally found his voice. Her fear turned into anger. "You left me and didn't appear for so long, and now suddenly you came back to take it all back. What do you want?" The man's expression was stern and unchanged. "Mia's power is finally beginning to awaken," he said, as if that explained everything. Abel shuddered. "What are you talking about?" There was no trace left of the father's patience. His eyes narrowed in poisonous anger. "Step back, brat." Abel did not move. He only raised his hand, and a complex magical circle flared up, came to life. "Teleportation," he said calmly, as if discussing the weather. In a moment, a gigantic multi-armed totem materialized from the air and, with the roar of a meteor, slammed between them. Mysterious men in mantles shuddered in shock. "That dead hit," Abel ordered to pull her to the construct. The totem immediately surged forward, raising a huge cloud of dust, and became their escape. It raced madly through the forest, tearing them away from the very confrontation. The carrier rushes totem at speed. In Abel's head, everything flickered again and again. "He doesn't look like a person you can negotiate with. How did they find our location?" Suddenly, the ground exploded before them. Abel and I froze in shock and shouted aloud. Trapped in the trench he himself had dug, and standing exactly in their path where there was no way around, stood Mia's father. He grabbed faster than they could blink. Abel's expression froze. "It seems we have no choice left but to fight." He turned to Mia, his tone deadly serious. "Mia, is it okay if I take down your father and his men?" Her eyes widened with fear, but the answer was firm. I don't want to go back." "Oh yes," Abel shouted and sharply thrust his hand forward. A new magical circle had just been unleashed. Earthly fury. The earth beneath me, my father and his men tore it apart wildly. Pillars of stone burst from the depths of the ground. The chieftain only gritted his teeth, restraining himself before the magical storm. Abel was not finished yet. "Go, Ashura," he commanded, and his battle golem charged into the fight. The fist glowed with power. To ensure blurred forward, a miracle of magical engineering, but his father dodged the blow with unimaginable ease. He slipped through the furious attacks of the golem, a phantom on the battlefield. Abel froze in shocked stupor. He keeps up with Ashura's movements. This old man is a true monster. Chieftain seized his chance. He dodged the blow and struck Ashura's torso with his own fist. The blow was colossal, even the ground cracked beneath the roar. Abel reacted instantly. "O earth, become a wall." An impenetrable wall of solid rock burst from the ground and blocked the path of the voivodes. There was no obstacle for this. The wall shattered like glass. It was smashed to pieces by the force of his wild physical power. He emerged from the debris not at all confused. He closed the distance again and rolled closer to finish off Ashura, ready to dismantle the golem piece by piece. And Abel had already prepared his next move. 5 spheres of pure, condensed energy appeared above him. "Mighty magic metal," he shouted. 5 orb balls shot forward like cannons, converging on a single target. A series of devastating explosions thundered through the forest. Everything was covered with dust and smoke, scorching the view with blinding light. The chief did not try to dodge. He only gathered himself, preparing for the strike. He was engulfed by the explosion, and the smoke began to clear. Abel carefully watched the epicenter. Did I perhaps overdo it? He wondered. Stone clinked against the ground. From the dissipating haze, a figure emerged. So it was Mia's father, clothes slightly torn but the body completely unharmed. There wasn't even a scratch on him. Abel's eyes widened in pure shock. The leader's gaze was analytical, cold, a mage from Marin. He processed the information with frightening speed. The fact that a member of a tribe that had not left its settlement for over 150 years was now on Mia's side means the distortion of the world is becoming greater and greater. Ignoring the deep consequences of that statement, Ebel ordered his golem, Ashura, but the chieftain no longer paid attention to the building. His burning gaze was fixed only on the daughter, but Maya. He growled, his voice was thick, in a strange mixture of rage and deliberate purpose. A deafening roar, and he unleashed his true power. He grabbed Ashura the golem, forged from magic and steel, with his bare hands. With a force that defied all logic, he began to squeeze and crush him. The sound of torn metal and cracking spells filled the air. The golem, which had endured incredible torment, was now being torn to pieces like paper. The armored shell bent and shattered under the colossal, unstoppable pressure. Ebel and Mia could only freeze in absolute horror, as the pinnacle of magical mastery was destroyed right before their eyes. The glade was filled with devastation. Before them lay the mighty guardian Ashura, lay quietly, his strength and form, which once soared, were broken and motionless. Above the fallen creature towered the majestic figure of the doomed clan leader, a gaze cold and unyielding. Abel froze in shock, unable to believe his eyes, and what he saw could not fit in his mind. A cold fury washed over him like a wave. With a roar, he sharply thrust his hands forward, and a complex magical circle flared to life. A storm of blade-like airstreams surged at the commander, a spell so powerful it could shred steel. The wind spell scattered against an invisible barrier, and the leader was thrown back. He flipped in the air before landing gracefully on his feet, completely unharmed. He stood silently and watched, as if Abel's desperate attack was nothing more than a minor inconvenience to him. Silence in the forest pressed on the chest. Abel panted. He still could not stop the thoughts. Confessed to Mia, your father. It was incredible. He said his movements were enhanced by magic. I don't understand how he so easily destroyed Shura, a creature of magic. Mia shook her head. It's a secret technique. It was passed down to us by our ancestors. I believe your master knew a similar technique with a wooden club. She explained that it is a physical art. It strengthens the body by channeling magical power through it, and it requires incredible control. Totems often help. It was such a secret jealousy that was guarded and so difficult to grasp that even Abel tried and failed. Their principles are completely different. My magic works differently. Abel silently reflects, analyzing the new data. How does the Doom clan control this? He pressed to learn more. Is there some kind of tool like the totems of the Marin clan? If I knew the source of his power, maybe I would find a vulnerability. They say the crystal in the center of the forehead of the Doom clan carries a power that was cut by the leader's voice, calm, authoritative, firm. The magic was controlled through spirit unification. He looked at Mia. She had already been told not to use magic, a pity, because she is incredibly skilled at sensing spirits in the air. Abel's eyes suddenly widened with understanding. They were simply looking down on her because she did not have a crystal. The puzzle came together, a sufficient explanation for how he could precisely determine our location. Abel grimly turned to Mia. I'm sorry for the tools I took. For the world tree totem, they emit a distinct aura. The situation was critical. The guard was not chasing them for the jewels, he was chasing his daughter. If we linger here, they will find us in a moment, Abel assessed to himself. But if I use magic, the aura will reveal our location, and after Ashura's destruction, we won't be able to face him one-on-one. There was no time to devise a perfect strategy. The ground trembled as soon as the leader closed the distance. His speed was otherworldly and his presence suffocating. Each step cracked the earth beneath his boots. He stopped just a few steps away, an invincible force of nature. Abel raised his hands in a gesture of peace. I surrender, he said. His voice had no emotion. I can't think of any way to defeat you in the state I'm in now. The chief paused, and there was nothing to read on his face. Then he added, I respect myself as I will be. But Mia had her own will. With a defiant scream, she pulled out a sharp dagger and pressed the cold steel to her own throat. I will not go back, she shouted, her voice trembling but firm. If you try to take me back, I will end my life right here. The chief snorted disdainfully. Don't pretend. Such a performance. Abel's calm finally cracked. To pursue one's own daughter until she is forced to flee, that is the deed of the worst of fathers. He barked, and his voice echoed through the trees. Mia had always been lonely. Everyone ignored her and kept her locked up. The only thing she wanted was to see the world. He talked about his past, about parents who were distant or demanding, and how he was still allowed to handle his own affairs. You fenced off your daughter and did not let her do what she wanted. Taking her back is the same as death. This is the only resistance we can offer. You think this is a performance? Defeating him is not so easy. His eyes burn as if from within. You think Mia can't do it? Then I will. No matter how fast you move, my cast will be faster. Struck by the boy's defiance, the chief slammed his fist into the ground with all his might. The rock beneath him shattered. That was it, Gambit. Abel's mind worked at lightning speed. Whatever the reason, he clearly wants to bring her back alive, he thought. So, to create an entrance, a performance must be arranged. He gave me a clever look, just a little bit. If we shake him, he will lose focus. Then I will turn his own great perception against him. Earth become a wall capable of command. From beneath the earth with a rumble grew a gigantic barricade of solid rock, blocking the leader's path. It was a futile gesture. The chief flew through it with one contemptuous blow, and the wall crumbled into dust and debris. He emerged from the rubble, not a scratch. Oh, earth, fury, and again the capable artist raises his hands. Everything blurs into one indistinct motion. Beneath the leader's feet, the earth suddenly began to quake. It started to boil and seethe. A chaotic whirl of earth and stone rose to cover him. He stood firm against the onslaught, and his strength was immense. His eyes narrowed. He fixed his gaze on the magical attack. But it was all powerless while the chief was distracted. In the air behind him appeared a small wooden totem. I teleport the world tree totem, saturated with my magical power, declared Abel, executing the true core of his plan. The totem shimmered with an aura exactly the same as Abel's. While he is confused, the boy calculated, he will take it for my aura. Commander twitched. His senses were overwhelmed by overload. In that moment of confusion, Abel began the final spell. Oh, spirits who forge the earth here and now, forge. Powerful, thick strips of hard frozen earth burst out of the ground. Wrapping around the chief's body, it completely bound his arms and legs. He struggled, veins on his arms tensed under the shackles, but he could not break free from. When his opponent was immobilized, Abel showed his masterful move. In his hands appeared a new weapon, long and flexible. Hidden Manga metal transformation technique. He declared, a victorious voice that rang with triumph. I call this Abel Whip. He swung the arcane weapon with all his might and cut in an arc. Whip cracked through the air, and with all his strength struck the captured commander-in-chief, delivering a devastating blow. The strike was incredible. The shockwave even split the trees around them. Whip fell apart. Its goal was achieved with one perfect strike. Murasif, leader of the Doom tribe, began to speak so that his voice tore the silence. Are you chasing Mia? The powerful leader, tightly bound by Abel's magical whip, stubbornly remained silent, his face a mask of contempt. Abel's gaze was sharp, analytical. If you mean the ornaments that Mia took from the world tree in Ramen City, the elder's eyes barely widened. Abel pressed his advantage. His intellect surged forward like a rapier. You followed her tracks and also the magical power of Asher, didn't you? Asher, I mean the wooden doll that you completely destroyed. An incredible burst of raw power erupted from Murasif. You still have the strength to resist, Abel noted, surprised by the chief's resilience. With a furious roar, Murasif struggled in the bonds, and magical energy sparked around him. But it was in vain. Abel simply gave the order, whip spices once more. The magical construct instantly tightened, and with a rumble pressed the mighty warrior back into the ground, breaking his resistance with a cloud of dust. Manasev screamed hoarsely in pain, gritting his teeth. Even if one or two bones were supposed to be broken, what is happening to your body? Abel quietly pondered, analyzing his opponents for natural endurance. The chief raised his gaze, rage and delight mixed on his face. The metal transformed in an instant, magical control, terrifyingly precise. Is this the power you gained by using my daughter? What are you talking about? Abel asked, feigning ignorance. Last night I saw a symbol floating in the sky. Murasif opened his mouth, his voice low and heavy. That was Mia's power, as the prophecy foretold. He looked at Abel, and in his eyes burned a harsh, unquestionable certainty. I don't know what your goal is, but it seems you approached my daughter because you felt that as a sorcerer you could take her power under control. Mom, who had been silently listening until now, was now completely stunned. Dad, what the hell is this? The two men stared at each other without blinking. A chasm of secrets lay between them. Marissa finally spoke, his voice heavy with ancient sorrow. Honestly, you know absolutely nothing. Silence, dark and heavy, covered the steps. Over 4,000 years ago, he began to look far ahead. The guardian deity of this land, the god Kujir, declared war on the malevolent sky god Silpum and imprisoned him in the moon. It is said that in exhaustion after that battle, Kujir fell into sleep. Somewhere in this land to recover. Abel listened attentively, absorbing divine wisdom. Now almost only the elves of the Sky Kingdom know about this, but Mursef's gaze flared with fierce, tragic pride. We, the Doom tribe, are descendants of the race created by the Sky God. Mia and Abel froze in silent shock. What did you say? The chief continued the story, a tale woven into the very fabric of his people's existence. The Sky God created the Doom tribe to build a military power capable of opposing the god Kujir. According to legend, the god of the sky was sealed in the moon by the god Kujir. Exhausting his strength, Kujir sealed the sky god and himself fell into slumber. But even before he was sealed, the sky breathed a living volume into the body of the ancestor of the doomed tribe. The liver-repudiated Abel, and understanding flashed in his eyes. Eddie shifted his gaze to his daughter, Me. Her eyes sharply widened in shock. It's you. The weight of his words fell upon them. With tribes of the doomed, born by the sky god himself, were forgiven and granted permission to live on the land of Dinrat, as allowed by the god Kujir, the tale beyond that point is probably unknown even to the elves. The sky god gathers strength to resurrect on the moon. Only a few in our tribe have inherited this prophecy. He looked at Mehai's face somber. After 2,000 years, the descendant of doom will become a mighty weapon for the sky god. Ah, wait a second, Abel interrupted, and fragments of the cosmic puzzle clicked, merging into a single picture. I don't know if this is a legend of your tribe or something like that, but how can you even know about the resurrection of an ancient evil god from mythical timesand, even about where the god Kujir is now? The answer will gather at the return of the moon. Once every 500 years comes the day when the moon approaches closely, and it is believed that on this day the magical power of all living beings in the world is strengthened, so various countries and religions hold some form of celebration. Abel's mind raced and he calculated, probably in about half a year. Even in that city, they said that the preparation for the festival would be accelerated due to the recent revival of trade, right? He glanced at Murasef and a new terrible suspicion formed in his mind. So how do you feel about the fact that magical beasts have been going mad more and more often in various regions lately? Isef's grimace was the entire answer he needed. Abel recalled recent events, the disaster with the magical creature in Ramen, the appearance of the demon Zalaman, and the unprecedented upheavals that should not have happened in recorded history. Even I remembered Nardgalan, which blocked the trade route in the territory of the Phages. Our tribe of the doomed is a race created by the sky god, explained Morsef. His voice carried the burden of service. For over 2,000 years we have lived peacefully. We have no reason to prove loyalty to our creator, the god. But if there is a chance that the turmoil will return our cursed child, the one who can become a weapon for the sky god, we cannot give her away. He looked at his daughter with deep pain. Kent's Maya, as a being not made of stone, was isolated in a fortress surrounded by a barrier. He closed his eyes. I did not know how effective these barriers were, but I thought she should be kept hidden at least until the moon festival in 15 years. His voice trembled. Why didn't you tell me? Tears welled up in her eyes as the truth shattered her old resentment. If I had known it would be like this, I would not have hated my own family and I wouldn't have run away. 15 years ago, Morsov confessed, and the memory still cuts like a fresh wound. When I realized that my newborn was the cursed child, like the tribe leader, I had no choice but to destroy any chance that could bring crisis to the world. Vision flashed of him holding his infant daughter in his arms, but he held her gaze and in his eyes pain. The reason I allowed you to live is my own stubbornness. He froze in place. The revelation struck her like thunder. I am a weapon to be used against evil when the god resurrects. Meanwhile, on the ridge 2 mountains away from them, a shining symbol lit up in the night sky. Truly a good sign, a whisper that came from the darkness. Jaisel stood at the edge of the cliff, her eyes burning with excitement. Great brother over there, right? Exactly as Simsan said. I feel the power of my great brother moving in that direction. She tightly clutched the grimoire and a victorious smile shone on her face. Kokoko, I don't know why, but it's strange that everything is going so smoothly in my favor. The book pulsed with dark energy. Without a doubt, this is my father's will. I will make not only Abel but also that girl mine. Her smile was a picture of unquestionable confidence. Yes, of course, I knew it. I knew that the elder brother wanted to return home, right? So standing before her father, the demon Lord Murasef, she finally voiced the truth that had been haunting her from now on. A weapon that the evil god will use when he resurrects. The realization hit her like a wave. If my father's words are true, I am a creature who will ultimately bring disaster upon this entire continent. Even Abel's recent surge of magical power, it could have been stirred by the sleeping powers of the sky god within me. Her thoughts immediately fly to him, and her heart tightens with fear. What would Abel think? That maybe he would be horrified. The magic he believed in as his own is actually the creation of some dark force. Fear shackled his will. Could it be that he no longer wants me to be near? She hesitated, approached him closer, and her voice barely trembled like a whisper. Mind, Abel. While he was turning back, for a moment his face remained unreadable. And then his face broke into a dazzlingly maniacal smile, and his eyes flashed with pure, unadulterated admiration. Maina and her father could only watch silently. He froze, completely stunned by the reaction. Abel's mind was already racing wildly. He connected variables at a speed no normal person could catch. He turned to Murzef, and discovery rang in his voice. If you say this is true, then Mia's purpose is to give the subordinates of the heavenly god power when he breaks the seal so they can conquer the world. The consequences were overwhelming. As a sorcerer, I was under the influence of Mia's presence. Thanks to this, I was able to invent powerful magic. He recalled a key moment, even that skillful bullet I invented. It happened during a nightmare at the inn courtyard in Ramen. A new theory suddenly formed in his head. Could it be that when my mind is clouded, I become more vulnerable to external influence? He sharply turned to the stunned Mia, and on his face was a genuine, sincere feeling of gratitude. No matter what, since I was with you, I was able to draw out my power without even noticing. Thank you, Mia. She was still staggering after that. Aren't you at least a little scared and surprised? If the prophecy is true, I will eventually bring disaster to this country. But Abel saw only a chance. What are you talking about? Did I really not notice something so interesting, huh? He firmly shakes hands. Admiration bursts out. From now on, please stay close as an object for magical research. Murzef observed the exchange of remarks, and a spark of understanding flickered in his gaze. Yes, if we figure out the situation, we won't have to be enemies. Abel notices the moment and reaches out to the demon lord, a bold political gesture. I will also help protect myself. Let's try together, father. Murzef's face twisted with rage. You little one. You have no right to call me father. Despite his anger, the demon lord was pragmatic. Still, with this boy's power, even if you say you'll protect her, do you have a plan? Abel's face remained unchanged with a confident smile. Yes, on that matter. After 20 minutes, they stood before the Fag estate. The lord himself was in a state of complete shock, pointing at the horizon with a trembling finger. Lord Abel, what does this mean? Beyond them, the mountain was split in half, the area distorted and devastated. Local nobles froze in horror, and Abel, calm amid this chaos, simply said, Then he grandly waved toward Murzef and his retinue. Yes, I called them here. Crowd erupted in confusion, Under the gaze of every respectable stable master fixed on him, Abel began weaving his story. I was just talking about this with my lord the other day, right? About investigating the cause of poor harvests in this territory. This man is a true expert. He put on an apologetic facial expression. You see, because the expert was busy, we had no idea when he would arrive. I forgot to tell you that we would conduct excavations. My apologies. He continued the narrative, making it increasingly intricate with each second. And all because he likes research even more than I do. As soon as he arrived, it seemed he was shaken by a case he had never seen before. And he couldn't sit still, right, Mr. Expert? Before the stunned lord could protest further, Abel bowed. Forgive me, I caused such a commotion at such an early hour. We will use magic to restore the place that was destroyed, and everything will be as before. Skillfully diffusing the situation, Abel led the group into the ravaged landscape. Well then, first let's make a totem for construction work, all right? Murzef surveyed the area, and a grim expression froze on his face. There is too little magical power in this wooden log. It is at moments like these that I realize how lucky I am with the environment of the Marana settlement. His tone sharply became urgent. Do you think you will find a solution if you just sit still? Even as we speak, the resurrection time of the sky god is approaching. Abel's gaze slid to the sky. He recalled the deceptive symbol that appeared. Indeed, without a barrier like the one that protected our village, the magical sign will appear again in the sky, and the servants of the sky god will most likely sense it. Abel clarified, what is this ancient Doomtribe barrier? Can someone here explain the magical formula and all the details? Murzef shook his head, then pulled out a small hexagonal wooden artifact. And I have a magical tool for a temporary barrier here. The object was covered with ancient inscriptions, and at its center was a single inset stone. This is a fragment from ancient ruins brought from the settlement, explained Murzef. If we return to the settlement, it will become even more powerful. Abel studied the artifact. His thoughts were counting and piecing together puzzles. Honestly, this does not look good, admitted Murzef. I do not know how strong the power of the sky god is, but at this level of might, a sorcerer like me would immediately see what is what. Abel had already devised a multi-channel strategy. I want to gather a bit more information. While we return to the Doom settlement briefly, we can also advance research and materials here. So to everyone from Doom I appeal. Help clear the ground around here. First, let's do what we can, then decide what to do next. He called his own creation. Well then, please help the World Tree Totem fulfill its task. Mia will help too. Teleport. When the totem finally took shape, Murzef shouted, Stop! He was intently staring at the wooden figure right. That's not all. It seemed to me that I had already seen this, and I recalled. The demon lord said this, his gaze sliding between the totem and the ancient relic he held in his hand. Could it really be made from the same material as this barrier magical tool? A revelation struck Abel like lightning. Yes, it's true, this is what this magical weapon is based on. It is made from the world tree. I didn't notice it was too old and worn. Yes, we found this place last night as soon as we saw the symbol that appeared in the sky above this land. That's when I realized Mia was here. Mia connected another piece of the puzzle. It happened when I had a high fever at the hotel in Ramen. While Abel was having a nightmare, after waking up he unconsciously summoned a giant magical circle. If this sign really appeared as a reaction to Mia influencing me with her power, then Murasef-san and others should have found out our location 2 months ago. Murasef nodded grimly. I have been pursuing Mia for 2 months, but I have never seen such a reaction. The answer hung in the air, open to everyone, the World Tree Totem. So it didn't work last night? Mia asked. Abel put everything together. I'm not sure, but maybe physical distance also matters. Last night I sent the World Tree Totem to patrol the fields. Now that you mention it, I really wasn't nearby. The theory began to crystallize. Totems by nature can hide themselves from evil creatures like a barrier, Abel explained. And if the World Tree can strengthen barriers, then totems made from it must have even stronger barrier properties. This was a breakthrough. We should learn more about the World Tree, don't you think? Abel said, turning to his companions. Her eyes flashed. I immediately understood. It was fate bringing us together. But suddenly she thought of something mundane. Damn, speaking of which, I still haven't paid him and the debt dates back to when we bought this. But Abel was already moving to the next phase. First, we need to gather information about exactly where the World Tree stands. Morissette tried to intervene. Miss, please wait, there are still things I need to take care of here. Thalan, we're setting out immediately to scout the World Tree. Suddenly Murasef's head jerked up and his facial expression hardened. Get ready, he barked to his people, and a wave of incredible ominous energy covered them. His feeling, a demon probably, one of his men asked. Something evil is approaching. Murasef confirmed, eyes narrowed, it can't be. Abel paled, no, already, probably Mark's appearance last night alarmed not only us but also the servants of the heavenly deity. Irazef's voice was a muffled growl, they are coming. Above the ascent, a squad of knights climbed the hill. Abel felt a chill in his veins. He recognized their flawless white and gold armor. He recognized the woman leading them. His voice broke into a caught whisper. He froze in complete shock, unable to understand how she ended up here. The voice from the grimoire echoed in Gissel's thoughts, a memory from the very dawn of his existence. As soon as I was born, the first thing I saw was a huge light. Bottomless etheric darkness swirling in a dazzling sphere. I don't know why, but I suddenly recognized, this is the one who created me. The name of my creator is Silpam. He is like a father to me. A stream of information poured into her embryonic consciousness, revealing the grand and tragic history of the creator. She learned how her father was defeated and imprisoned by another god, and that now he sleeps waiting for the perfect moment for resurrection. And then I found myself among many shadows larger than me. They were all born earlier, so they were to me what people would call elder brothers. Their father's last command echoed through each of them. To rise to the surface, plunge the world into chaos, and behind the scenes lay the foundation for my return. Secure the spellbook, prepared on the surface for the bloody hustle of the lunar festival Dinmei. We descended to the surface, the voice continued, so that when our father resurrects, the invasion could proceed without any obstacles. While his brothers had colossal power, they stirred up riots and raised magical beasts to wreak havoc across the land. This creature was different. Its own magic was extremely weak. Only a gift, its sole strength, a subtle ability to influence the hearts of the weak. The first attempts were catastrophic. It tried to master a powerful magical creature, but in the process was almost consumed by its own essence. Then it settled on a mediocre mage until a group of travelers discovered him and quickly drove him out, unable to restrain their mockery of his feeble presence. What a loser, they laughed. I thought he was a low-level demon because he had no aura. Inside burned humiliation. Only a desperate, powerful desire to prove that it existed and to be useful to the father just like his older brothers drove it forward. But it had no strength. Even approaching someone truly powerful seemed impossible. And from hiding it spotted him, a young sorcerer traveling with companions. The demon immediately recognized his power. He was no ordinary one. If only it could drag him into its group, if only it could take that vessel for itself. In its current state, it had no chance of possessing someone of that level. It needed to find a vulnerability, anything it could use. And then it found the perfect key, a young woman reading a book in a distant town. Dear brother, she quietly said. Way to get that guy. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the path ahead. I wanted to see you, dear brother. It was Giselle, a calm face, and in her hands she firmly held a familiar grimoire. Abel froze. A wave of fear overwhelmed him. Gazelle, why are you here? We confused. Do you two know each other? Abel's voice was tense. She is my younger sister. Lord Graham's gaze narrowed. He felt a dissonant energy. That strange aura comes from that book. Maya caught her breath and whispered, could she be under the influence of a demon? Gazelle took a step closer. Sorry, dear brother, it turned out that I made you travel to such a remote place. She gave a gentle, soothing smile. Since I tested you, I have only regretted it. You were scared because you broke the rules, right? But everything has changed in the village. She extended her hand. Now even father will probably forgive you. Let's go back to the village together. Abel clenched his teeth and his thoughts raced in panic. It was not like that, Giselle. Gazelle, step away from that grimoire, Abel shouted, and instinct screamed, danger, that thing is dangerous. And his sister just smiled. All thanks to Simsan, he led me here from the very beginning, using divination. His jaw dropped. Gazelle's gaze was firm. I am Gazelle Balak, and I am betrothed to my brother Abel. In the whirlpool of chaos, Lord Graham burst out, exploding with rage. You, bastard, what is happening? What exactly do you intend to do with my daughter? The calm expression of Gazelle vanished, giving way to a cold gaze directed straight at Mia. And who exactly are you? She demanded sharply. May groaned in shock and whimpered, I am Abel's Gazelle. She cut her off sharply, her voice roaring. What is your relationship with my brother? Inside the book, the demon savored his victory. I was really very lucky. Who would have thought that the girl following Abel was the very magical tome that father left behind? Her plan was perfectly composed, link by link. I knew it. There is no one more worthy than me to become father's assurance. His voice whispered into her head, return Abel, reunite them again, ignore the girl beside you, do exactly as I said, elder brother. Abel stared at the girl before him, changed. Who is she anyway? The voice now coming from Gazelle's lips was contemptuous. Gazelle, just ignore the girl next to him. Do you think you behave too freely? But Gazelle's own will resisted for a moment. Simsan, please be quiet, she whispered, clutching the book. Mia looked at Abel, snorted confusedly. Who is your sister? Looking at Abel, he stared intently at the grimoire. Probably that is what keeps the book under control. Lord Graham snorted defiantly, and demonic senses dissected the energy to the smallest detail. Who knows him apparently? The power here is limited by mental influence. But if it comes to that, this is most likely some low-level demon. The demon's consciousness shuddered with offense. Low-level demon, how dare they? Both brothers and sister dared to mock me. Dark energy burst out of the book in a wave. Gazelle sharply exhaled, her body petrified as the grimoire fell from her hands. She raised her gaze, a twisted, evil smile spread across her face, and her eyes became black abysses with eerie white pupils. Lord Graham's eyes widened in horror. The demon had seized her body. The possessed gazelle reveled in the new shell, declaring its dominion. Now I control this body. She pointed her finger directly at Abel. Abel, obey me. Abel screamed through clenched teeth. The demon's voice sounded triumphant. Don't try anything tricky. You must know I hold your sister's life in my grip. Lord Graham quickly assessed the new hopeless situation. If we don't destroy this quickly, it's the end for us. We must, even if it means putting that girl in danger. This thing can betray us. Mia's location, for heaven's sake. Memorable creature just smiled. Bring my doll here. A small wooden totem flew into her hand. She raised it high. A vortex of energy swirled around her. Oh, life force, gather here. The ground cracked and shattered into fragments beneath her feet as she unleashed colossal power. Energy converged, pulsating with a wild vibration. Both Abel and Lord Graham watched stunned at how all the wild magical power was exposed and torn outward. The totem snatched from her hand like a bullet and flew straight at Mia. Oh no, Lord Graham, exclaimed Graham. But it was not an attack. The voice of the possessed gazelle whispered sharply like a dream. For a moment, Mamie's eyes widened and she collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The demon laughed. Magic that strengthens the body in that wooden doll body. Abel Hizzle tried very hard to find you. Abel froze in shock. The demon continued her smug nonsense. She had studied all the magic she could extract in this village and also acquired the secret techniques of the Marin tribe as expected from your own sister. While Mia lay unconscious at her feet, the demon turned to Abel. The victory was decided. Well then, now I have two hostages. Her voice was a poisonous whisper that sealed his fate. Surrender even if you want to save these two. Give up your body. When Mia was taken hostage, the situation sharply escalated. Hizzle, whose eyes were masked by the demon's influence, sharply issued Abel an ultimatum. If you want to save these two, give up your body. Murazov's subordinates screamed in shock. Their concern was focused only on their captivated leader. But before Murasef could do anything, Sim intervened. His voice became a calm anchor amid the growing storm. Wait, he addressed the demon lord. Sorry, but if Mia is taken, everything will go according to the holy god's plan, even if I have to sacrifice this girl. While Sim spoke, his words were cold, calculated to provoke the desired reaction. He bet on Murasef's paternal instinct. You wanted to save your daughter even if it means hiding her from the whole world, right? You of all people should understand this. His gaze was fixed on Mia. She helplessly hung in a crystal cage. Meanwhile, Sim continued and his thoughts raced through all possibilities. If we attack recklessly, we ourselves will be in danger. Giselle held the prison aloft as a symbol of her power over the battlefield. Since intellect pierced the chaos and identified the only critical path to victory, saving them both unharmed is possible only one way: separate the demon from Giselle. Thanks to the worldly totem tree, removing the nightmare of possession is not difficult, but a memory surfaced: the ancient battle against Mia's father. As then, Giselle's enhanced physical abilities granted by the wooden doll spell will probably stop me before I manage to cast the curse removal spell. The strategy was clear. The totem the wooden doll used by Giselle must be neutralized. The demon inside Giselle snorted defiantly. His patients were in thin clothing. I guess I'll start by getting rid of nonsense. From his hand burst a magical circle, swirling like a whirlwind. O wind, tear these people apart. Evil blades of air hiss and rush toward them. Murzef abruptly moved, becoming a living shield while the wind magic shattered him, protecting those behind. While the attack fiercely covered, Sim conveyed the most important. Totem handles control the regulation of physical enhancements received by the wooden doll. Mazev's gaze fixed on the small wooden figure hanging in the sky. Understood, he barked. If we destroy this totem, I will pull the demon out of Giselle's body. He roared at his warriors, all of you. They threw forward, a wave of demonic power rushing ahead, but Giselle was ready. O Earth, she commanded, invoking another spell. A pillar of rock and soil burst from the ground, but it was only a distraction. Hey, shouted Sim as Murzef broke through the chaos and burst outside. The demon lord was approaching, his fist about to smash the floating totem, and the possessed Giselle watched with an icy smile. Just as Murzef's attack was about to hit, the totem arrow shot sideways with impossible speed. Before he could react, ethereal chains burst from the doll, grabbing his arm and stopping his movement. Immediately, a second earth spell erupted from beneath the ground, much more powerful than the first, and the fury of the earth rose again. The explosion tore through Murasef's subordinates, scattering them like leaves torn by a storm. Sim's eyes widened sharply, realized this was a trap. The curse strikes those who attack physically and triggers as a counteraction. The demon's laughter echoed across the clearing. Did you really think I wouldn't notice? It was mocking. I knew you would rush to this totem to save both. Murasef grimaced in pain. The curse tightened even more. The demon turned his full attention to Saima. How about you? Do you want to become my minion? You definitely want to. Far from the battle, the Giselle family tiptoed quickly through the forest thickets. Your father loudly complained in front of everyone. If only the hunters hadn't let you down. Just look at how miserable you are. Mother was overwhelmed with anxiety. The rest of the search team returned home. They were overcome with longing for their loved ones. The two of us stayed here, but can we just leave Giselle-chan all alone? Her parents' family is upset. Honestly, what is that about them? Both came to such a distant place. Suddenly, a rumble was heard from afar. The ground trembled from the explosion. What was that? They looked toward the place where the sound came from. Pushing through the thickets, they reached the ridge. Before them lay a scene of complete disaster, a gaping ruin, a wasteland where once a forest stood. Murzef was overthrown, moaning from incredible pain. The demon insisted on the advantage. His poisonous whisper rolled through Sim's head. So choose, will you let that man perish like this? Wait, Sim. Then the demon's voice changed. It sounded sad as he looked at the distant Abel. Why don't you praise me? A strange internal conflict began to unfold. I even learned to perform totem's response actions, something my older brother couldn't do. I pushed myself to the limit with the magic my dear brother loved so much and still. But the voice was not Giselle's. Maya's consciousness emerged in the crystal. Why don't you look at me at all? Suddenly my body jerked with convulsions fiercely, as if in chains inside my own prison. The demon inhabiting Giselle was shaken by embarrassment, thick consciousness, and that's it. Stop, we need this girl, don't touch her. The demon is losing control, his perfect host is rising from within. No, you misunderstood everything. It's not me, the girl in this body. At that moment of internal turmoil, the curse binding Murasef shattered into pieces. Freed, Demon Lord did not waste a second. He unleashed a devastating wave of power directly at the distracted, concentrated Giselle. Perchance, shouted Sim and seized the moment as the opening appeared. He lunged forward with a switching curse at the doll. Demon, get out of this body. Brilliant magical circle enveloped the gazelle, and the demon screamed wildly as its connection was severed. The possession was broken, the crystal prison shattered, and Mia fell. Her father caught her just in time. Giselle collapsed to the ground unconscious. A thin thread of dark energy had already touched her. The demon itself tried to flee, but Sim was already there. "Not so," he said calmly and walked toward the trembling spirit. "Demon, rest in peace. I have questions for you, just stay there a bit." A whirlwind of magic swirled around the gloomy wire of the demon lying on the ground. In the last command close, the book snapped shut with a crack and the entity was sealed within its pages. Danger had passed. Sim rushed to fallen Giselle. "Are you okay?" he asked, gently shaking her to wake her up. Her eyelids twitched and her eyes suddenly opened wide in confusion. "Dear brother, what just happened?" She began to explain in a quiet voice. "I was sure the older brother would come home immediately, so I didn't think twice, but I regretted it a moment later. I was afraid something bad might have happened to my brother, so when Sim-san asked me to lend him my power, I—" Sim looked at the sealed book, his face grim. "I know it's not your fault, it's the demon that preys on vulnerable hearts." Giselle looked at her brother, and regret flashed in her eyes. "I will no longer pressure you to marry me," she said quietly, "so let's together." Abel's facial expression softened a little, but the answer was not at all what she expected. "Sorry, you understand, even without that marriage story, I don't think I can go back." Giselle stared, not understanding. "Wow." He tried to explain lightly, "And I kind of got involved in a matter that looks more dangerous than a demon. It's really interesting, I couldn't just brush it off. Of course, I plan to return to the village as soon as everything is settled. But I'm not quite sure when exactly that will be." Shock deepened in Giselle. "Crisis that could destroy the whole country. I don't know when I can return." For Giselle, these words became the last crack in her fragile psyche. "Absolutely not," she screamed, her eyes wide with horror. A dark thought engulfed her. "My dear brother is going astray, he is being deceived, and outsiders are misleading him. My poor dear brother, I must save him." She pushed Abel away, her gaze fixed on a new source of strength. She climbed over the broken ground, ignoring the cries of others. Her hands lay on the sealed grimoire. A dark magical circle flared around her. "I call the one who is here." An unholy glow began to pour from the book into her. Yes, a true demon master looked at this in complete shock. Giselle's voice sounded terrifyingly resolute as she addressed the power living in the book. "Give me your power. I will show you that I can handle this better than you." Sim could only watch horrified. A brutal stream of dark energy burst out and engulfed her as she screamed in pain and wild pleasure. Abel screamed in fear and the voice dissolved into the vortex. "Giselle." A blinding stream of dark energy bursts out, covering Giselle while Abel shouts her name in horror. He froze in shock, his thoughts spinning wildly. The seal was broken. He underestimated the true power of the demon, and now the consequences were unfolding right before him. From the chaotic mist emerged a new figure, and from it radiated an aura of pure malice. Giselle hung in the air, her body twisted, her eyes flashed with unholy light. She was no longer the girl he knew, but a vessel for something ancient and terrible. From afar, Murasif watched, his face hardening with understanding. "My dear brother is trapped," he barked, recognizing the signs of a conspiracy that ran much deeper. Enchanted Giselle paid them no attention. A complex magical circle flared before her hand, shimmering with dangerous power. Without a word, she unleashed a concentrated beam of pure destruction straight at the Devil Lord. Murzef's sister gasped in terror, opened her eyes wide. The explosion tore through the ground, ripping it apart with explosive force bordering on catastrophe. Abel watched as his strategic mind calculated the attack, feeling a cold horror. "Silent magic," he breathed. Could the demon have fully possessed Giselle already? Murzef's soldiers recoiled in fear, their combat strength crumbling. "What the hell kind of monster is this?" one of them shouted. "Run away!" Murzef Road noticed the cold, calculating gaze in the crazed eyes of the possessed girl. Another beam shot forward, but Abel reacted instantly and threw his hands forward. For a moment, the creature that was once a gazelle fell silent, their voice turned into a distorted whisper. "Big brother." These words were mockery, but the attack pattern was a clue. Abel's mind raced wildly, piecing everything together. He returned to Marashev and his theory grew stronger, building magic that originates from the land of the sky. It was supposed to fully absorb the power of the sky god. The trap turned out to be more sophisticated than he imagined. That cursed demon probably lured us, making us lower our guard, and then used cunning tricks. But suddenly a new inconsistency surfaced. "Stop." Sister Murasif sharply shook her head. "Giselle would never have done anything like that. It's all because of that evil demon." She came here only because she was worried about me and was deceived and dragged in." The possessed gazelle let out a heavy sigh of fresh rage, and her voice echoed with foreign power. "How annoying this is. Everyone is tired of it except me and my brother. I want them all to just disappear." Abel knew he had to act. He rushed to the Lord of Demons with grim determination. "I will drive the demon out of Giselle again and prove her innocence. I need your help." Merzef nodded to his own pride on the line. "All of you, follow me," he commanded, leading a desperate attack while the possessed gazelle rained down chase from the sky. She unleashed a downpour of energy spears, destroying the ground below with a continuous barrage of attacks. "Once again I will snatch the demon from under Giselle," exclaimed Abel, the plan already ripening amid the chaos. Taking advantage of the brief start, I teleport the World Tree Totem behind Giselle. He watched her movements, waiting for the exact nanosecond when the opportunity would finally appear. With a splash of mana, he shouted the command. Teleport. The sacred artifact materialized in the air right behind the demon. But her reaction was inhumanly fast. She turned and fired a beam of energy from her hand even before the totem fully stabilized. Temple could only watch in horror as the beam hit the target. The totem of the World Tree, the key to their victory, instantly evaporated. Possessed Giselle clenched her fist, and a cruel smile spread across her face as she crushed the last remnants of the talisman's sacred energy. The echo of its destruction burst forth in a shockwave that knocked Moritsev and his retinue to the ground. Her voice rang out over the desolate mirage, full of triumphant disdain. The soul of this girl had already been seized by the power of the sky god. Moritsev rose, and his face wore a mask of cold fury. The last resort had failed. "Kill that girl," he ordered Abel. "Now that the World Tree Totem has been destroyed, we can't afford to hesitate." "My strength isn't anywhere near enough to handle this opponent," but Abel stood his ground. "No, I won't." "Why are you, Lord of Demons, raging like this? This is not an opponent you can defeat by simply holding back. If you give yourself fully, you should be able to overcome him." The sister's voice trembled with despair. "Otherwise, this is the end for us here." Abel's mind calculated the screaming reality. The truth is, without the World Tree Totem, it is almost impossible to expel the demon. Now it can only be stopped by a capable sphere or something no less powerful. "What about the totem you created from the ground earlier?" one of his companions asked. "Can't we use that?" and doubtfully waved it off. "You mean Yamasen Nobuo 4? That's just earth magic molded into a familiar form. Unless you make it from a tree in which colossal magical power is concentrated, the totem is worthless." The tactical situation worsened even more. Now Gazelle is stronger than she was last year, so lifting the curse is even harder. Using the totem to subjugate the demon is like trying to break a complex code with a computer. He had no options left. "Even if I wanted to do it right now, I have neither the time nor any idea where to find the appropriate tree." Gathering the Treeworld Totem was a task of delicate preparation and rare materials, luxuries he no longer had. He needed a replacement, any replacement. Watching from the forest, Abel's friends could only freeze in fear and watch the terrible power raging before them. A new desperate plan suddenly formed in his head and turned on his mind. "Merisef-san," he roared, "distract her while I whisper the spell. This is all or nothing, we have no other choice." The Demon Lord charged forward again, delivering a devastating counterattack. Sister screamed. Abel focused his will and the spell reached its climax. "Please let this work." He sharply thrust his hands forward, releasing a stream of raw magical power. The energy burst through the battlefield, tearing the very ground to pieces. He directed the flow, a storm of destruction under his full control. The possessed sheep turned to attack, a moment of surprise flashing across her face, and the full force of the spell engulfed her. When the light faded, Abel's eyes widened in disbelief. She stood completely unharmed. Wild energies parted around her as if she were the eye of the hurricane. An even deeper and indescribably stronger power began to radiate from her body. It seemed the very air around her warped and bent, a visible testament to the absolute power that overshadowed his own. The demon that possessed Dazel unleashed a catastrophic squall. Each burst of energy was like a meteor crashing into the ground around Abel and his companions. The scale of the assault was simply devastating. Abel was forced to reach his limit. "What was that spell just now?" Siphon cried out in despair and, shielding his eyes from the blinding explosions, retreated. "If this continues, it will destroy us all." Vera watched Abel, and anxiety trembled in her voice as he, through clenched teeth, struggled with anger and frustration. He stretched his hand to the heavens, pouring all his willpower into a desperate plea. "Come on, I beg you, hurry, come here." Demon smiled boldly, confident in his victory. But then a shadow fell over the battlefield. The The very sky seemed to ripple as numerous objects materialized from the thin air at once. The demon's eyes widened. True army of wooden totems, a swarm so dense it blocked the sun, responded to Abel's call. The demon twitched in surprise, his voice trembling with disbelief. The quality might be lacking, but with such a sum. Abel sensed the moment. When he pointed his finger at his sister, a complex magical circle flared before him and at that moment thundered, "Demon, get out of this body." A wave of pure shock swept across the demon's face. In perfect unison, the legion of totems, combining their power into a single unified pulse, sharply turned and as everything converged into one point, released a colossal beam of purifying energy. A pillar of light descended from the heavens and struck the figure of Gazelle with divine power. A blow through her back, a dark, miserable shadow forcefully spilled out of her body. As soon as she began to fall rapidly from the sky, Abel immediately caught his breath and focused on a new spell. He commanded the wind, shouting his sister's name. A mighty gust rose from the earth, swirling into a protective vortex that softened her fall. He rushed to her and, following the wind, gently laid her on the ground. "Diesel, do you recognize me?" Her eyelids twitched and opened. She was confused, but already saw clearly. A wave of incredible relief washed over Abel, and she barely whispered, "Dear brother." Meanwhile, the bodiless demon began to fade, and his last thoughts echoed in the ether. "No, not like that. I thought I was supposed to possess an ordinary human body, but I was deceived." But the girl, she was not possessed. She forcibly drew power from me and controlled it as if it were her own. These brothers and sisters are too dangerous. The essence completely vanished. The last thought is a chilling proof of the true power of siblings. When the direct threat disappeared, the dark presence broke off and vanished beyond the horizon. Sylphan involuntarily stared at the now empty sky, then back at the battlefield scattered with wooden figures. Still, he asked the stricken, "Where did this huge pile of wooden dolls come from?" Abel, catching his breath, answered simply, "From our family place." He allowed himself a barely noticeable, knowing smile. "But whether he will understand everything, it's a lottery. This is my master, as he is." The true depth of his plan was a masterstroke, both logistics and magical theory. He had long calculated this very premeditated change and prepared the foundation. He needed to summon practiced totems from his native village, but they did not have enough magical energy for such a distant teleportation. So he came up with a clever bypass maneuver. He sent a specific pattern of air fluctuations, a coded message, to the animal repellent device he had previously installed in the rural fields. The peasants heard a strange rhythmic rumble and went outside to investigate. The sound led them to the chief's house. There the totems of Abel had mysteriously gathered. The leader was stunned when he discovered his entire garden was filled with wooden dolls. Then one of the totems on their side transmitted Abel's recorded message with a request to establish a teleportation circle. The chief was stunned. A message from Abel. "He wants me to help him transfer these totems to the edge of the country." Really? Recognizing in his student's plea all the urgency, he obeyed without hesitation and immediately drew the necessary magic circle. Hubble used the fundamental principle of teleportation magic. A one-way summon requires colossal power proportional to the distance. But if you place a magic circle both at the destination and at the departure point, the costs become almost zero. Creates a stable channel, a bridge through space. And while the leader on his side was opening the gate, Abel was able to effortlessly accept the entire totem army, turning the course of the battle with one brilliant move. This plan became possible only thanks to his former innovations. Once he explained to the leader the very idea of his sound device, telling how simple beeps could transmit coded messages, a primitive form of long-distance communication. The old man was amazed, although he never fully understood the consequences. Looking at the mountains, the leader suddenly caught clarity. The boy's genius was too vast to fit within the boundaries of a single village. In our time, the reunion was interrupted by a rumble. A local lord appeared with his knights. Abel sighed, first a demon, now politics. He grabbed his head, exhausted. "How do we remove this? I just ran out. I even seemed to hear my father's voice." It was not a delusion. His father arrived with Pharaohs and the chieftain, shouting his name across the cratered space. The lord was completely baffled by what he saw. A crowd of peasants, hundreds of totems, and a battlefield as if titans had shelled it. "Lord Abel, what the hell is going on here?" But Sylphan cut through the noise and his face became stern. "We cannot delay. Now that the minion of the heavenly god has been overthrown, the real threat has become even more urgent. We must immediately head to World Tree Grove." The ruler turned pale. "Is the country in danger?" Managed to return to his family. His face was firm. "I must stop the resurrection of that other god." With one last look, he turned to leave. "I cannot return to the village until all this is over. Forgive me." Seeing the impossible, the peasants could only silently watch in awe. Giselle, however, remains silent. A deep realization is coming to her. I fully understood this only after the battle. She thought her heart was breaking from pain. I cannot defeat my dear brother no matter how hard I try. I cannot stop him. Crushing thought caught up. He will leave and abandon me, and he himself will go far away. The burden of this truth turned out to be too heavy, and she broke down, sinking into tears. At that moment, Elena, the librarian, stepped forward. You studied magic and chased after him all the way here just to reunite, right? Then she turned to Abel. Would it really not be okay if she went with you? Giselle is almost as skilled in magic as you are, she whispered. She will become valuable on the path ahead. A spark of hope flashed in Giselle's eyes. I will go, she said quietly. Her voice grew louder, filled with new purpose. I will go as long as it is with you, dear brother. Abel looked at his father, and he met his gaze with a stern expression. Before sighing in defeat, you probably won't listen to me anyway, so just make sure you come back when it's all over. Overflowing with joy, Giselle grabbed Abel's hand. Brother, I will help, anything, even if it means defeating a god. He gathered his thoughts, pointed with his hand to the destination. So our main task is to stop the evil god. Let's go. And the brother and sister ran towards each other, ready to face the fate of their world.